Here we go. Hello, hello, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Plenty of space here, those of you at the back. Well, we're a small quorum this morning. I'm guessing no one here went to the party yesterday, right? Wise decision. Wise decision. Anyhow, we're going to open the morning with a very, very interesting panel for many reasons. Incredible speakers, very good friend and moderator, and an extraordinary theme, which is how do you actually build stellar teams? I get asked this question all the time. It's like, why do investors focus so much on the team? And it's like, well, when you have experience, it's all about the team because you know you're going to fail several times during your journey, and so you need to make sure you have the best team behind you. And to talk about that, I want to welcome our next panel. So please give a very big applause for our first speaker, Dr. Sarah Haynes, founder and CEO of Coach Era Technologies. Big applause for Sarah. Eva De Mol, partner at Capital IT. Big applause. I mean, we're small, but we can make a lot of noise. Silvia Martinez, managing partner at LexCrea. Big applause for Silvia. And last but not least, our superhero, Oriol Juncosa, co-founder and partner at White Peak Partners. Big applause for Oriol.
Thank you. You're the best MC ever, particularly at 9:30.
I'm going to give you a new hat. Don't worry.
Excellent. So listen, thank you for being here. Just a very quick intro for the three of you. Sarah Haynes here at the back is founded of Coach Era Technologies, coaching as a service to democratize access to executive coaching, utilizing a B2B2C model. Then we also have Eva De Mol. She's a founding partner of Capital IT, a venture capital firm focused on edtech, digital health, climate tech, based in Amsterdam. And finally, here on my left, we have Silvia Martinez, founder and CEO of LexCrea, a leading law firm here in Spain, focused on startups and entrepreneurs. You're based in Barcelona, but I guess operating across Spain. So we have a fantastic panel, and we will be dealing with how to create, I would say, unbeatable teams. So let me start just finding out about the founding team. No? Usually, every startup starts with a founding team. I mean, I would like you to tell me a bit about how do you would advise founders, and actually, how many of you here are founders or soon-to-be founders? Anyone? Excellent. So you went through the process of selecting your co-founders. So then, from your standpoint, how would you advise, the people here to actually select some of their co-founders, even some late co-founders, which sometimes they happen? Any tips, anything that you can tell us?
Sure.
Selecting the co-founders.
I can dive in. I was the CEO of Bolt Mobility with Usain Bolt, and we started with a very small, scrappy team in Miami in our accelerator, Edison, and we were able to find some really incredible talent in Miami, and we were also able to bring some incredible people from Silicon Valley as well, where we moved from. And so Miami is now one of the biggest, hottest places for technology. There's some untapped potential, and I think we won the Forbes #1 startup in Miami in the ratings for places to work and company culture. And I think it's really, really important when you onboard people for them to realize that the startup culture is not corporate America. It's not 9 to 5, that people understand what the culture is, but also because I worked in Silicon Valley, there's so much burnout that we want to make sure we do things in a humane, sustainable productivity so that we can have teams stay with us. So it's really about people understanding the culture in which they're coming into early on and being able to really, as a CEO, disseminate the culture that you want to build in your company. So I think it's more about the commitment to the culture and your mission and making sure you can articulate that vision to the team.
Yeah, I think maybe, sorry, to add to that, always look for complementary co-founders. And it sounds so simple, but in the end, to truly evaluate whether someone is complementary to your skills, I think is makes the biggest difference. And then at the same time, relating to your point, do you have a shared goal, a shared strategic vision? So to add to my introduction, I did my PhD research on entrepreneurial teams. So I studied entrepreneurial teams over a decade, makes me feel very old. But I think one of the key conclusions is really that complementarity in terms of knowledge and skills and a shared passion is just what truly drives a successful team.
I absolutely agree. I'm going to ask you a question. For example, Uriol, would you marry me?
Well, not now because I already have a wife, but yeah, why not?
I mean, it's the same question or similar question that you need to do to make to the co-founder. No?
Absolutely.
You need to have the same or to share the vision. No?
Yes.
Different skills, no, different and complementary,
Yeah.
but with the same vision of the project. So this is a question that you need to make.
That's a hard question. But then, just going back to complementary skills, I mean, so some people would say is that if the skills are sort of, for instance, one of the founders is more business, the other one is more tech-oriented, and so forth. In theory, that's great, but in reality, it may create even sort of a bit more of tension
But that's not
amongst them.
necessarily bad. So there's also a lot of research that shows that task-related conflict is actually a good thing, and that teams that have that conflict perform better because they have these difficult conversations, and in the end they get to better decisions. Whereas teams that always agree, tend to be less successful because they don't think about their counter ideas that are being opposed.
So then, how would you think about sort of the process of agreeing to disagree? No, because I guess that if you disagree too much, then probably sort of it's sort of maybe a divorce. If you kind of sort of I mean, have you thought about sort of how to structure that? I mean, or have you found yourself in circumstances in which you were disagreeing a lot, but sort of something, well, maybe it was beneficial?
I can speak to that a
Yeah,
little
sure.
bit. I think it's really important to understand the big 5 personality types. When I hire people, I look to make sure there's not groupthink, and using the personality styles is really important to assess and understand, to have diversity in the team in how they're introverted versus extroverted. You don't want everyone on your team to be extroverted, because everyone will speak up and speak over each other. And you also want to have introverts, but give them time and space to be able to think about their thoughts, being able to give back the information. So the big 5, just so everyone knows, I'm a professor also, so it's, the acronym is OCEAN. So openness to new experiences is really important. So when I look at personality styles of who I want to join our team, they have to be open to new experiences. They can't say, I want to do this exactly this way always, right? So when people are very concrete, it makes it very difficult sometimes. The other one, the C, is conscientiousness, which is really important. That's the #1 thing. To your point of getting married, this applies to all of your relationship. Your personality is formed when you're 3 years old, okay? And we start to socialize ourselves out of our personalities. But internally, you can't change people's personality fundamentally. So you want to find people who are conscientious, who are team players, who think about others before themselves, that think about how does this benefit the whole, the collectivist whole, rather than my own personal interests. The A is agreeableness, which to the conflict point, these are ranges, right? You don't want everyone to be agreeable. You want people to be able to have respectful discord and conversations, and so you don't have groupthink, right? And we have N is neurosis, how people are detail-oriented and focused and are able to put the dot on the I and cross the T's. You need people like that on the team, but you also need bulldozers who just run and get things done. So it's important when you're looking at your team to know who you can go to for different things. I wouldn't send my bulldozer to do something that could cause problems later on, right? They don't look back to see what they broke. But with certain things, if I wanted to go a new mission or somewhere, a new market, I would send certain people there to take charge. So.
Excellent. From experience, something, and I don't know whether you guys have found as well, but I tend to invest quite early, sort of pre-seed and so forth. And and I meet a number of teams that they don't even have a shareholders agreement amongst themselves. No, that they have not sort of a framework and a legal framework for themselves. No, I don't know whether you have had that circumstance, but forcing the team to actually agree on a legal framework in case on how they are going to to manage themselves in the future. Sometimes it's one of the best things in which they can see whether actually this is going to be a straight road or a very difficult one. Have you had any circumstances, I guess, that from your legal side that...
Yes, always. It's one of the big mistakes that founders make. No? So it's very important to sign a good, simple but good shareholders agreement with all the function, with all the responsibility separately for all the members of the team, and with the results or with the solutions in order to avoid any problems in the future. No? Okay. People think that you only need to sign this kind of documents when a VC comes to your house, but it's important to do it before. So it's a bit challenge.
Interesting. From your side, when you are investing, do you always have these foundational agreements amongst the founding
we
teams?
do a lot around the team. So during my research, I developed a team assessment tool to assess entrepreneurial teams in a more data-driven way. So that is really part of our due diligence. And there we look at prior experience, passion, self-reflection, flexibility. And it's not a test. There's no right or wrong. I think the added value is actually really in those conversations that you also have around shareholders agreement. Okay, like I see you're less passionate around this activity. How are we gonna complement that role in the future? So I think laying those fundamentals before you really start working together is so important. But maybe to add to your point around legals, I would also like to add that it is just really challenging. I mean, if you're a startup founder, first-time founder, you don't know about all this stuff. So I think it's also really logical that you have to educate yourself and ask for advice. But in any case, indeed, never sign something that you haven't read. But I would say I mean, as investors, you see these agreements all the time. So I think it's very easy for us to say, like, don't do this or that. But I think, as a first-time founder, it's not always so straightforward.
Excellent. From the audience, how many of you founders have had to recruit already non-founding C-level teams? Any one of you have had to actually go through our top management teams? Anyone have had to recruit management teams, not founding teams? Excellent, 2 of them. Perfect. So actually what happens usually is that after you set up the founding team, then you need to go on on recruiting more of the top level management teams and cascading down. No? So the question here would be, I mean, what, in my experience, a number of startups have some issues about recruiting top level people. Okay, particularly if you are if you have not received 100 million or even 10 million. Okay, if you are at the earliest of stages, I mean, obviously it's hard to go out and recruit senior people. What have been some of to recruit them, to attract them, and so forth? Any strategies that have worked for you that you have seen that either in your portfolio companies or in your companies have been beneficial at those early stages to actually attract top level people, not being part of the founding team? Any?
I would say that it's really important, going back to my point about your values, that people join teams because of their values and that their missions are aligned. And people will take less salary from a company that's environmentally conscious or have corporate social responsibility. Especially millennials and the next generation, they care about the environment. They care about how you're managing your community and how you're extracting value rather than adding value. And so from a company perspective, it's really, really important to make sure you're clear from your mission and your values early on. And to the point that you were making earlier, I think it's important when you're able to share that vision, then also you can coach people about liability and risk and understanding that attorneys are the first person you should hire on a team, right? So you want to get the best attorney for your money so that you can make sure that you don't have any conflict with regulations and so forth. But secondarily, it's also important to be able to have executive coaches on your team and psychologists on your team, and people don't think about that until there's conflict. And as an investor, the most problems that we've had is between the team conflict. It's not the business ideas or how they execute. It's usually some kind of personality problem within the tech team versus the other teams. And so it's really important to be able to bring that kind of understanding and respect between all the teams and have a multidisciplinary approach so that they can see that they're valued in all the different areas and their voice is heard.
Yeah, I think maybe to add to, I totally echo what you're saying around mission, being very explicit around the goal that you like to achieve. On some points I have a bit of a contrarian view. I think especially when you're really small and you're just raising your pre-seed and seed, if you hire people and you have conflict very early on, it sounds harsh, but just let it go. Because you essentially, I think as a startup, you really don't have time to waste on conflicts too much. And what I've noticed also within our portfolio company, if you're a really small team and there's one person bringing negative energy and it just like spreads over the whole team. So I would also say
Fire fast.
yeah, I think building a venture, being entrepreneurial, it's actually all about making mistakes, being resilient and overcoming those. So yeah, also don't shy away for that. And yeah, to your point, I think we really live in an area where people want to feel good about going to their job. So being really explicit about your mission, at the same time being also transparent what is expected when you work in a startup. That is often a lot of work for very little salary, but hopefully there's this reward in the future. So I would always go for full transparency, and if things don't work out, be just really fast in making a decision.
Another point maybe, no? You need to try to attract people, fall in love with the project, no? With the same vision, no? With the same objects, and it's part of the work of the good leader needs to attract this kind of person who follow with the same objectives of like you.
Excellent. So then, I guess that to attract these senior people, yeah, the charisma of the founding team is also very, very, very important. Have you seen much internal development or internal promotion within startups to actually sort of, I mean, people that sort of in a couple of years they were sort of developers and then they became CTOs, or people that were sort of sales reps and then they became sort of CROs. I mean, how is that happening in your experience? Should we have more of that?
Yeah. No, I will be short for this. No, I think so. We've really invested from pre-seed, and now first companies got on to raise 100 million. So you really see this full spectrum. And I think it's very important to realize that at the really start of your venture, you need generalist people. You just need people to do stuff. But later on, if you get bigger as a company, you actually need specialized people. So that also means that there's a turnaround of people, and I think that's really normal. So yeah, I would say you definitely see people that are able to grow on that path and grow more into a specific role, but you also see people that just don't really like that. And then there's also the type of people that actually really miss working closely with the founder. And if you're a 100 million company, you don't get to work so close to the founder anymore. So yeah, I think these are all very normal developments, but something to be aware of.
If I can add also, I think you made an incredible observation. It's when I hire early on, I hire for Swiss Army knives, right? If you waited on tables, if you, whatever you did that's not on your resume, I want to know about that. If you know how to mix drinks, when we have events, you can do things like that, I want to know about it. Because as a scrappy startup, you can't afford to pay all these different things, and people are shy about telling them all the things they've done that are not necessarily in line with their career path. But so early on, you want a Swiss Army knife approach where they can do different things, but later on, you need to start to define lanes and boundaries so that people can be able to really specialize and have the expert knowledge when you can start to afford more expert knowledge as well. The other thing I would say in Coachera, the methodology is a roadmap to be able to have milestones in 1 month, 3 months, 6 month, 9 month, and 12-month goals. We develop these performance KPIs for a year long, and then in December we sit down and go, well, you didn't meet this, you met this, you can exceed here, or you can improve here, it's too late, right? So being able to, for people to see that the company cares about them enough to have coaching as a service and a benefit to be able to help them realize that there's a career path here for you. Don't go anywhere, because I was in Silicon Valley and every 2 years, millennials are switching. Right? And it's expensive. It costs twice as much of their salary to be able to onboard and retrain and interview all of the different people. It's a lot of time and that's saved if you can keep your talent, retain your talent. So Coachera is actually a methodology to retain and engage talent that's distributed also. That's a whole new world that people are having to fight with and understand. How do you engage your team when everybody is working from a Zoom camera all day long and they're burned out from seeing their own faces? So that's the point, is to make sure that there's a career path internally and you start to see this hidden value and the hidden skills that you have and coach them up to the C-suite. And most of my executive coaching clients are people who are already in the C-suite. How do we get women and underrepresented into the C-suite? We have to coach them there. So it's a diversity play. It's a real, tangible way to be able to say, we value and we invest in you and provide coaching for you to be able to stay with our team, to move up into the C-suite and other leadership roles, should they want that.
And actually, I think you made a great point. Is, I mean, how do we put more diversity into companies? No, I mean, so that people actually sort of can feel more embraced and can feel sort of more at ease within. What have been your experiences? I mean, in your own companies, in your investees, about sort of how to do that on a sort of more systematic way, rather than just hiding, okay, this individual is diverse, let's bring it on, but sort of more in a systematic way. How have you approached, or have you seen good approaches about that?
I think that, like Sarah said before, it's all the same, no? It's a matter of culture. You need to improve with this kind of culture of diversity and inclusion. And just one of the challenges, no, that leader needs to make. I don't have any ideas. I'm a lawyer from the legal point of view, but it's very interesting to see that it's the leader who is focused and who makes this kind of the work. No?
Yeah, no, I think you should be really strategic about it. And so we invested in 20 companies, and over 50% of them has a female founder, over 50% has a non-white founder, and I think we don't set any quota when we started, but we were very strategic about where do we want to put ourselves out there, to what conferences are we going, what networks do we care about, and I do think that's something that you need to be aware of. And also, if you're hiring for specific roles, look for platforms online to post your job ad. For example, I know from experience that if I post something on LinkedIn, I will not get a very diverse sample of candidates. But I know if I go to a Women in Product website and I post something, that I will get a very inclusive list. And yeah, I think nowadays there are more and more tools that people can use to also get to that diverse list of potential candidates, but it is something to be wary of.
But because you said that you were not, let me be controversial here, you said that you were not putting quotas, but you mentioned actually a few numbers, okay, which are actually impressive.
Yeah, that is, you're right. No, but it is
so then, what's the mindset, or at least should, and apologies about that, just so to be controversial here, should entrepreneurs, founders, maybe not write the quotas, but have them in mind?
I think yes. Yeah. So,
what's that?
So maybe it's no. I think setting quota in VC is very controversial. I think yeah, we didn't need to do it because we had such a diverse deal flow, but I definitely think I also tell that to the founders that we invest in. Be very careful about what you aim to achieve in terms of diversity. And yeah, you make a good point. Maybe it is important to write a number of people down that you want to include in your organization. Yeah, at the same time, I think being strategic about where you put yourself out there will also lead to that outcome.
If I can add to that, I think when you say strategic, sometimes people think, oh, you're being very like manipulative, and I would change the word a little bit, just being intentional.
Yeah.
Being able to have the lens in which you're opening your lens up more, like our photographer, to be able to see the world differently than what you used to. It's normal to want to be around people that look like you and sound like you and has a level of same education and background and culture. It's completely normal. But you have to challenge yourself on that normality, right? And to say, am I comfortable to go and be able to seek out and see excellence? We don't want, I'm a cross-cultural psychologist. I trained because I wanted to make sure that we represent and we see excellence in tech, not necessarily just because somebody is a woman or not somebody is a brown or black founder. We want excellence, and if they happen to be brown or black and woman, even better, because then you can showcase that we're not doing a quota, we're not giving you a break because you're underrepresented, but we're bringing in the best of the best, and they happen to be in that group that might be seen as underrepresented. And one day maybe we'll have a different shift, and we can help other people who are become underrepresented. But I think ultimately, I developed Dr. Haynes' Collective, which is powering Coursera, and I have an expert list of women and underrepresented in STEAM. And they keep saying there's not a pipeline of us, and I keep looking around in my circles, and I say, I know this excellent founder, I know this excellent VC, I know this excellent incredible incubator led by women and African American founders like Angela Benton and so forth. And so I think it's really, really important to just be open. And if that's not your comfort zone, that's not your kind of knowledge base, bring in a consultant, bring in a coach, bring in somebody else that can bring you the lens and question and look at your numbers and how you're recruiting. Where are you going to be able to get your talent? And that's really, really critical to
Yeah, I think maybe the final remark, besides it's important that we include people from all walks of life in the entrepreneurial journey, that we just know that complementary and diverse teams just perform better. So I'd say it's really a no-brainer. If you have a startup, you just need this diversity of perspective to be able to become this unicorn that you desire.
And the research shows that diverse teams actually impact the bottom line better. So you want diverse teams. And sometimes I see the opposite, where I see all women teams or all African American teams and all Latino teams. And I would strongly encourage people to step back in that role as well and think about what diversity means is somewhere that looks like the United Nations, where everybody is represented, not just one type of everything in the same group. So I think it's important to make sure that we're inclusive in all ways, in different ages, education, cultures, race, life experiences, travel. You see the world in a different light.
Just one last question, and we have not only a minute, but no more questions? No more questions? Okay, so just 180 each one of you. How can they retain the people that they have right now in times of uncertainty that we have right now? Just one-liner. How can they retain?
Value their input. Value their input and respect their input. Yeah.
I cannot answer this in
one word.
Sorry. No problem. No problem. Anyone?
Yes, transmit the passion and the enthusiasm of the project to the team.
Excellent. Great.
Thank you.
So thanks a lot. It's been a fantastic panel, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, all four of you. Thank you very much for joining our stage. And those of you flying from abroad, thank you so much. Enjoy the sun, even if it's too much. I keep handing these warnings. By the way, I was very rude before. I didn't introduce myself. My name is Alex, and I'm going to be your host for the morning. And just a cool reminder for those of you that are from abroad, it's going to be very, very hot today. So please do not stay too long outside. Drink enough water, hydrate yourself, and enjoy. Okay, plenty of free space here. So if you guys at the back want to come. Here we go. How much Brazil do we have here? There we go. Now we're talking. So there's an interesting thing that's been going on, which is the word Brazil keeps popping up, and there's a reason why everyone is talking about Brazil. And to talk precisely about why we keep talking about Brazil, we're going to introduce our next incredible panel. Because we're going to be talking about how South Summit took over Brazil, and maybe more interesting, at least for me, that I couldn't make it, I'm really sorry guys, is the story behind the scenes. And to talk about that, we have the incredible partners and people that made it happen. So please welcome our first speakers. Ricardo Gomez, Vice Mayor of Porto Alegre. Big applause for Ricardo. Bom dia, Ricardo. Obrigado.
Obrigado.
We have Claudio Gastal, Secretary of State for Planning, Governance and Management of Rio Grande do Sul. Big applause for Claudio. Thank you for joining us. We have José Renato, Chairman at South Summit Brazil and Founder and CEO at For All. Big applause for José. And last but not least, I have to say, this woman and myself, we've been working hand in hand for 10 years. Who was here? No, I think you all are all too young to remember the first times. 10 years working with an extraordinary person, an extraordinary entrepreneur, our amazing founder and chairman and great woman, Maria Benjumea.
And the best friend, he's the best friend. Hello everybody, how are you? Good morning in this second day of South Summit. Hoy vamos a hacer nuestro panel en español. Y además es que estoy con unos compañeros de mesa que para mí suponen no mucho, muchísimo. Y suponen muchísimo por lo que hemos vivido en el mes de mayo, de 4 al 6 de mayo, en esa maravillosa ciudad de Porto Alegre, en Rio Grande do Sul, en fantástico Brasil. Hemos compartido con más de 20.000 personas, con un talento absolutamente arrollador, con unas ganas, con una convicción de que todo lo que se vive en el ecosistema es verdaderamente súper interesante para la sociedad, para toda la ciudadanía y desde luego para el desarrollo del país. A mí me gustaría, antes de que empezáramos, si empieza la fiesta con un extraordinario vídeo que vamos a ver ahora mismo.
Este vazio e silêncio me traz uma mistura de sentimentos. Ver esses galpões assim e lembrar da intensidade dos 3 dias do South Summit aperta um pouco o coração. Uma mistura de saudade, nostalgia e alívio. Quando me deparei com esse desafio lá em 2019, não podia imaginar que seria tão impactante. Impactante na vida das pessoas. Muita gente, mas muita gente foi responsável por esse sucesso. Das 20.000 pessoas, de todos os palestrantes, de todas as startups, equipes, backstage, tantas outras pessoas, o que nós lembramos é da felicidade, da alegria dessa comunidade. Transformamos um lugar histórico, um lugar que lembra o passado, em algo que traz o futuro para o presente e pretende transformar a vida das pessoas. O South Summit, para mim, mais do que um evento, foi um desafio pessoal, um desafio de articular uma série de equipes, mas principalmente de conectar pessoas, transformar cada um em agente de mudança e transformação do Rio Grande do Sul. A inovação, ela não se faz com tecnologia, a inovação se faz com as pessoas. E essas pessoas é que fazem a transformação de uma sociedade. No final das contas, o que vale a pena é saber que você fez o seu trabalho e que o legado que você deixa para as gerações futuras é um legado de transformação. Eu queria, nesse olhar desses galpões, dizer que valeu a pena.
recuerdos, porque, bueno, recuerdos muy recientes, porque es que los tenemos ya justo ahí. A mí me gustaría saber el comienzo de la historia. ¿Cómo empieza esta apasionante historia de South Summit Brasil, South Summit Porto Alegre? Me encantaría empezar contigo, Gastal. Quiero, antes los conocéis, pero Gastal es la mano, bueno, trabaja en el gobierno de Río Grande do Sul, es la mano derecha del gobernador y es quien empezó a idear todo este tema que nos va a contar ahora. Quería presentaros también a Ricardo. Ricardo es vicealcalde de Porto Alegre y Seca, José Renato Holt, es nuestro gran socio en Brasil, en Río Grande do Sul. Y la verdad es que digo que es Seca, pero es que hemos trabajado con un equipo extraordinario, con el gobierno, con la prefeitura y desde luego con Seca. Me encantaría escucharte, Gastal. Cuéntanos, ¿cómo empieza esta apasionante historia?
Primero yo creo que tengo que hacer unas excusas, pero mi portuñol no es muy bueno.
Tu portuñol es buenísimo, le digo yo siempre.
Yo creo que siempre hablo que yo soy chileno, pero falsificado, yo soy más paraguayo, porque yo creo que eso no es problema, ¿no? Pero primero, acho que este vídeo es un vídeo que nosotros preparamos para una presentación personal, unas cuestiones que tenía, porque cuando comenzamos a mirar para atrás sobre el South Summit y sobre el evento, tenemos siempre la dificultad de hablar sobre sentimientos, sobre feelings, porque cuando empezamos en 2019, yo tuve una reunión con Eduardo Lorea, con el gobernador Eduardo Leite. Nosotros fuimos desafiados que nosotros teníamos que hacer algo que fosse a guinda do pastel, a cereja do bolo, para toda uma estratégia de inovação que o Estado do Rio Grande do Sul se pôs em marcha a partir de 2019. Hoy la innovación en Rio Grande do Sul no es una cosa nueva, es algo que se ha caminado, se ha muchas acciones que fueron hechas antes y que nos sinalizó en aquel momento que era necesario que nosotros teníamos que buscar algo que trajese las luces y trajese la capacidad de integração, de cooperação para o Estado do Rio Grande do Sul e que não fosse algo do governo, algo do Estado. Então, o primeiro movimento foi buscar parceiros. E Zeca me recuerda em novembro de 2019, a primeira quando eu chamei ele, Zeca, temos um problema. Eu fui desafiado a colocar um evento global para o Rio Grande do Sul e não sei como começar isto. Só sei uma coisa, que para hacer isto tem de ser com as manos privadas, as manos do setor privado, porque o setor público, eu venho pelo setor privado, o setor público, o Estado, tem uma função de fazer o ambiente, fazer as conexões, fazer a facilitação para que as coisas aconteçam. Então, hoje eu digo que South Summit não é um evento para nós, não é um momento somente que se queda a ser todos os anos. E sim é um momento em que você faz o check, a avaliação de toda uma estratégia de reposicionamento econômico do Estado. E para isso também nós temos que buscar a cidade, o alcalde, a cidade de Porto Alegre, que é nossa capital, mas principalmente a cidade de Porto Alegre e todas as outras cidades que tem, porque o South Summit não é de Porto Alegre, me excusas para Ricardo, o South Summit é do Rio Grande do Sul e de Brasil e da América Latina. Nós temos que temos esta convicção de que naquele momento em Porto Alegre, todos os anos, em março queremos fazer um grande evento para celebrar o posicionamento estratégico do Rio Grande do Sul e para celebrar também os próximos passos que temos a fazer como sociedade, não como agentes públicos, não como setor privado, mas como sociedade, porque a inovação yo tengo para mí que no se hace con tecnología, se hace con personas. De personas trabajando juntas y buscando una só propósito. Esto es que nos movilizó.
Cómo me gusta oírte, Gastal, porque además eso es lo que nosotros sentimos cuando estuvimos ahí, ¿no? Bueno, os diré que yo la primera vez que estuve ahí fue cuando rematamos nuestro acuerdo en el mes de diciembre. Y volví enamorada, volví absolutamente enamorada de la gente, volví enamorada del talento, volví enamorada de la ciudad y volví enamorada de lo que quiero introducir ahora mismo, porque los que me conocéis, y no hace falta conocerme muy bien, porque es que lo digo diestro y siniestro, creo que la única manera, de verdad, lo demás puede salir, pero es mucho más complicada que las cosas salen, es trabajando juntos, es buscando esa unión entre diferentes, entre distintos desde la parte, porque es que todos somos importantes, es importante la parte del gobierno, pero no la del gobierno, sino la de los distintos gobiernos, los distintos representantes públicos, ¿no? Yo volví apasionada porque es que salimos del avión y es que nos fuimos a la asamblea y es que ahí estaban todos los representantes de todos los partidos, de todos los gobiernos, ahí hablamos Marta y yo, y es que a mí me impresionó, todo el mundo encantado, porque de verdad apostaban por la innovación, todo el mundo apostaba por la innovación, apostaban por este ecosistema que vincula la economía tradicional con lo que es la empresa emergente, las startups innovadoras, escalables, rápidas, que responden al mercado, ¿no? Entonces, me encantó ver esto, me encantó cómo han trabajado extraordinariamente bien el Gobierno, cómo el Gobierno ha compartido con la Prefeitura desde el primer instante y cómo la Prefeitura ha cogido el guante y ha dicho: esto es de la ciudad, esto es del Estado, esto es de nuestro país, esto es nuestro. Ricardo, me encantaría que nos contaras tú esa historia para que luego ya nos metamos en el SAM.
Bueno, así fue, María. Empezamos tras las elecciones. Empezamos nosotros, la alcaldía, ingresamos en ese proceso en enero del 21, cuando pues acabábamos de asumir la alcaldía. Sebastián Melo, el alcalde, y yo de vicealcalde, y luego nos llamó Seca, nos llamó Gastal y nos dijeron, bueno, tenemos la oportunidad de traer a Porto Alegre pues ese evento que es transformador, y era la visión que teníamos, que podría ser transformador de la economía, de la posición de la ciudad en el mundo. Y luego nos dimos cuenta que habría que abrazar esa idea y ponerse a trabajar. Les dijimos, ¿qué hacemos? Y empezamos a trabajar juntos. Miren, somos de partidos diferentes, el gobernador y el alcalde, y eso no importó para nada. Pues supimos vencer las diferencias y unirnos. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué nos unimos? Pues primero porque estaba un ecosistema puesto. O sea, Brasil tiene muchísima innovación, muchísima capacidad creativa, muchas startups, pues acceso al capital es justo lo que faltaba. O sea, nos dimos cuenta que South Summit era la llave para acceder al capital, ¿no? Creemos que innovation is business y que necesitamos pues estar en el flujo de capitales. Nos pusimos a trabajar juntos, vencimos las diferencias ideológicas de partidos que ya no importaba hacer el evento. Y nos unimos con el sector privado que Seca representa, pero miren, este lugar donde fue el evento estaba parado hace 30 años. Hubo que reformarlos. El alcalde salió a invitar a empresarios que apoyasen la reforma de los ambientes donde fue el evento. La gente salió a donaron plata para reformar los espacios porque la sociedad, la ciudad creía que iba a ser transformador. Y el resultado fue tremendo. Creo que Seca nos comenta el resultado, pero lo que más oíamos mientras caminábamos era que era un punto de cambio de perspectiva de futuro para los talentos que tenemos, nuestras startups, nuestras universidades, que ahora estaban en total contacto con el mundo, Nos creíamos la capital del Mercosur porque estamos muy cerca de Río, de São Paulo, de Buenos Aires, de Montevideo, las principales ciudades del sur del mundo, o del sur de América. Y ahora sí lo somos, porque tenemos este evento.
Muchas gracias, Ricardo. Bueno, yo quiero complementar algunas cosas de Porto Alegre y de Río Grande do Sul que me han tocado bien fondo. Cuando hablamos de innovación, cuando hablamos de ecosistema y cuando hablamos del interés, de las ganas, de la ilusión, de la pasión por hacer South Summit ahí. Yo me quedé impresionada porque cuando se ha hablado de esto, de talento, de que realmente Río Grande do Sul es el estado de la innovación dentro de Brasil, es que tenéis que ir a Tecnopuc, es que hay que ir a Tecnopuc, lo que ahí se está generando. Pero es que es alucinante que en el momento de la pandemia se creara algo que para mí ha sido, pero vamos, me quedé alucinada, como es el Instituto Caldeira. Pensar que en el año 2020, entre el 20 y el 21 que estábamos recluidos, que es que yo creo que la cabeza no nos regía todo lo bien que nos tenía que regir, aunque también tengo que decir que la humanidad es increíble la capacidad de recuperación que tiene. Vamos, es que tenéis que venir todos. El año que viene, que en marzo estamos ahí, tenéis que venir porque verdaderamente es espectacular lo que se ha hecho, cómo se ha congregado el ecosistema de una forma permanente en los distintos puntos de Río Grande do Sul. Y ahora quiero ya empezar con nuestro gran partner, con nuestro gran socio, porque es que somos socios y además ha sido también una experiencia fantástica, lo bien que hemos trabajado, lo bien que hemos entendido, pero no solamente entre él y yo, que ha sido fantástico. Lo más maravilloso es cómo nos hemos entendido, cómo hemos formado un solo equipo, el equipo de Forol. Porque aquí donde lo veis, no solamente es, bueno, esto de no solamente que me encanta, porque este es un unicornio. ¿Sabéis? Este es un unicornio que montó GetNet, que lo vendió además a un banco español, el primero, como es el Banco Santander, pero ya empezó a hacer acuerdos con Botín. Y bueno, la verdad es que ha sido extraordinario. Yo quiero hacer una mención especial también a nuestro gran persona de South Summit en Brasil, como es Eduardo Lorea, y bueno, y a todo el equipo porque ha sido fantástico. Dinos cómo ha sido South Summit, dinos qué ha pasado, qué resultados, toda esta gente, todo este Guaíba, este CAIS maravilloso que tenemos en Porto Alegre, en Río Grande do Sul. Danos datos, dinos qué se ha fraguado ahí, todo el negocio que hemos tenido.
Bueno, buenos días a todos, gracias María. En verdad, hablar sobre nuestro mejor sueño no podría ser el tamaño que hicimos de la construcción conjunta. Y si puedo hablar una palabra, es que fue colaboración. Y la construcción que fue hecha solo fue posible por un trabajo conjunto del ayuntamiento, del gobierno del Estado, de la academia, de los equipos, de todo el ecosistema de innovación, los parques tecnológicos. Entonces, la colaboración fue la palabra que definió a nosotros con este trabajo que fue muy bueno. Y desde el principio, en nuestra primera charla, cuando María se quedó, es que hablamos del propósito de la construcción que el gobernador desafió a nosotros, que era, hay que tener alguna cosa que tenga un valor para la sociedad. Y cuando hablamos del principio, Gastavo y yo contigo, junto con Lorea y Tiago también, hablamos y hablaste, bueno, este es mi propósito de South Summit, es la construcción de que innovación se queda como transformación de la sociedad, como transformación no solo económica, pero social también. Entonces, este es lo que gostaríamos de, con South Summit, este partnership fue muy importante. Cuando miramos desde la construcción, Gastavo, ¿recuerdas que cuando miramos todas las ciudades del mundo donde el ecosistema de innovación tiene una posición fuerte, hay siempre un evento que actúa como un elemento catalizador de los esfuerzos locales para que permitan acceso a capital y conexión global. Y hay por detrás, claro, el propósito de South Summit es único y quedó con nosotros la construcción. Tenemos en nuestro estado, en nuestra ciudad, Porto Alegre, un allanamiento de estrellas, como hablaste tú y Marta también, ¿eh? Que tenemos un gobierno que de distintos partidos, todos trabajando de manera conjunta. Entonces, las instituciones están listas para aceitar una conexión. Tenemos un ecosistema de innovación muy fuerte. Tenemos una academia junta, está aquí Balestrín, la academia es muy fuerte, la conexión con la academia es muy fuerte junto con el proceso. Entonces, muchas startups, la capacidad de manejar talentos de las universidades, de la academia, las instituciones todas juntas. Entonces, mi trabajo fue de hacer las conexiones, de garantizar junto con el equipo, de trabajo conjunto con el equipo de España, y trabajamos muy bien juntos. El equipo son todos amigos, son como, no son solo partners, son amigos muy cerca. Entonces, esto que fue el secreto de la construcción fue el trabajo y la colaboración. Y eso tuvimos números que, bueno, más de 20.000 personas en la primera edición, más de 500 speakers. Tuvimos casi 100, más de 90 fondos de inversión. Y cuando manejamos la situación del Porto Alegre, Ricardo, tuvimos sold out de toda la parte de hotelería, de toda la región. Entonces, por todos los números que miramos y la construcción de conexiones que fueron hechas, la competición de startups, tuvimos casi 1.000 startups de 76 países. Y en el evento, las personas que estuvieron en el evento, tuvimos personas de más de 50 países. Entonces, en verdad, tuvimos juntos, María, la construcción del primer evento global de innovación de la América Latina. Esta en una primera edición con números que fueron muy buenos. Ahora tenemos un problema que es cómo que los próximos tienen que ser mayores y tienen que ser, esto es una cosa muy buena. Entonces, muy contento por este trabajo conjunto y gracias, María, por acreditar en nosotros y apoyar a nosotros la construcción de este trabajo muy bueno. Y claro, hay que hablar siempre de todo el soporte de Lorea y también, claro, Tiago, con un trabajo que fue muy, muy importante liderando el equipo de trabajo conjunto junto con el equipo de acá de South Summit.
Totalmente de acuerdo, Seca. Y además la palabra mágica y maravillosa que has mencionado es la colaboración. Gastal, cuéntanos. Ahora estamos aquí en junio y además todos deseando volver a Brasil. ¿Cómo planteas este tema?
Yo creo que ahora empezamos, no ahora, yo digo que el sábado, después del South Summit, empezamos ya a pensar los South Summit 23 en Brasil, Porto Alegre, Rio Grande do Sul. Y yo creo que nosotros tenemos un gran desafío a hacer el próximo año para mantener la calidad, mantener el impacto que eso. Y yo creo que tiene también un gran desafío que hacer con que los South Summit, yo no sé si en español, el transborde para todo Rio Grande do Sul, para todo el ecosistema, porque nosotros como Estado, como gobierno de Estado, tenemos un gran desafío que es hacer, como Zeca dice una cosa muy importante en algunas veces, los South Summit levantó la barra, levantó la barra. Entonces nosotros tenemos que traer los otros, las otras ciudades, las otras locales de ecosistema para la misma barra. El South Summit tiene que actuar con esto, porque nosotros tenemos una visión del Estado, del gobierno de Estado, que nosotros todos somos unos 13 millones de personas necesitan de esta transformación. Y claro que tenemos un desafío muy grande, que es un año que es un año de elecciones, mudanza de gobierno. En enero nosotros no estaremos más en el gobierno, mas queremos dejar todo arreglado, todo cierto para que hace la mejor forma posible. Y eso es importante, como usted nos dice, que hoy hay una convicción y hay un consenso de toda la sociedad y de todos los partidos, de todos los políticos, que el South Summit no es algo de este gobierno o de este gobierno de la prefectura, es algo de la sociedad. Y eso es importante porque hoy nosotros tenemos un movimiento que todas las personas que van a concurrir al cargo del gobernador tiene la convicción que tiene que, con esto hace parte de su plan de gobierno, mantener los South Summit por los próximos 4, 5, 6, 10 años y quizá nosotros tenemos, de aquí a unos años, estaremos completando, estaremos conmemorando los 10 años del South Summit Brasil.
Estamos felices con eso. Y además yo ya empiezo a decir la fecha, porque yo ya estoy preparando todo. Nosotros ya estamos conjuntamente preparando todo, con lo cual del 28 al 30 vamos a estar ahí en Brasil felices. Y además os acordaréis, pero para mí fue una gran satisfacción que el año pasado tuvimos aquí al gobernador, a Eduardo Leite, y al prefeito, a Sebastián. Estuvimos juntos y de verdad nos demostraron esa unión, alguien que tiene la idea, que la pone en marcha y alguien que coge el testigo y dice a trabajar juntos. Estás preparando ya toda la ciudad, porque nosotros además lo que nos gusta es juntos siempre consolidar esa calidad y a través de la colaboración. ¿Cómo vamos, Ricardo? Yo creo que tú ya tienes toda la maquinaria en marcha.
Ya hicimos evaluaciones de las cosas que fueron muy bien y de las cosas que hay que mejorar, pero la ciudad abrazó al South Summit. Ustedes han visto ahí que la alcaldía estaba con carteles de Vaya South Summit y el mercado central y por todas partes donde uno caminaba en Porto Alegre solo se veía South Summit, South Summit. Eso ayudó, pusimos anuncios en todos los aeropuertos de Brasil, vino gente, casi 8.000 personas de fuera de Porto Alegre llegaron para South Summit. O sea, fue un suceso tremendo y eso lo vamos a repetir y poner aún más energía. La alcaldía cada vez más se suma al gobierno y a SECA y a ustedes para que apoyemos el evento. Fue transformador, va a seguir siendo transformador. Pensamos en cómo llevarlo también algo del conocimiento que deja South Summit para las zonas más pobres de la ciudad, que los jóvenes, los niños que puedan entender el rol que innovación puede tener en su futuro. Eso todo lo haremos juntos, pero hay mucha gente que agradecer, trabajamos en conjunto, no sería justo. Bueno, han dicho Tiago y Lorea, pero aquí está Alexandre Borg, Vicente Perroni, Letícia Batistella, también estuvieron, bueno, Ricardo Sonderman, Luis Carlos y Melo, que nos comandó en la alcaldía, y otros tantos amigos que apoyaron muchísimo. Estaremos todos listos otra vez para seguir trabajando, porque nada paga, y lo más impresionante al fin era ver los ojos de jóvenes que ingresaban a South Summit con su pequeñita startup, poco más que una idea, en búsqueda de alguien que creyera en ellos y les dijera, te apoyo. Y esa conexión, cuando ocurre, genera una energía sensacional. Y ese es el legado de South Summit para el futuro de tantos talentos de Porto Alegre, que encontraron a gente que cree en ellos y les puede apoyar para realizar sus sueños.
Y yo doy fe de todo lo que has dicho, Ricardo, doy fe de todo, primero de los agradecimientos de toda la gente que ha apoyado, que hemos trabajado tan extraordinario, todos los que has mencionado, Tiago, todos los que has mencionado. Y muchos más, porque han sido todos, ¿no? Y luego ha sido fantástico, porque efectivamente tú llegabas a Porto Alegre, y no solo a Porto Alegre, sino a distintas ciudades de Brasil, y estaban empapeladas, inundadas de pantallas de South Summit, es decir, era algo que realmente nos importaba a todos. Seca, remata, porque remata, nos queda un minuto, ya sabéis que en esta casa la puntualidad es clave, con lo cual en 50 segundos, remata. ¿Con qué ilusión nos vamos, que es toda, a este South Summit 2023? Que insisto, vamos para marzo para que vayáis preparando todos el viaje, que nos vamos juntos para allá.
Gracias, María. Así como hablamos de colaboración, hay que hablar de corazón.
Sí.
En verdad, lo que miramos es que, como Ricardo habló, es que a todos se sintieron todos que South Summit era de ellos. A cada uno, el evento era de cada uno. Y eso es más la pura verdad. Y cuando empezamos a hablar de las personas, estamos hablando de Luca, Marcelo, Canto, y siempre hay alguna más para que hablar.
Siempre.
Mas mucho más que esto. Cada una de las personas que estaban en el evento hablaban que era el evento de ellos. Y esto fue algo muy especial que cuando se habla con cada uno, entonces que conseguimos crear, María, juntos algo que es las personas, cada una de las personas se sintieron un poquito dueñas del evento.
Total.
Y es muy importante que quien no estaba allá, que va a conocer Porto Alegre, va a conocer el sur, va a conocer Brasil, va a conocer
Ciudadana
South Summit.
Porto Alegre, sí.
Y un aplauso
María,
para ellos
ciudadana,
y para todos vosotros.
Y a María le regalamos el título oficial de Ciudadana
Ciudadana.
Bueno,
de
es que
Porto
yo
Alegre.
soy ciudadana de Porto Alegre y además soy una gaucha, como decía, española. Y esa conexión entre los ecosistemas ha sido maravillosa. Un aplauso bien grande para todo Brasil, Porto Alegre y Río Grande do Sul. Ricardo, Gastal y Seca.
But
Me voy.
don't move,
Cero,
because we
cero.
need the family picture, right? So please, Brazil delegation, come on
Come
stage
on,
and let's take a
great,
picture. Big applause to them.
Great. And we are going to invite Alex because we are going to bring Alex next year with us. Muy bien, muy bien.
Vamos.
Está fantástico.
Legal, mais justo.
Olá,
Aos
Thiago.
lados dos... Aí. Vamos tirar isso aqui pra cá. Peraí.
Luca.
Aquí, nos ponemos. Yo lo
Viu
ponemos.
só?
Ah, sí.
Dormiram até tarde, hein?
Yo soy la primera. El equipo de fútbol, hombre, que no se diga, que tengo 68.
Super Team.
¡Super Team!
Dá um aquezinho aí.
Obrigado.
Gracias.
Obrigado.
Não,
Has estado muy bien, Alex. Muy
na
bien.
minha fala.
Gracias.
Vámonos, vámonos que luego nos regañan. A ti, Seca. A ti siempre. Vámonos, chicos.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, though, to please now allow us to take over the stage. Show must go on. Muito obrigado, our friends. Thank you very much for joining. Okay, people at the back, there's a lot of space here at the front rows. We want to feel the heat. As I kept saying on the other stage, the closer you get to us, the cooler it is. It's hotter at the back, so. So, please, those that are leaving, can you please leave? And, okay, so how is the morning going? Good? You got your coffees? A long time ago. I've been in the cave all morning, so how hot it is already? Hotish? Is it hot? No? Okay, let me rephrase this. Who here is a local from Madrid? Raise your hands. Okay, locals. Local. Is it hot? Madrid hot or still not Madrid hot? Okay, good. I just had some foreigners telling me it's super hot. It's like, no, you haven't felt the heat yet. So, okay. Rock and roll, we're ready? Okay, people at the back, are we ready? I think we can do better. Are we ready? Okay, thank you. So we're going to keep going with the show, and we're going to be talking about institutions and how they deploy. Guys? Hello? Okay. Anyone has a hammer? Do you need some help, boys? It's okay? You're welcome. Anyhow, going back to our show. So institutions and how to deploy social impact. And to talk about that, I want to welcome a stellar panel because we have incredible people with us today. We are very, very lucky to have been partnering with them for a very long time, like Fundación ONCE and everyone around social impact institutions. Not everyone does it, and for me it's fundamental that when we talk about technology, when we talk about innovation, we talk about the whole ecosystem. And to talk about that, I want to welcome our next panelists, starting with our first speaker. Please give a huge applause to Juan Bernal, CEO at CaixaBank Asset Management. Big applause for Juan, please. Thank you for joining, Juan. And to join him, we have my dear friend Paloma Castellano, the director at Guaira Madrid. Big applause to Paloma. Her fan group is here. And to join her, Alberto Duran, Executive Vice President at Fundación Once. Big applause to Alberto. Thank you very much for joining us. Wow, I can see the Guaira team and the Once team here, okay? What happened to the Caixa team?
I don't know, they weren't here yet.
Right. And to run the panel and moderate, please, big applause to our moderator, Alberto Tornero, partner of Scale Ups and Open Innovation at PricewaterhouseCoopers. Big applause to Alberto. Oh, and excuse me, we were waiting for our last panelist. She made it, so please, big applause to our last panelist, María Ángeles León, founder at Open Value Foundation. Alberto, stage is yours. Enjoy.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, después de esta presentación solo se puede ir para arriba. O sea, muy buenos días a todos y de verdad muchísimas gracias por estar aquí para compartir este panel tan estupendo en el que vamos a hablar de una cuestión que se ha sofisticado y que se ha hecho tan interesante como es la inversión de impacto, ¿no? Y la verdad es que la potencia del South Summit y de Fundación 11 y del Grupo Social 11 que ha generado este panel, porque la verdad es que los panelistas son fantásticos. Yo os voy a presentar, en el panel tenemos a Juan Bernal, que es presidente de SpainUp. También tenemos a Alberto Durán, que es vicepresidente del Grupo Social 11, a María Ángeles León, fundadora de Open Value, y a Paloma, que es directora de Guaira. Si os parece, para ir directamente al punto, vamos a empezar contigo, Juan. Bueno, desde SpainUp estáis haciendo una labor increíble, o sea, ahora bajo el radar, pero mucho mejor, hemos estado hablando antes. A mí me gustaría saber cómo percibes la inversión de impacto en España y cómo crees que va a ir evolucionando.
Pues sí, mira, yo creo que de salud magnífica, de salud magnífica. Y además oía el aplauso a la entrada y la verdad es que pues así estamos, con mucha ilusión. Tras además acabamos de celebrar nuestro tercer encuentro anual, el tercero desde que entramos en el GSG, el Global Steering Group for Impact Investing. Actualmente 35 países, casi 70 organizaciones detrás. Es un grupo que se genera de un encargo del G7 en el 2015, y era por ponerlo un poco en contexto, creciendo. Cuando entramos España 2019, un esfuerzo importante por parte de los equipos para conseguir entrar en ese grupo del GSG. En ese momento 23 países, estamos hablando del 2019. 2022, cierre del 21, 35 países, 34 más la Unión Europea, con lo cual hay un crecimiento clarísimo en la inversión de impacto. Pero si nos vamos a cifras, yo creo que las cosas hay que tangibilizarlas, hay que hacerles la contabilidad. Lo que vemos es que en el año 2019, cuando hicimos el primer análisis con nuestro partner académico, con ESADE, 90 millones de euros. Es cierto, Venture Capital, Startups. El último análisis, casi 5 veces, más de 400 millones de euros. Eso solo en cifras equivalentes. Si a eso le sumamos el capital de las fundaciones que se han dedicado, y aquí tenemos buenos ejemplos, si sumamos la banca social y ética, más de 2.400 millones de euros y prácticamente en 3 años. Parece sorprendente, con lo cual las cifras crecen. El propio NAB fortaleciéndose. El NAB es el Consejo Asesor en España. Estábamos con 14 miembros hace 4 días. La Junta del año pasado la hemos elevado hasta 29 miembros en la Junta. Con lo cual, estamos creciendo en volumen, pero también en calidad. Creo que la apuesta del NAB es por ser claramente integrador, es por ser multisectorial, y creo que eso se está consiguiendo en el NAB claramente. Con lo cual veo una inversión de impacto en crecimiento, un movimiento que creo que es imparable, sinceramente, al que se están sumando no solo los tradicionales, las fundaciones, el venture capital, startups que llevan haciéndolo muchísimo tiempo, sino asset managers, asset owners, bancos, entidades financieras entrando y me presentaban con el otro gorro, con el mío, con el de CaixaBank. O sea, no es que tenga bipolaridad, es que, bueno, pues tengo los dos. Y la realidad es que el sector financiero tiene una obligación transformacional en este momento. Con lo cual yo creo que, Alberto, claramente en crecimiento y creo que no podemos, y ahora me remito mucho al sector financiero y a la inversión, no podemos seguir valorando una inversión exclusivamente en parámetros de rentabilidad y de riesgo. Tiene que medirse el impacto que tiene en la sociedad y en el medio ambiente cada una de esas inversiones. No es viable modelos que solo miden la rentabilidad.
Qué bien, Juan. Bueno, Juan no lo dice, pero...
Ole.
Te han hecho un mutis, o sea, esto en el South Summit no ocurre siempre. Juan no lo dice porque además él ha sido elegido para representar en el GSG a nivel internacional, lo cual tener un español ahí pues siempre es muy interesante. Alberto, si hablamos de impacto y hablamos del Grupo Social 11, ¿qué vamos a decir, no? Pero es verdad, con todo este movimiento de inversión, con este foco específico en el impacto, vosotros como Grupo Social 11, y especialmente tú, que además tienes un cargo muy relevante en la Fundación, ¿cuál crees que son los retos para que realmente el impacto llegue, se mida correctamente, especialmente en el ámbito en el que trabajáis tanto Grupo Social 11 como la Fundación?
Bueno, desde una perspectiva global y trascendiendo lo que es la propia Grupo Social 11, estamos en el South Summit. Por cierto, enhorabuena María, porque esto es un milagro de los que nos gusta decir a nosotros en la casa, un milagro sudado, ¿no? Esto es un milagro madrugado, ¿no? De los que ocurre porque se trabaja y se consiguen generar aquí muchas energías positivas de mucha gente importante y de gente que viene aquí a inspirarse, ¿no? Decía, lo primero que tenemos que hacer es ser conscientes que somos personas, ¿no? Y como somos personas, tenemos que mirar ahí fuera. ¿Y ahí fuera qué ocurre? Necesidades sociales crecen. Tenemos ahí una serie de necesidades, de situaciones que ya estaban, ¿no? El envejecimiento de la población, los movimientos migratorios, una digitalización necesaria, pero que tiene que ser humana, que tiene que tener unos criterios éticos, ¿no? Por favor, ingenieros, pero también, por favor, gente, ¿verdad?, que piense en de dónde venimos y hacia dónde vamos, para que las cosas cuando se hagan con una serie de criterios importantes, ¿verdad?, que hay que tener en cuenta. Pero fijaros, la gente joven, las adicciones, con sustancias, sin sustancias, bueno, hay muchísimos retos sociales. Luego, además, vienen los que nos vienen a visitar, ¿no? Una guerra, se está hablando ahora mismo, lo hablábamos ahora en el backstage ahí, de las situaciones que puede haber de enormes de necesidades alimentarias que pueden venir como auténticos holocaustos, ¿verdad? Estamos hablando también de las situaciones de la pandemia, todavía más conscientes que estamos sensibles ante un montón de circunstancias que puede haber fruto de la vida que llevamos, ¿verdad?, en donde la salud pues puede cobrar valor otra vez, ¿verdad?, que parece que no lo tenía, ¿no? Bueno, estas necesidades ahí están, ¿no? Cuando ocurre cualquier tipo de estas cosas, en cualquier tipo de necesidad social, además, los más vulnerables llevan las de perder, ¿no? En una guerra, en una pandemia, en una situación de despoblación, aquellas personas que tienen necesidades especiales, que tienen personas con discapacidad, personas mayores, personas de exclusión, tienen las de perder, con lo cual ahí hay un foco de atención que tenemos que atender. Y como eso es tan enorme, lo público no llega, los recursos públicos no llegan, los recursos privados son muy importantes y pueden dinamizar, y luego hay un elemento que creo que también las entidades que estamos en lo social o que estamos promoviendo el impacto social, creo que tenemos que ser elemento de conexión de lo público, lo privado, para orientar, para pegar esos recursos que son todos necesarios, para conseguir la conexión con los más desfavorecidos, para conseguir la conexión también emocional y de conocimiento con aquellos que necesitan más, con los que están peor, y eso es un elemento importante. Hay foco, hay necesidades importantes, y ese foco en esas necesidades importantes que son universales, además hay que poner la atención en colectivos que tienen mayor riesgo de quedarse al margen de cualquier tipo de solución, y esa creo que son los principales retos que tenemos. Somos personas, no lo olvidemos.
Muchas gracias, Alberto. Yo os voy a contar una cosa. Yo trabajo en PRAE, yo dirijo el área de Scale-Ups, y empezamos a trabajar con el Grupo Social 11, yo personalmente, PRAE lleva muchos años, pues hace no mucho, hace 6, 8 años. Y yo conocía el grupo. Bueno, yo os animo a que lo conozcáis en profundidad, a que lo miréis, a que porque lo que hacen más allá de lo que se ve en primera vista es espectacular, tanto el grupo en los 3 ejes. Yo os animo de verdad porque con el liderazgo de Alberto están abriendo, se están sofisticando, están mirando cosas distintas, así que os animo de verdad y te lo agradezco, Alberto, porque el trabajo que están haciendo es increíble, de verdad, os animo a ello. María Ángeles, yo quería preguntarte, tú tienes mucha experiencia, tienes no solo como fundadora de Open Value, bueno, experiencia. Sobre todo, tienes mucho conocimiento de lo que se hace fuera, a nivel europeo, internacional. ¿Qué es lo que crees que puede ser interesante de cosas que se hacen fuera o incluso cómo nos ven fuera? ¿Cómo ves esa parte internacional de la inversión de impacto en relación España-Europa?
Bueno, pues mira, lo decía muy bien Juan, y lo que yo veo es un poquito en algunos países del norte de Europa, Inglaterra, más involucración del sector financiero y unas apuestas más importantes, ¿no? En Francia, por ejemplo, que están los planes 90-10 de pensiones, el 10% de las pensiones tú puedes decidir si quieres que tengan un impacto social, ¿no? Entonces, tenemos recorrido, creo que mucho, y es que me da pena siempre interpelar al sector financiero, pero es que pueden hacer mucho. La transformación que necesitamos, yo siempre pienso que tiene 2 palancas. Una es el sector financiero, porque decide dónde quiere invertir y qué proyectos apoyar, y otra es el consumidor, que esa es la nuestra, ¿no? Entonces, dicho eso, la velocidad con la que está creciendo España nos convierte en muy atractivos. El GSG cada vez nos mira más. Ellos han metido una task force dentro del G7, de Davos y todo esto que nos impone tanto en España, específicamente dedicada al impacto social y a la inversión de impacto, y han ido 2 ejemplos españoles de bonos de impacto y de fondos de impacto social. Con lo cual, tenemos algo que decir. En España hacemos las cosas bien. Creo que hemos llegado un poquito tarde por desconocimiento probablemente de que estas herramientas estaban, pero estamos cogiendo el tren, ya has visto, de 0 a 100 en 5 segundos, vamos, ni los Teslas van tan rápido. Lo que me gustaría es que no perdiéramos la atracción, y aún hay modelos fuera que podemos copiar aquí.
Podemos traer.
Sí.
Qué
así
bien,
que nada.
qué bien. Pero bueno, la verdad es que sí que parece que nos estamos poniendo las pilas en un plazo muy razonable. Paloma, directora de Guaira, bueno, amiga, 1000 cosas ya. Vosotros habéis tenido una evolución muy interesante. Estáis focalizados en la inversión, el concepto de la innovación abierta, ahora el fondo que estáis desde Telefónica lanzando y demás, como grupo. ¿Cómo veis un player como vosotros la inversión de impacto?
Pues mira, yo me voy a remontar incluso a esos orígenes de Guaira, ¿no? Que además vivimos juntos.
Es verdad.
En ese momento. Yo creo que, como decía Alberto, esto va de personas, ¿no? Y yo creo que Telefónica somos una empresa muy centrada en personas, en la persona empleado, en la persona cliente. Y en el nacimiento de Guaira queríamos generar un impacto, que yo creo que hemos logrado, ¿no? Uno de los claims cuando lanzamos era, pues, éramos conscientes de que en Latinoamérica, en España, las oportunidades de desarrollar un proyecto de digitalización, un proyecto emprendedor alrededor de la información de IT era complicadísimo en ese momento, y el talento tenía que migrar a lugares como Silicon Valley. Entonces, Guaira nació así. Guaira, de hecho, significa viento en quechua, porque tiene ese punto, ¿no?, de esa raíz latina que tiene el proyecto, y ese objetivo de dar viento a las ideas de la gente, intentar que el talento pueda desarrollarse en el lugar donde nació. Entonces, ese es el trasfondo que tenía el proyecto desde el principio, ¿no?, esa generación de impacto. A lo largo de los años, el proyecto ha sufrido evolución, como es lógico, al igual que todos los ecosistemas en los que hemos estado trabajando, que yo creo que también ese es uno de los puntos de impacto más relevante. Lo hablábamos, yo pues conozco especialmente bien, obviamente, el ecosistema español, y en España antes no había inversión en startups, no teníamos realmente industria. Ahora mismo tenemos una industria más que consolidada en inversión en proyectos, y creo que ese trasfondo social está cada vez más medido. Nosotros tenemos varios conceptos. Yo creo que para mí el más relevante de cómo medimos impacto es en esa construcción de ecosistemas en los diferentes países donde hemos operado, pero también en los empleos generados por las empresas en las que hemos invertido, que han generado más de 10.000 puestos de trabajo. De hecho, es que, claro, como ha cambiado el discurso, estábamos hace 10 años hablando de crear empresas, de crear ecosistemas, y ahora estamos en el scale-up, ¿no?, en el escalado de empresas, ¿no?, lanzando iniciativas con los amigos de Endeavor, que también son grandes generadores de impacto, con Fundación Innovación Bankinter, para ayudar a crecer, ¿no? Esas plantitas, ¿no? Esos semillitas sembradas, ¿no? Ayudarlas a crecer, porque lo que también sabemos, porque lo estamos midiendo, es que las empresas, las scale-ups, están generando más de 100 puestos de trabajo directo y más de 4.000 indirectos en España. O sea, que es una auténtica barbaridad, que cuando pensamos en tecnología parece que todos nos sentimos como, uy, la robotización va a restar puestos de trabajo. No, también los crea, y los crea de mucha calidad. Luego estamos evolucionando hacia la medición de impacto, porque todo lo hemos hecho como muy intuitivamente, ¿no? Y ahora estamos trabajando también con nuestros compañeros de responsabilidad social corporativa para medir el impacto en los diferentes ODS que están realizando nuestras compañías.
Qué bien. Pues es muy interesante el concepto del crecimiento del tejido, ¿no? Ese movimiento de scale-ups que es imparable y que es un volumen enorme, y que ya no es solo, es crecimiento de tejido del tamaño de las compañías españolas. Es muy interesante, ¿no? Juan, estamos ya terminando. Habéis tenido hace muy poquito el evento de Spain Up, que fue fantástico, vamos, me consta.
Sí.
¿Cuál crees que son, muy brevemente, cuál crees que son los retos tanto de vuestros como de la inversión de impacto, además viendo cuáles son las tendencias y lo que está por venir?
Sector público, transparencia y regulación. Y no me callo porque sería muy poco. Sector público, lo habéis dicho. Esto no puede seguir creciendo sin el sector público. En España han tirado mucho las startups, el venture capital, hicieron una gran labor, se están sumando entidades financieras, como decía María Ángeles, Fundacional, o teníamos a 11, pero falta el sector público.
Okay. Es
un capital necesario para avanzar. Y ahí tenemos que tener ese punto encima de la mesa que no podemos olvidar y que tenemos que seguir tirando. Desde Spain Up, desde el GSG, lo estamos impulsando mucho. Segundo, transparencia. Si no podemos las empresas, si no podemos los consumidores ser capaces de tener transparencia en las empresas en las que invertimos, en las que consumimos, es muy difícil que las comparemos. Si no son homogéneos, si las cifras no son homogéneas, es muy difícil comparar. Y si no puedes comparar, es muy difícil elegir correctamente. Sí. Transparencia, segundo bloque. Tercer bloque, regulación. Regulaciones que fomenten, y no estoy hablando solo de incentivos fiscales, estoy hablando incluso de trabas que generan la capacidad del inversor en invertir en este tipo de empresas, como pueden ser topes mínimos de entrada, como pueden ser regulación que fomente los planes de empleo en España, que estamos actualmente renovando con un plan 90-10, como puede ser el francés. Y hay otros ejemplos, bonos de impacto social, podríamos ponerlo. Pero es que esa regulación, que nos viene además en el caso de Europa, impuesta por la Unión Europea en muchos casos, taxonomía, tenemos SFDR, tenemos en materia de regulación mucha. No podemos olvidar, y se ha trabajado mucho en la E del medio ambiente, pero no podemos olvidar la S. La S, que lo comentabais antes, son las personas, y al final el planeta nos preocupa a todos porque todos respiramos el mismo aire, pero cuando hay un problema social, cuando hay alguien desfavorecidos socialmente, lo sufren principalmente, como ha dicho Alberto, aquellas que son desfavorecidas, por lo cual no es transversal. Yo os diría, y cerré el evento el otro día diciéndolo, que no es recuperación si no nos recuperamos todos, y no es prosperidad si no prosperamos todos.
Sin duda, vamos, estaba pensando porque tenemos muy poco tiempo, nos hemos quedado sin él y en el South Summit se nos quedan muchas preguntas, María Ángeles, Paloma, pero tenemos que cerrar. Yo querría cerrar, Alberto, preguntando ¿cuáles son los retos y cuáles son digamos, los próximos pasos que desde el Grupo Social 11 veis en relación con la inversión de impacto?
Bueno, primero seguir contagiando. Hay que poner un virus bueno, que es que cualquier ecosistema de promoción del emprendimiento tiene que tener la visión global de una sociedad diversa, en donde hay individuos de todos los tipos y colores, ¿verdad? Y con todo tipo de formas, y con todo tipo de discapacidades, y con todo tipo de edades, ¿verdad? Todo esto. Una realidad es esta, ¿verdad? O sea, una realidad. Y luego, y por eso estamos en Spain Up, en Spain Shift, todos los proyectos hay que contaminarlos positivamente. Y luego, servir de interlocutor. Las entidades sociales son las que más conocemos la realidad social. Tenemos que ser capaces de poder conectar, lo que decía antes Juan, el sector público, los recursos con los privados, la sensibilidad y la conexión para que el emprendedor en lo social sepa lo máximo posible de ese colectivo al cual va a ayudar.
Solo 3 palabras para cerrar, porque ya casi la amenaza casi es física.
Ya, pues.
Sí, sí. Inversión, hay que invertir. Impacto, hay que medir. Y tercero, personas. Estos son los 3 ejes y a todos los que estáis aquí os animamos con las cosas que se nos han quedado, a que si queréis hablemos luego y de verdad daros muchas gracias por estar aquí. Ha sido un placer y muchísimas gracias. ¿Tenemos para hacer la foto, Alberto?
Perfecto.
Come on, very quickly, super quick. We're late. I'm like the white rabbit. We're late. No time to say hello, goodbye. We're late. Come on, go. Oh my gosh, you're gonna have to give autographs later. Okay, go. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. No, está bien. No pasa nada. Okie dokie. So, while we switch the stage, I have something important to say. So, are we ready? Plenty of space here. People at the back, you can come forward. Okay. So we're moving now towards and to talk about the ecosystem in Spain. And there's, actually yesterday we were talking about the big elephant in the room. Maybe some of you were here yesterday, and we were talking about mental health and the need to talk about it. Shh, hey, you people, out. And the need to basically take care of our mental health and to talk about mental health. Because when you're doing startups and when you're very intense in the ecosystem, it's important sometimes to just chill, take it down, take some space to think. Let me do this survey. How many of you actually feel that you don't have enough time to think? Raise your hand. Wow. Impressive. Well, that's one of the reasons why I actually switch. It's very hard, and I think we have sometimes to take it slow, to take it cool, to be relaxed. Right, Javi? And so I have our good friends here from Decelera. Can I hear you guys? There we go. They are in charge of making sure that people take the time to think and decelerate their brains. And precisely because of that, I'm going to invite our next speaker to talk about the ecosystem in Spain. But before we do that, Javi, before we do that, you can only get on this stage, relax and calm. So we're going to hand you some flip-flops. So you actually join the stage with the flip-flops. Please, big applause for Javier. He's changing his flip-flops. And meanwhile, I'll introduce my wonderful friend, Javier Mejías. He's the Startup Program Director at Fundación Innovación Bankinter, one of the longest serial entrepreneurs in this country, an incredible human, a great friend, and one of the most privileged minds we have in this country. And with this flip-flops and this huge applause, please welcome the master, Javier Mejías.
Thank you so much. That's a lie, but thanks anyway. So today we're going to talk about what's happening in the startup ecosystem right now. So I would like first, to tell you where the data is coming from, because some of you don't know yet that we have an open resource for all of you, which is the Spanish Startup Observatory, which is something you can use to get a sense about what's happening. All the data I'm going to show you comes from here, so probably it will be a good resource for you. So what's been happening until this point? Well, you have here the graph that tries to show how the Spanish ecosystem has evolved regarding the number of operations and also the investment. And what you can see here is that the past year was crazy. It was 4x the amount invested compared to previous year. And I would say it's something that shows you that the Spanish ecosystem is really strong. many big rounds, but we will discuss that later. And also, we are going to delve into the last part of the talk. We are going to delve about what's going to happen, which it's interesting probably for most of you. But first, one comment. As you can see here, if we take out the mega rounds, which are rounds higher than 50 million euros, you get the sense about the underlying ecosystem. And what you can see here is that the underlying ecosystem health is good. So as you can see here, we have a huge spike in investment in the year 2021. And the first quarter of the year was quite good. And we haven't closed yet the second quarter, but things don't look so good. We will discuss about that later. So what kind of rounds were growing and what kind of rounds have been going down? Well, this is a graph that tries to show you the numbers below, show you the number of rounds this year has been closed. And as you can see here, Series C, it's crazy, has grown a lot. Series B, Series A, seed. But the big shift here is that growth rounds, which are rounds higher than 50 million, are going down. And so last year was a very good year for unicorn rounds. There were a lot. So the big change this year is first this, and it's clear here. If we see this is last year big rounds, and this is current year big rounds. So things don't seem so good on that side. What we are also seeing is that VCs are investing more and more and more in the Spanish ecosystem, good news, but also it's interesting to see that corporates are investing a lot in the ecosystem, which I think it's something that it's quite similar to what happens in the rest of Europe. And also crowdfunding, it's growing a bit. One highlight important for you guys, startup guys. We have 32 new funds closed since 2021 and today. 32 new funds with a raw power that is going to be invested in Spain mostly of more than 3,000 million. So there is going to be money. This is one of the highlights. Also, regarding the investment, are the foreign investors investing a lot in Spain? What we see here is that the rounds that have been closed only by foreign investors have gone down. But what we are seeing right now, and I think it's a really good news, is that mixed rounds, which means that local and foreign investors are investing together, has gone up, which means first that foreign investors are still betting on the Spanish ecosystem, but also that we have more and more local investors that are also investing in later stages. And we can see here one of the other big shifts in the Spanish ecosystem. Usually, foreign investors were investing until this point into the latest stage, in the big rounds. So what we are seeing right now is that VC funds from abroad are coming to Spain and investing much more early than previously, which means that we VCs are now competing with foreign VCs, which are good news, I would say, for the startup founders. And also, regarding the industries that are really attracting more investment, you can see here that travel is the one that has attracted more investment this year, but it's only because of a few big rounds. But business and productivity, mobility, and fintech are the top three sectors, usually the top three sectors in Spain. But I would like to know you that health and well-being, even though the amount invested is not very high, we can see here that there are more and more companies on the health space that are attracting investment. And also, we also have this discussion, Madrid, Barcelona, who is the one that gets more money. Last year, it was Madrid. It was almost the double that Barcelona, but right now, Barcelona it's ahead of Madrid. From my point of view, it really doesn't matter. It's Spain, so we are attracting more money and more companies to Spain. What is also funny is that the Spanish ecosystem, even though Valencia, Malaga, the Basque Country are doing an amazing job on the startup side, the reality right now is that less than 10% of the investment is going to companies outside of Madrid and Barcelona. That may be a problem if you're outside, but also it's an opportunity. Another highlight, important highlight, what we are seeing right now is that on the exits, which means the companies that are being sold, last year was a record year, but this year, it's crazy. We are still growing like crazy. It's almost 7x compared to the same period of the last year. And also on the number of rounds closed, it's also growing. This is something that is not only happening in Spain, it's happening across Europe. More and more industrial companies, more and more big startups are buying Spanish companies. But, and this is more qualitative point of view. What I'm seeing lately is that usually we as startup founders were thinking about selling our company as soon as possible. So we were closing deals of 10 million, 15 million. What I'm seeing right now is a huge spike on ambition. What I'm seeing right now is that most of the startup founders are not thinking about selling the company, are thinking about buying them other companies abroad to be really global players, which is something for me really important. So this is until now. So what's going to happen right now? Well, I don't have a crystal ball, as you may imagine. But if we just try to do a linear projection about what's going to be the close of this quarter, what we see here is that probably the investment is going to be like 25 to 35% less than the previous quarter, but also than the second quarter of the year of the past year. So investment is going down. This is not something that is happening in Spain. In fact, it's something that in the US, it's crazy. It's coming really a lot down, and also in Europe. What I'm trying to understand here is this something, is the nuclear winter that everyone is saying that we're going to suffer? My take is that no. First, because, well, probably the investment is going to be down, but the number of operations is still up. So we are still doing deals. So the investment is there. So what we are seeing is that the investment is going down on the amount of money that is invested in the companies. Why? Because if we compare second quarter of the past year, first quarter of this year, and this quarter, what we see is that we are done on the big mega rounds. So right now, for example, probably it's a bad moment if you're a unicorn that are looking for money. So how will this year end? I don't have a clue. But some ideas for you to consider. First, the Spanish companies are not the same that the US companies. You know, one of the traits that usually most foreign investors talk about the Spanish ecosystem is that we are very money efficient, which is something that when everyone is growing like crazy, seems, oh, these guys are a bit conservative. Well, right now it's a superpower. But also, most of us are thinking about healthy unit economics. So instead of growing with venture capital money and the next round will be a bigger round to grow more without taking into account unit economics, I think this is not the case of most Spanish companies. Also, probably we're going to see a big fall on the later stage investment. But as I told you, from the 11 unicorns and 20-something soon-to-be unicorns that we have in Spain, most of them raised big rounds last year. So they have cash. So probably they are going to pass this period probably with not a lot of problems. And also one interesting thing, if the market is going down and you have cash and you are capital efficient, probably lots of opportunities are going to be there. I don't know if you guys know that you can buy companies even with their cash flow if you have a bit more money. So it's going to be a really nice moment to think about acquiring competitors if you have a bit of cash. So I'm quite optimistic about what's going to happen. I think also that we should not fall into this everything is going to fall down, the nuclear winter, because Alex was telling something which for me is very important, which is our mental health. If we see everyone thinking about this is going to go down, my company probably is going to be broke, well, it also has a good side. First, you're going to have an easier time to recruit talent and people. Probably, even though something similar happened with the COVID pandemic. Well, there was a slowdown in the demand from the customers. Okay, so many companies, what did you do? You spend some time on product, and you have a very, very good competitive position when things started to go up. So please don't go into this spiral of death that most of the VCs are telling about. Be capital efficient, and I think there are going to be nice opportunities for the startups. Thank you so much.
This is one of the best humans in Spain, just so you know. You want to talk with a privileged mind, talk to him. And without further ado, we're going to get ready for a panel. You're having fun? Hey, before you go, are we having fun? Yeah. Can we do more? Yeah? Are we going to have more fun? Yeah. No, let's do it again. Are we going to have more fun? Okay, now we're talking. So we're going to get into an eclectic panel to talk about the notion of cognitive cities. And to explain to you what this magic is about, I want to welcome our next panelist, which is Cognitive Cities Beyond Smart, whatever that is. Do you think we can go beyond smart? Maybe. So to talk about going beyond smart, please welcome our next panelist, Fabio Montana, Chief Growth Officer, Executive Director of CITD at Neom. Big applause to Fabio. Fabio, come on, we can do this. To join him, Frank Gomez, Digital Marketing IT Program Manager at Roca Group. Big applause for Frank. Thank you for joining, Frank. Angela Montanchez, Head of Growth at Open Via Mobility by Global Via. Big applause. And the last speaker, Jaime Rodriguez, Regional General Manager of Western and Southern Europe at FreeNow. Big applause for Jaime. Thank you for joining. And to run the show, last applause to Fabio Lancelotti, partner at Aster. Big applause.
Okay, hello everyone. I hope you are enjoying the conference. Today, in the next half an hour, we'll be speaking with 4 distinguished panelists here about cognitive cities, so how cities are getting more and more smart. So you heard already from the introduction. We'll have Fabio from Neom. Fabio is the head of growth at Neom. Used to be at HP for a very long time in the past. He's sitting in the Middle East area, and Neom we'll probably hear a little bit more later on. But it's a futuristic project of building a new smart city close to Red Sea in the Saudi Arabia area. So we will hear more his view about how challenging it is to build such big project. We have of course also Frank. Frank comes from Barcelona. Is leading the digital transformation for the commercial aspect, the marketing aspect at Roca Group. Probably a few live in Spain, but also elsewhere in the world, Roca is one of the leaders, maybe worldwide leader about sanitary appliances. And again, we will hear about how challenging is for them to connect more and provide different services in the future for that specific product suite, but also a great opportunity ahead. We have Angela, who is also head of growth at OpenVia, which is a technology and innovation platform of Global Via. You definitely know of Global Via, which is the biggest concession manager of highways and railways in Spain, and also with operations elsewhere. Then we have Jaime, who's the regional manager for FreeNow, leading the operations and the strategy for Spain, Portugal, France, I guess, and Greece, no?
UK and Italy.
Italy, okay, so half Europe, basically. I would like to start, we'll do the other way around, okay? So we start from Jaime. I guess what is interesting to start from is really to understand how your organization is taking advantage of data at the moment in order to provide the services, and maybe you can give some hints about what is boiling for the future.
Sure.
And how this could really help us live better in the cities.
Sure. So basically, our entire business is built on data. Everything we do is done with data, otherwise we would not exist. For those of you that don't know us, we started as MyTaxi, and we evolved into what's called right now FreeNow, which is much more than a taxi hailing platform. What we do is we've become the super app for mobility. So we're integrating not only taxi or PHP, but also scooters, e-bikes, mopeds, etc., from third parties. In doing that, obviously, there's massive amounts of data. We use data, for instance, to figure out the imbalances between supply and demand in real time, to calculate the optimal route for a typical journey or the price for a journey. And also thinking about the future as well. I think what we're going to see is basically a deepening of this. I think we're going to see much more deeper integrations, not only with third parties, but also with public transport, for instance. We should be seeing as well much deeper integrations with public data sources, allowing, for instance, to understand better how traffic evolves, how the city breathes in general. And lastly, I would expect that hopefully soon, I would expect that we, in the industry, not only us, but probably other players, develop bundles or subscription services so that you can pay a flat fee per month and you move around as much as you want. I think that's probably the end game in 3 to 5 years, hopefully.
Okay, thank you. Angela, what about yourself and OpenVia?
Thanks, Fabio. So in OpenVia, we have a dream. Our dream is to transform mobility, to make it even more sustainable through data-based solutions, or data-powered solutions. Cities need to be hyper-connected. They are, and they will be hyper-connected. There was a study, I think it was a couple of years ago, from Cisco that they mentioned that by 2030, 500 billion of devices will be connected, providing data, all sources of data, but for urban planning and for infrastructure planning, cartography, weather, transport data, fares, prices, vehicle data, all sorts of data. But in order to achieve that, in order to achieve a sustainable living for everyone, there's 3 key milestones that we all need to accomplish. The first one is open data. It's really committing with open data. All the stakeholders working in the city, we need to really commit with open data. There's a bunch of really nice, interesting initiatives of Open Mobility Foundation. The second one is basically having a model for data value. Having a governance model where the data economy works for everyone, and especially for the user, even monetizing the data or getting earnings for the data. And the third one is having a centralized source of data. Also, regarding urban planning, we're really committed with low emission zones. We all know that it's compulsory, for example, in Spain, to deploy low emission zones. So we have a platform that enables the deployment of low emission zones, not only like managing as a future urban tolling or whatsoever, but also offering the potential of integrating the different data silos that we have in cities, integrating legacy systems, cloud systems, in order to make available information for a better and a more reactive decision taking.
Okay, very well. Frank, tell us a little bit more how you use data within your products today and what's boiling for the future.
Thanks, Fabio. Well, Roca is a sanitary ware manufacturer. We are coming from production of toilets, faucets, these kind of products. To talk about data, to talk about IoT is very, very difficult. No? So our starting point is our data management today is focusing on business processes, on production, on sales, these kind of things, quite traditional. With IoT, we see the opportunity to bring data to three areas, I would say. The first area is understanding the usage of the product, the consumption of the water, the behavior of the user in front of a smart shower or in front of a faucet, and also to understand really the functionalities that we are bringing to the users, to the consumers, if these are so important or not. In other area, we are understanding that this data is going to improve the efficiency about the maintenance processes. The maintenance processes, understanding that as a preventive maintenance or early washing about an alarm of a product that is helping you to avoid leakage or flooding in a building, and impacting also in the people. We are studying, we are executing projects where we are going to be capable to understand health from another point of view. In the bathroom, we can monitor a lot of values. We can monitor the blood pressure or the body temperature or even the hydration of a person after the sport. With this data, we can improve the life quality. So, yeah, Roca is a business, quite traditional. We are coming from doing a lot of things with stone, with sand, with iron, and we are bringing to a model where the IoT solution is sensorizing our products, is going to be a disruption in our business, in our sector, and we understand that as a huge opportunity for the business in the few years.
Great. Fabio, I guess you have so many examples of how great new cities built up from scratch can show in terms of using data. Maybe you can pick a couple of that are less conventional for us living in normal cities.
Absolutely. I don't know how much you know about NEOM. It's one of the biggest mega projects in Saudi, about $400 billion project sponsored by PIF. And we are building basically not a city, we are building a country. Because people believe it's a city. It's a country. The size is the size of Belgium. 26,500 square meters in front of the Red Sea on the northwest part of Saudi. And we're building from scratch, for which is a big advantage, because we don't have any legacy that any other country or city may have. So for sure we are facing challenges, because building from scratch, we need to build all the infrastructure. Basically, we are going to build the three pillars. The first one is the connectivity one, or the fiber, the 5G, the low orbit connectivity, and so on. The second one is the data center. The third one is the application that will allow this data to go around. So going back to the point, I love the title Cognitive City Beyond Smart, because for us, smart is dead. Is the past, because smart is when you can be smart, you can know what is happening today, you know what is happening in the past, you don't know at all what is happening in the future. And that's what cognitive is all about. But in order to do that, the way smart cities use data today, they use between 6 to 9% of the data. That's very few. Why? Because people doesn't give consent, because all the different systems are not connected between each other, and that's what the problem is. So in the cognitive city, you're going to use up to 90% of the data. In order to do that, you need, number one, to build a platform that we are building as we speak, a consent platform that allow people to consent what they want to use. It's not like the major big search engine that going to grab your data without consenting you. But we want to give to the people the ability to consent what we want to use. And why this is important? Let me give you an example. If you drive data like you're coming in 5 years from now, you are on a plane, and you say you have your housing, you have your air condition set up, you have a restaurant book, you have your taxi driver or free now, ready for you to rent a car. And what's happened that you fly the late 3 hours, you are in the middle of the sky, you're coming from a long trip through the North Pole, and there is no connectivity with Wi-Fi. What do? All your system is screwed up, because nobody can predict what's happening, the flight is delayed, so automatically you lost the reservation to the restaurant, you lost the reservation to the car, you are consuming more energy because basically the air conditioning is going on. So if you consent that your data is shared between the different providers, go from the airport to the restaurant, to the to the company do renting car and so on, the system knows that you are a delay, automatically reroute your reservation, your restaurant, and everything. So you don't lose money, you save energy, you have a better life. So that's what B means cognitive. But I give you an example, but you can imagine this one for if there is an accident. You can imagine this one for mobility, where you need to predict the traffic. No, because if you see Google today, they tell you how is the traffic today. It doesn't tell you how is the traffic 5 minutes from now. So unless the people consent to tell where they are. So that's the power. Now, in order to do that, what is important is to have a strong innovation engine to see how you can not only gather those data, but how you can manipulate those data, how you can use for the better life for everyone. And last but not least, because data require a lot of data center require a lot of energy, you need to be in a way that's going to be absolutely sustainable and carbon-free by 2030.
Great. Thanks a lot, Fabio. So let's go back to the mobility aspect. So we can observe, in the last few years, proliferation of smart mobility services around the cities in Europe. We tend to see some consolidation of this ecosystem at the moment. We don't need the next, let's say, scooter app to some extent. So, but on the other side, the mobility revolution is not, of course, over. So what do you think will be next in terms of 3 to 4 years from now?
Yeah, I think that's basically how innovation works, right? We come from a period of blooming and from a lot of investment and new companies and new options being created. And now I think we're going through a cleanup period. I think we do need to go through a consolidation period. I think a lot of these companies will not make it and will be integrated in other companies, of course. And also, I think we're going to see a very similar pattern that we saw in other businesses and the internet, which is basically the fight to become the Google or the Booking of mobility. Someone will become the great aggregator of this, right? Obviously, some of us are already trying to play that game, and I think that's basically what we have ahead of us in the next 2 to 3 years, especially considering the current financial conditions. I think we all know that investments are becoming a bit more scarce, and I think that will force this consolidation environment. I gave a few hints of what I think will come afterwards, but I do think as part of that consolidation, the next big step does have to do with actually moving from private individual companies to platforms and integrating those platforms, hopefully with cities or with other providers, as well as evolving the business model. The business model is still pretty much pay-per-trip, and I think there's room. It's not easy. The numbers are not easy to make them work, but I think there's room to finding new ways of basically figuring out how to replace private cars more and more, which obviously it's part of the game, right? I would say that the last part of our vision has to do with how to replace internal combustion engine cars. We have actually committed 100 million euros in the next 5 years to help with the electric transition to PHVs and taxis, but also to help figuring out which of those journeys we could be doing with our partners, so with scooters, e-bikes, etc. So I think we're going into deepening into that direction, and hopefully, as I said, we will figure out new business models that allow anyone to really not need a car in the city, and just basically we need to make true that promise of mobility as a service. Yeah. It's not there yet, but I think there's still some way to go, but I think we're on that road.
Right, great. Angela, what do you think in terms of management of highways and railways infrastructure? What can be the role of NVIDIA can play in that next 2 to 3 years
I totally agree with what Jaime said. The next wave of mobility is here, pushed by obviously COVID, the need to boost equality, the need to have real offering for users, for real mobility. Because at the end of the day, yes, there's lots of platforms, there's lots of possibilities of offering multimodal options, but the real challenge right now is to consolidate collective transportation, which is basically the backbone of urban mobility, with a seamless integration with these new operators that have emerged, And that needs to be done, obviously, through platforms. And I would say, like in ecosystem, there's no the winner takes all. We need to do it together. And that means, offering a real alternative, a multimodal alternative that me as a user can say, okay, I'll leave my car home and I will take my multimodal option. But it really needs to be super easy, convenient, and easy to take. And also, we need to better explain how sustainable the trip, this option is, and also reward users for taking that option. That's super important. We are kind of exploring that also in Metro de Sevilla, exploring with different private operators, or platforms on how to make that real and make a real alternative. Because at the end of the day, like also Jaime said, we use Netflix for TV, we listen to Spotify, so why not having a mobility subscription? A mobility subscription where you have your monthly ticket or even integrating single tickets, you know, a metro ride and then a kick scooter to cover that last mile. But it needs to be convenient, seamless, and super easy to use. And then, obviously, we can start looking into life as a service, offering also location-based service, convenient things for people when they get to the destinations. And that's a real challenge. We've been talking about that almost 3 years, and now it's time to make it happen.
Thank you a lot, Angela. We are a little bit hostages of the time, as usual. Frank, direct question to you. We have ahead of you a great opportunity to digitally transform Roca. What is your dream in 3 years from now, where the company should be in terms of like, using data and providing smart services to your customers?
We are studying this in two big concepts, two big areas. We split the concept of private home and public building. Are similar needs, but not the same. If we talk about private homes, like today, you have energy meters that are providing information about the consumption of the energy, and it's important. We understand that the water is becoming also as important as the energy. So any single sanitary ware product in the future is going to report the water consumption. And based on that, we are going to be able to compare with others. The Gauss, I'm a good runner of this product, or I'm a very bad runner because I'm consuming a lot of water, and why? Or we are going to be able to compare with different periods, or even we are going to be able to detect abnormal consumption. The typical example is the cistern that after the use remains leaking water, and we are going to be able that, hey guys, you have a leaking situation in one cistern, please pay attention on that. If we think that really, if you don't notice, if you don't have a measure, it's impossible to change. And this is going to bring to the consumers, to the people, the information, the data needed to start this behavior change. In the public sector, in the public buildings, we understand that the ecosystem is going to be based on building management system, quite centralized, reporting all the information to an AI or something similar. But for stadiums, for a mall and offices, this kind of information, the users of the services, of the products, are going to be related with the possibility to change, to the possibility to repair at the time that is not in use. This kind of information is going to help us, even us, to move to the preventive maintenance. And also for these venues that are for big events like theaters or stadiums, to help the people to understand when to open or to close an installation of a bathroom. At the end, this is about care. We think that with this next generation of products and services, we are going to improve to care about the infrastructures, helping care about the infrastructure, being more efficient managing the infrastructure, and also to care about the people, to offering better service to the people at the end.
Super clear. Thanks, Frank. Fabio, you mentioned a little bit your dream in terms of what the smart city should really operate in the case of Neon. But if you look at cities today, they cannot have the full freedom of building from scratch. What do you think should be the next 2-3 priorities? What they can realistically achieve the next 3 to 4 years?
No, you're right. Basically, for us, it's easier because we start from scratch. But if you take an existing city, you don't start from scratch. So first of all, I think the most important thing is sustainability. That's what at the base pillar of NEOM. So you need to have green energy that allow you to do that. Now, I do understand that in some places it's not easy to build green energy, because when you build green energy, you need a lot of space, because you do a combination of solar, wind, and hydrogen. But you need to start thinking green. This is the most important things. The second thing is you need to create a consent platform that allow the different entities that already exist to talk to each other. That's the most difficult part, because if you don't have this one, it is difficult for you to achieve the dream that things will be connected and will work seamless. And number three, you need to make sure that you learn from what other mistake other people did. Because a lot of people did mistake. You learn by mistake. So you see, and that's actually NEOM. We are looking at the mistake the other smart city did, how we can avoid that to make it happen. So that will be the three priorities. But the most important thing is you need to understand what is your capacity to grow data. Because when you move from smart to cognitive, and when you're going to have the metaverse, the data is growing exponentially. A data center is needed. And when you need to build data center, those are the most consume building you never see. If you don't think smart in terms, in this case, you need to think smart, in terms of the green energy you're going to use, you're going to fail, because you're going to create a lot of carbon emission. So I think look at the sustainability, even to build data center is the first priority you need to have, because you are going to consume a lot of data.
Yeah, super clear. So we maybe have, the last round of questions, just a flash one. I will ask the same question to everyone. So we sit in this panel and in 3 years from now, what would be surprised, let's say, of seeing in cities within your area of responsibilities? What would you be surprised to see, and what would you be surprised of not seeing happening by 3 years from now?
Okay, so I would be surprised, unfortunately, I would be surprised to see autonomous driving. I think we have the technology, but I think the societal changes and the regulatory changes will take a bit more time. And then I would not be surprised to see, I've already mentioned, mobility as a subscription service, including public transport. I think that's something that is feasible in the next 2-3 years.
Anja, same question to you.
And like Jaime, I hope to see autonomous driving, obviously, and we truly believe that's going to happen. Maybe not in urban first, but obviously in highways. That's going to happen. And I guess that there's some enabling technology that we all might see, and that's going to be digital twins for cities, for planning, for like fidgeting around, for urban mobility, and then do the planning. That's going to be the next hype.
Yeah. Frank, what would surprise you in the next 3 years?
It's not going to surprise, Flavio was introducing before, data for everything. So we are going to have tons of data. We are going to be hit as a person with thousands of information every day. This is a cost. This is the clean energy, the clean management of data is important also. And I think the challenge here is how the system, the ecosystems that we are going to build on smart cities are going to help to digest this data and to provide just real information to the people.
Fabio, what do you think could go wrong in the next 3 years at NEOM, in the sense that you have a plan, but something could go wrong? Where do you see the most...
We are cognitive, so we predict this.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. So maybe you see the problems happening earlier, right? Yeah. And what, on the other side, would surprise you to happen easier to some extent?
So first of all, I will not be surprised if this event will happen on the metaverse 3 years from now.
In the next 3 years,
and some of us will be on a hologram or an humanoid presence. But I think what I will not be surprised to see that everybody will look at sustainability. I like to see a clock like that to see how much carbon free we're going to save 3 years from now. I think that will be, to me, the basic for everyone to think, no matter which business you are. We have 16 sectors in NEOM, from mobility, real estate, tourism, you name it, energy. But everybody in their business plan need to think how much carbon emission I'm going to reduce in the next 3 years.
And measure.
And measure. Not just say I'm going to do that. Okay. So 3 years from now, I will not be surprised if everybody has a target to see how much they have reduction on that.
Okay. Very, very clear. Thank you, everyone here. I hope we provided some insights about what operators in smart cities and smart mobility think about for the future, and hope you've enjoyed the panel, and I wish you the best for the continuation of the conference. Thank you.
Big applause. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you.
Oops. No worries. You'll pay for it later. Thank you very much, team. Okay, so we're moving into a keynote that I'm very, very happy to present and introduce, because as a local, I'm very, very proud of my city. And let's see, locals here, Madrid people, raise your hand. Oh, we had a couple of locals here, very good. So those of us locals here know it's been rough during the pandemic, but in general, Madrid has done very well. It's been incredible, the evolution of the city, especially in technology, economics, innovation. And precisely to talk about that, to talk about Madrid's Innovation Sandbox, I want to welcome our next speaker, that I hope he is ready. He's not ready, he's talking. And to talk about, as I said, the Innovation Sandbox, what is Madrid doing in terms of innovation and deploying it for everyone to enjoy here? And to talk about that, please give a big applause to our next speaker, the General Director of Innovation and Entrepreneurship at the Madrid City Council, Fernando Herrero.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much. Oh, it's me. Oh, 1 year younger. Good morning. Thank you for coming to hear me, especially because in front is our president, and maybe I'm not so famous. Well, I'm going to talk about the strategy of innovation here in Madrid, and especially in one very important tool, the sandbox of innovation. But estamos en familia y la verdad es que a mí me gustaría mucho más hablar de otras cosas. Soy el director de innovación, pero mi hobby realmente es grabar vídeos, volar drones y ir a sitios más o menos maravillosos por el mundo. Seguro que os gustaría mucho más que yo os contase estas cosas, que no hablar de los procedimientos administrativos. De hecho, hace poco quise ir a Suiza y aproveché, dije, bueno, voy a tratar de ver si puedo volar un dron allí en Suiza. Así que entré en Google y simplemente puse drones Suiza. Y bueno, no sé si lo ven, pero lo primero que apareció es drones, Suiza Turismo, Suiza Consejos de Vuelo, Alpes en Suiza, bienvenidos al Valle de los Drones. Entramos y fijaos lo que aparece. Aparece muchos hermosos sitios para volar drones. Por favor, venga usted con su dron, disfrute de Suiza. Es un país maravilloso para volar drones. Lo primero que encuentras en Google. Y me extrañó muchísimo. ¿Por qué? Pues porque yo estaba acostumbrado a poner Drones España y leo lo que aparece. A esa Agencia de Seguridad Aérea, normativa de drones, quién regula los drones, cómo se puede volar un dron, en aire drones, Drones España. Es decir, no vueles un dron aquí, todo regulación. ¿Resultado? Pues nada, fácil de ver. Suiza, el país número 1 en industria de drones, el sitio más importante que ha desarrollado una industria de tecnología de robots y de drones, un hub global for robotics and drone technology. No hay la menor duda. Las ciudades, los países tienen que abrirse a la tecnología. Si nos cerramos, estamos perdidos. Y esta es la base de la estrategia que hemos montado en la ciudad de Madrid. Además, hay un tema muy importante, y es Madrid, dentro de poco, será una pequeña aldea. Madrid, igual que muchas otras ciudades del mundo, que ahora, o que durante muchos años hemos sido el centro de la tecnología en Europa, Norteamérica, el centro de la innovación y el centro del desarrollo. Pero esto está cambiando. Nuestras ciudades, de apenas unos pocos millones de habitantes, serán pequeñas aldeas comparados con lo que se nos viene encima. Ciudades de 30, 40, 50 millones de habitantes. Se estima que Lagos, Nigeria, tendrá más de 100 millones. Y ahora ya no es como antes. El conocimiento está distribuido. El conocimiento ya no está concentrado en Europa y Norteamérica. En cualquier parte del mundo hay conocimiento y, por tanto, se puede desarrollar tecnología. Esto fue un poco la base de tratar de hacer Madrid una ciudad muy innovadora. ¿Cómo? Es lo que voy a explicar rápidamente. Pues primero, planteando una fundamental, una global estrategia de innovación de toda la ciudad. Se resume esta estrategia en una frase. Vamos a transformar Madrid y en lugar de ser una Smart City, algo que todos habéis oído, todas las ciudades quieren ser smart, Madrid es y se va a convertir en una Startup City. Y no es solamente un juego de palabras, hay un trasfondo muy importante. Y una de las herramientas que voy a contar brevemente para eso será el sandbox de innovación. Empecemos con la estrategia. Daría para hablar mucho rato, pero por enmarcarnos, comentaremos que la estrategia de innovación de la Ciudad de Madrid se ha basado básicamente en generar un potente ecosistema de innovación, un ecosistema de innovación basado en todos nuestros centros de innovación, en todos nuestros viveros de empresas, pero también, y esa ha sido la clave que ha cambiado la estrategia de Madrid, nos hemos acercado a los lugares donde hay talento, universidades, centros de investigación, y hemos fomentado que desde allí salgan startups, salgan spin-offs. No hemos esperado a que vengan a nuestros viveros. Nos hemos focalizado en unos sectores tecnológicos específicos. No es cuestión de regar todo el campo, sino concentrarnos en esas flores que van a ser suculentas, especiales, y tienen una razón de ser. La biotecnología, la medicina, los temas de salud, no en vano somos pioneros desde hace muchos años. España, sus únicos premios Nobel de ciencia han sido 2 médicos. No hemos tenido ningún premio Nobel de física ni de química. Y bueno, pues no sé si los tendremos recientemente. Afortunadamente tampoco hemos tenido de economía. Nos hemos centrado en biotecnología y en salud, en ciberseguridad, en inteligencia artificial, blockchain, fintech, todas esas tecnologías que probablemente ahora, no lo negamos, no somos punteros, pero todavía tienen suficiente recorrido para que haya espacio y que parte de la tecnología de esos nuevos sectores que tienen mucho por ofrecer se desarrolle en Madrid. Queremos que Madrid sea un mercado de oferta y demanda de esas tecnologías. Y por último, no quiero dejar de mencionar todo el esfuerzo innovador que se hace dentro del ayuntamiento. La compra pública de innovación, la innovación abierta y, por supuesto, una cosa que nos está funcionando muy bien es la coordinación con otras administraciones, en especial la administración regional. Por si acaso alguien no conoce lo que tenemos en la Ciudad de Madrid, pues 12 centros de innovación, viveros de empresas, grandes centros como la Nave, centros de innovación como el International Lab o Puerta de Innovación, y ahora abriendo centros focalizados en temas muy concretos, un centro dedicado a la inteligencia artificial y al blockchain, e incluso un centro dedicado a la innovación en temas de gastronomía y foodtech, que está no solo funcionando muy bien, sino que estamos exportando el modelo a otras ciudades, especialmente a Iberoamérica. Como menciono, una de las cosas que nadie conoce, que es un gran desconocido, es que la Ciudad de Madrid tiene una gran cantidad de centros de investigación de primer nivel, especialmente en temas de biomedicina, salud, etcétera, pero bueno, pues no hay que dejar de mencionar el Parque Científico, Indea Nanociencia, el Centro de Física Aplicada, el CSIC, el CIEMAT, tienen las instalaciones, y sobre eso, pues un montón de universidades. Tenemos 18 universidades. Eso no es baladí, 300.000 universitarios hay en la Ciudad de Madrid, y eso es puro talento que hay que aprovechar. Bueno, pues comentando esta estrategia de innovación, y centrándonos en esos temas específicos, llegamos al núcleo de lo que quiero contar. ¿Qué es eso de que Madrid deja de ser una Smart City y se convierte en una Startup City? Queda muy bien fonéticamente, es muy parecido y es algo cambiante. Ya sabéis que hay que ir cambiando las definiciones de lo que hace siempre igual. Hace unos años se hablaba de las ciudades digitales, eso ya pasó de moda, se empezaba a hablar de ciudades inteligentes o smart cities, y este cambio no quiero que sea simplemente porque pase de moda. El concepto es muy importante y lo explico. ¿Cuáles son los atributos que cualquiera de nosotros nos imaginamos cuando oímos hablar de una startup? Bueno, es una empresa que tiene ciertas singularidades. ¿Cuáles? Bueno, pues una startup es una empresa que utiliza la innovación y sobre todo la alta tecnología. Busca negocios con alto valor añadido. Bueno, está claro que una ciudad tiene que basarse en la tecnología, está claro que una ciudad tiene que buscar negocios de alto valor añadido, no tiene que ir a competir en precio en este mundo tan globalizado, tiene que ir a competir en calidad, en alto valor añadido. En definitiva, una startup busca talento, una ciudad tiene que buscar ese talento, atraerlo, no solo generarlo, sino que atraerlo, es otra de las líneas que estamos haciendo. Friendly, ¿qué es una startup? ¿Qué diferencia uno tiene cuando se imagina trabajar en una gran corporación a trabajar en una startup? Pues una línea de trabajo más horizontal, unos jefes que no se basan en una autoridad piramidal, sino que es más un entorno colaborativo. Eso es lo que tiene que ser también una ciudad. Por supuesto, un foco internacional. Y voy a los dos puntos más importantes. Una startup se caracteriza, a diferencia de una gran corporación, en que es muy flexible, tiene capacidad de adaptarse a los cambios, cambia los modelos de negocio y es un desarrollo pues, muy lean, muy prueba-error. Vamos a ir ascendiendo. Justamente ese es el modelo que se plantean en las ciudades del futuro. Ciudades que tienen que adaptarse mucho a los cambios. Las cosas, como todos hemos vivido ya pandemias, dentro de poco viviremos guerras y lo que nos pueda venir, tenemos que estar muy preparados para esos cambios que no somos capaces de predecir. Y eso se hace diseñando la ciudad de abajo arriba, es decir, que sean las startups, los emprendedores, los que plantean cómo tiene que ser la ciudad, cómo tienen que hacerla. Y voy a un ejemplo concreto. Seguramente todos vivimos hace unos años, acabó 2019, llegó 2020 y vino un terrible virus que dejó noqueada a la ciudad, dejó noqueada a todas las administraciones. ¿Quiénes fueron los primeros que reaccionaron? Todos lo vimos, ¿verdad? Unas startups que se reúnen entre ellas y sacan una aplicación móvil para rápidamente coordinar a la gente que no puede desplazarse a los hospitales. Unas startups que se coordinan entre ellas para usar las impresiones 3D, los impresores 3D para los dispositivos que necesitaban urgentemente los hospitales. Mientras las grandes corporaciones y la administración estábamos paralizados, son las startups las que se pusieron en marcha, son los emprendedores los que se pusieron en marcha cuando de verdad las cosas se ponían mal. Luego vino el gigante de la administración, pero fuimos nosotros. Ese es el concepto de la ciudad, una ciudad creada por todos. ¿Cómo lo hacemos? ¿Cómo va a ayudar la administración? Desarrollando una herramienta administrativa, burocrática, pero que tiene que facilitar las cosas. Ese es el concepto de un sandbox de innovación. Ese sandbox va a basarse en poder hacer una regulación que facilite el que venga cualquier emprendedor, cualquier gran corporación y pruebe en un entorno controlado, pero en un entorno real como la ciudad, nuevas ideas, nuevos proyectos tecnológicos y nuevos modelos de negocio. Eso es lo que va a atraer talento y tecnología a la ciudad y que va a construir la ciudad de abajo arriba. Existen antecedentes. La ley del sector eléctrico no es una cosa que nos hayamos inventado, tiene ya un sandbox en el sector eléctrico. Se generó también en el año 2020, la ley del sector eléctrico es de 2013, pero el sandbox fue una modificación de 2020 también. La ley de transformación digital, ese famoso sandbox fintech, también existe y en otros países se han hecho distintas cosas. ¿Qué es lo que tiene que incluir? Y con esto acabo. Pues un sandbox tiene que tener un marco regulatorio muy importante, pero además cómo se tiene que gobernar, cómo se tiene que regir ese sandbox, una oficina técnica, porque vendrán proyectos muy tecnológicos que hay que saber abordar, que hay que saber evaluar, y luego, por supuesto, mucha promoción y mucho análisis de impacto. Ya lo estamos haciendo con objetos como compra pública de innovación. Así será la ciudad de Madrid dentro de muy poquito tiempo. Muchísimas gracias.
Oh yeah, that's my boy. Thank you very much, Fernando.
It's okay?
Thank you so much. Okay. Yep. Sorry, we have to keep running. So this is complex, right? People don't see this stuff. We're not the only stage, so all the stage have to be coordinated, right? So we need to be aligned within time. And this coming from a Spaniard that always arrives late is kind of like ironic, but the team is with the whip there. You know what? This is something I always do every year because we don't see this. But hey, people, we're going to give a big and large applause to all the production team that makes this happen, to flow naturally, to be flawless. So please, this applause for our production team. Running always around the place. I would say, like, I'm always sold here, so they are the team that saves me. Anyhow, we're going to keep moving on our agenda, and we're going to be talking about unlocking the power of people, but not just any power, the power for mind-blowing innovation. And to talk about that, we have our great panel following, and I'm going to start inviting our fantastic speakers, so please give me a huge applause for Patricia Pomi, COO of Globant. Big applause for Patricia, please. Joining her, we have Beatriz Ayala Muñiz, founder and CEO of Musicasa. Big applause. Wow, she has groupies. Roberto Anta, country leader, Spain at 3M. Big applause to Roberto. And last but not least, the speakers, Ana Faba, she's the Deputy General Director of Planning and Projects at Mutua Madrileña. And to run the show, the incredible moderator, Stephanie Hospital, CEO at One Rack Time.
Perfect. So, hello everybody. So I'm Stephanie Hospital. I'm the founder of CEO of One Rack Time. So it's a venture platform. We're investing while building everything to be efficient in the way we back tech companies. And I was previously at Orange, where I had also exposure to innovation and culture. So we are going to have a fantastic panel. First of all, Roberto, how it is to be in minority in a panel with 4 women?
I'm the luckiest guy in South Summit.
And you're in the center.
No doubt.
So he's in the center, so that's it. We should have, yes, I mean, we do like the same with women. When they're alone in a panel, they're always in the center. So anyway, when we think about corporate and innovation, we think about, as for me, I think about 2 names. Steve Jobs, Apple. I mean, he made this impressive, while all the operators were struggling to make it. And Steve Jobs is no more there, but Apple is still innovating. And also about Elon Musk, crazy innovator, who is in one hand asking his employees to be doing everything to shortcut every process, to speak directly to the person, while being super intransigent himself in the way he managed the company. So how do you see those two profiles, Steve Jobs and Elon Musk, and do you think that they have made it to be building company that can innovate? So to answer this question, first, I would like all of you to reflect based on your previous jobs and what you're doing today, what it means. So I'm starting with Patricia. So
Yes.
a few words about you and Globant.
Thank you for inviting me here, and thank you, all of you, for taking the time to spend some minutes to debate and think and reinvent what we are doing. I think that when Globant, is a digital native company, we are in more than 21 countries today and having more than 25,000 employees all over the globe. And we were talking how it's operating in different countries and with different cultures, and it is different. And I said, well, it has some difference, but we keep in mind that we have one culture that is really, really important for all of us, and is the entrepreneurial, and we have a DNA of innovation. I mean, all of the company is ruled by that. I mean, as we are a digital native, as I mentioned before, I mean, for us, thinking about agile was something that we have on an everyday basis. So getting there, I mean, all our teams start in Globant being part of a pod and being part of a team, and that team is about how we work on agile methodology. We have been able to flip the org chart putting on top of the org chart all the top and the C-levels, and on the top we put our Globers. And that is not only a vision, it's also something that happens on an everyday basis. Everyone is thinking about helping that Glober, that's the name we put the people that work in Globant, the Globers, that put the Globers in the center of the organization. And that means that everyone, I mean, from the CFO, the CTOs, the founders of the company also are working still at the company, and that is an amazing thing. So I think everyone is thinking about how we put the Glober in the center and how we keep them in terms of keeping an agile mindset, an entrepreneurial mindset, and autonomy, of course.
So it can work when you are Globant and you're operating in 21 countries with multiple employees working for other people. But maybe, Beatrice, in your founder's perspective, I mean, you're starting a new company. I mean, you're still at the beginning of this company. So what do you do to make sure that the way you're going to hire your new team members, you have this DNA?
Absolutely. Well, I'm really excited to be here as well. My name is Beatriz Ayala. I'm the CEO and founder of Musicasa. And as I was reflecting on some of the questions that we were going to discuss today and really how you unlock innovation through people, it's the element of freedom in combination with human insight. If you think of the most innovative companies in the world, they're really tapping into human behavior and the human spirit to bring something forward that can improve the lives and impact the lives of people. So in Musicasa and with my teammates, we really go to the core of the problem that we're solving, how that human insight is going to inform all of the platforms and features that we're going to be developing, and how innovation is really something that lifts up the spirit of people, regardless of how big it is, like a plane, or how small it is, if it's the right size of the window of a plane so that you can see the world from above, and it's just changing the perspective on how you see the world.
Yeah, it seems that when you have some history in your company, it's easier to maintain this innovation DNA. So I'd love to get the perspective of two corporations. And so maybe we start with Anna, women first. Sorry, Roberto. But Anna, I mean, what it takes being in a large corporation in a sector that is quite, not known to be super innovative, because here for many years, to have this innovation DNA and this culture of innovation.
Thank you. Thank you again for inviting me. It's also a pleasure. And yes, I totally see your point, because listening to them and also in my previous experience, I worked in other more techy companies, and that's natural. That's in the DNA of a startup or tech companies. But now working at Mutua, I see what you say, having or driving change and driving innovation in a more established corporation, it has some challenges. And in the end, I think it goes to having innovation as a core value for the company, framing it in with constant signals, symbols from the very top positions. No? In our case, our president, that it's also a sponsor of this event, and our general manager always is challenging the employees with different rituals, routines to have innovation as a core value to success, because we cannot stop. No, we have to continue to look for new opportunities, and that is set by the example as well. So continuously.
Again, what I hear is example of the founders. I mean, value, culture, mission, and so it works for large corporation. I mean, clearly, I mean, your headquarters in Spain, so it's the headquarters. But how it works, Roberto, for when you're the general manager? I have to say that 3M. Who knows 3M? Here. So who is using Post-it? They invented the Post-it. So maybe it's one of the most innovative companies in the world. I mean, it was. 100 years ago, and how it is today, and how do you have this innovation culture still?
And in fact, we need a word after this panel, because you mentioned Tesla, you mentioned Apple, but 3M is also one of the most iconic companies in the world. And the most striking thing is that we are not big. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that it's not important the number of employees that you have, which is more than 95,000. The different thing about 3M is that we have more patents than employees, 120 in our history, and over 4,000 every year. And the secret, and this is the question I get in every single panel I'm in, so what is the secret for having achieved this over 120 years?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, this is the year where we were founded. The secret, as we were discussing before, is that the best asset that we all have, all the startups, all the companies here, is the talent, and it's constrained as you grow in the companies. So your ability to really unlock this, your ability to make people thrive, and in a big corporation is the success that we have. Just to give you a number, we are making roughly 35 billion in the company, and we are renewing 30% of these sales is coming from products that we have launched over the last 4 years. So imagine that after 10 years, you are renewing your entire company. This is the spirit of 3M, and this is what we are proud of.
Yeah, I mean, pretty interesting to have this innovation culture for so many years. When we live in the tech and startup ecosystem, we always think, by the way, that innovation is only the DNA of young companies. But looking at that, I always think that what is the secret for innovative company? Is it really being innovative or being master of execution? Because when you look at all the tech companies, at the end of the day, there's one innovation at the beginning, but then they execute like crazy. How would you see that? Maybe we start with, we start again with Patricia at Globant, because you work for so many players, including the big ones.
Yes, well, thank you. Well, it's an interesting question, right? Execution and innovation. I think that you need to put in place, everything. It's a 360 plan. Of course, I totally agree about that. We are these kind of companies because of the talent that we are growing inside our companies, and because what we are fostering and career path that we are trying to bring into the table to everyone that is inside our companies. And culture has to do about that, right? About the people that you have inside. So asking the correct questions at the correct time is also something. A couple of months ago, everyone was asking if we are going to go back to the offices. Well, we said some people say yes, some people say no, definitely no. Now, nobody knows, what we are going to do. So as some years ago, when we are talking about culture, you talk about the offices that you have that are very innovative, and the places where you go, you find your leaders, then you get to your clients, and then you execute in an environment that is with the culture that you want to foster. Now that is no longer exists, probably in many of the companies. Specifically in Globant, we have this open from working from anywhere policy that you have the autonomy to choose if you are going to the office or not. But what we are doing is trying to get the people in order to get the culture. So we are making different kind of events. I must confess that the most successful events that we are doing these days are the having fun events, and everybody is getting into the office because of that. But it has to do with a culture that today is asking for that. It's asking for which are the values of the company that you are bringing to the table, what kind of activities are you doing, what kind of career are you giving to me, the possibilities, the feedback for leaders, the feedback 360 that we are doing. That has to do with the culture of innovation and also of execution. Because, well, Globant is a public company, and we have, of course, the responsibility of giving to our investor and our holders, the results and what we all expect. So I think that on that execution, the last year, we have the Net Promoter Score, that is everybody knows, is the index of the quality of the delivery, and we have achieved the best number in the history. We are above any other industry, and that means the quality of what we are delivering. So what we can say is that if you have the correct framework, if you have still fostering the culture, if you are really taking care of the talent in terms of bringing them the opportunities and the correct space, I mean, the execution is going to come, I mean, and in better ways than any other years.
To be fair with you, when I hear that, I think that maybe this panel should be unlocking the power of people for mind-blowing execution. Because at the end of the day, I mean, we see, and maybe it's for you, Beatrice, when you're starting to recruit, you have a team of 8 people. Are you looking for innovative people, or are you looking for execution people?
Execution, 100%. I mean, yes, you start with a vision. We are building the largest venue network in the world by transforming homes into concert venues. That's awesome. Largest venue in the network in the world. Homes are going to become concert spaces. If you don't do one home concert, the vision just dies there, right? So you have to execute. So we've done 240 concerts, more than 7,000 fans in attendance, all within people's homes. And you have to think, okay, we're executing on this vision. This is resonating with people because people are being able to connect in a different way, in a more lively way, in real time, intimate way. How do you scale this? And for that, you need to execute the platform, execute the marketplace, execute the matching capabilities. So I believe that we have enough strategy for Musicasa for now. We need people to come in and build this rocket ship so that we can expand to more cities and to the rest of the world. So yeah.
I totally buy you. I mean, when I look at what was my roadmap at the beginning of One Ragtime, I say, okay, but I have not done any innovation so far. I mean, just execution, because at the end of the day, you set the vision at the beginning, the culture, the mission, the values, and then you have to make it happen. Maybe it's different when you're working for a company like yours, because from what I see, you're a large incumbent in this whole industry of insurance, not so whole, but at least. And here your challenge is that if you want to attract people, you have to sell them something. And maybe you have to sell them that, yes, they will be able to innovate in your company. And for you also, you're facing some competitors that are new startups. Are they really competitors? I don't know. But how do you see that, Anna?
So I believe it's not black or white, no? I believe, of course, for us, the part of the setting a mission, a purpose, a vision that it's innovative in the sector to attract the talent, or within our company to really have them engage, the employees engage, is maybe something that it's more visible than in a startup. But I think then, in the end of the day, you also need to ensure that you make it happen, no? And the execution is what will give you the real results. Ideas, well, there are crazy ideas, there are great ideas, there are very innovative ideas, but I guess we all have felt sometimes that, I also thought that I should do that, no? But really, who makes the difference in the world are the innovators that make it happen. No? So I again believe that execution, even for a corporate, it what makes the difference.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's the figures. Huh? So
and to feel that what you have been working on as a result, and satisfaction for who has been working on it.
Vision, execution. Maybe Roberto is working for the most innovative company in this panel, because you said that 20% of your revenue coming every 4 years from
products launched in the last...
from new product. So how do you create new product in a company which is 120 years old?
I mean, one thing you have to keep in mind is that any of these startups that we are here can disrupt your business, no matter how big it is. So you can disappear. That's a fact. That it's not a possibility. You can disappear in a few years. So you need this day one mindset. So the biggest illness out there for a company is not COVID, is self-complacency. So first, everything mindset. It starts with the right mindset. And this is something you live. This is not something you put on a PowerPoint chart and, oh, how cool it is. It's something you live in your daily interaction with the people you are in. That's one thing. Second, you need to find a balance between processes and creativity. So, because when you have a certain size, I mean, you cannot organize yourself in a way. I mean, we have more than 10,000 scientists in the company. So you need to coordinate. You need to make sure that you achieve certain objectives. For instance, we don't launch a product out there, and we launch around 5,000 every year, that doesn't address a sustainability issue, apart from the functional perspective. So this is something that either you have certain processes in place, you will not achieve this, or you also have to make sure that you resource the initiatives accordingly. Otherwise, you could have the best ideas in the world, but if you don't have the funding behind, it's going to be very difficult in a small company or in a big corporation. And shifting into creativity, and this is something we really feel proud of. I mean, you need to let people do their best.
Yeah.
As simple as this. And yes, but how do you achieve that in 3M? So many decades ago, so it's not months, years, it's decades ago, we launched this initiative that we call the 15% rule, meaning that all people working in R&D can spend 15% of their time at work running their own projects. So that's totally fine. So they pursue their interests, they pursue their aspirations, and many, Post-it is one of the examples back from the 80s, but we have many of recent products that have been launched driven by this 15% rule. So that's it.
So culture, some process, creativity, culture. So we have a few minutes left before the end of the panel. And I'd like all of us to reflect on the topic that we're facing every day. It's talent war. How do you make sure that you attract the best talents? And again, we start with Patricia. What is the secret sauce of Globant? You have tech, design, marketers within your teams. Everybody is looking for talents. It's very easy to look at Globant and say, okay, I want them. And on top of that, you're working for customers when you're working at Globant. You're not really working for Globant. You're working for Globant, but for a customer who could be Apple, no?
Yes.
Google?
Yes.
So how do you
Apple,
attract
Google,
and retain
Facebook,
talents?
Twitter, yes. We have the clients that are really, also that, having the correct clients are also something that some people are looking for. We have the best brands, we want to work for. We have like Disney, Apple, as you mentioned, Twitter. We have different kind of those brands. We have other that has to do with the financial industry or verticals. We have all the industries. So that is something that is really appealing in order, okay, I want to work for an IT company, a professional services company, but I want to spend time in different kind of industry. So you have the chance in Globant to choose what kind of industry you want to work for and change your career path in the middle. That is something that is really appealing these days. Other thing has to do with the Globant everywhere, as I mentioned before. The possibility of working from wherever you are, it's not only on the offices. Probably if you are in some small town and you want to stay with your family, okay, we are there and we can work with them there. Also, those things are really very important these days. Are things that everyone is looking. The other thing has to do with training, upskilling and reskilling. When you get into Globant, it's not that you end your career path. It's the starting point of something bigger that we want to build with you. Yeah. So in that point, we have the Globant University that today have more than 19,000 Globers inside doing upskilling and reskilling all the time inside the Globant University. And that means that they are training themselves for a different, or for a different technology or for a different project, or because they want a different future. And that is something that, of course, as you mentioned, we want the people to do their best inside Globant. So those kind of things are really attractive for the millennials. But of course, the last couple of weeks we have been thinking in having a millennial board of directors. That is something we are launching that has to do with how we're going to talk to the people that we are hiring and how we're going to understand that culture. And that is something that I have 42 years old. I think probably I'm young. No, I'm not young anymore.
Don't worry, we're all.
I'm talking to the people that has 18, 19, 20. I need a different approach, a different marketing strategy, a different employee brand. So, okay, what we are going to do? Well, let's go and we have our board of directors that is phenomenal, but we have this one that is going to give us advice in terms of how to approach that culture. I think that keeping in that mood, understanding that the times are changing and the interests of the people are changing is something key at these days.
Now, I do think that the story about Globant is pretty amazing, coming from Argentina and building one of the large outsourcing company in the world that is attractive for people because of the company. We have a few minutes left, so maybe we do 3 advice. Each of you give 1 advice for the people in the audience on how to, what headline you would like us to retain. We start with you, Anna.
Okay. So, well, in that sense, for this topic of how to retain, that I think is key, and how to attract, I think, from my experience, three things, no? First is that you treat the employees as the human capital they are, the key asset of your company, and that implies having not only compensation or perks, but also, as you were mentioning, like a career path, flexibility, listening to their opinions. I think that's very important. Second, something that we mentioned as well is the purpose. I think it's very important on our day-to-day to give a purpose so that employees feel resonate with the company and they find a meaning in what they do. And the third one is to, I think, for innovation to be successful, to destigmatize failure. Yeah. So it's okay to experiment, it's okay to try new things, and that's the way you can unlock the power of people.
So 3 concrete advice. Beatrice? Huh? Miami, you had talent in Miami.
Hiring the right talent has been a challenging and learning experience for me, but I'll focus it on this. If you want to have innovation as part of the DNA of the company, you need to give total freedom to your team to be and create. If you don't give them freedom to fail, to show up, to bring ideas, to give them autonomy, they will not show up for you. So you have to trust as a leader that you're empowering them enough and you're giving them the right vision with the right strategy and resources and tools for them to be able to bring that innovation that you're looking for on a day-to-day basis.
Cool. So maybe Roberto, 1 advice and 1 announcement.
Okay, good. So Beatriz, you could work at 3M because this is what we do every day. And if I can say something, and this is what 3Mers share. So,
are you trying to hire me?
You never know. The doors are open for you. So,
this is the talent.
Embrace, and all of you said this. So, and please live this, because one thing is saying this and another one living every day. So, embrace failure as a part of success. You mentioned that. So don't punish people for making mistakes. Mistakes mean that you're advancing. You have to be at the edge. So number 1. Number 2, you value what your network is. Just connect with people. No matter how good you are, your network will make you shine. And the third thing, as you were saying before, so hire the best people and let them work. If you put fences around people, you get shit. So this is something easy to say again, but if you execute consistently every day, you build a highly innovative organization. And the announcement that we wanted to make is that we think that all of us together, everybody at South Summit, together can make a positive impact in the world. So we are launching a challenge, which is a 3M challenge, that if you just record a video and just for just a few seconds sharing your ideas to address one of the biggest challenges that we are facing in the world, you upload it in your social media profiles and you just add the hashtag 3M Reimagine What Is Possible. There's a great award that you can be part of. So join us in this journey. Thank you.
So you will fuel 3M next generation of innovation. So I guess we're at the end of the panel. So thanks to all. Thanks to our fantastic speakers. So Roberto, good experience with 4 women? Yes, please. It should be always the way like this. Bye. Thank you and happy to get some questions afterwards.
Big applause. Thank you very much all. Thank you for joining us.
Grazie.
Thank you. Okay, so I hope you're applying to the 3M thingy, huh? Okay, so we're going to take it from mind-blowing innovation and standing up and going to the back. Free space here at the front rows, those of you at the back. I promise it's cooler here, so if you guys want to get closer, plenty of space. So we're moving from unlocking the power of people to what if the mind-blowing innovation actually comes not from people? What if it comes from robots? What if well, let's ask you this question. How many here think that robots are taking the world? Raise your hand. Oh, I see 1, 2. Yes, the rest? You feeling humans are still going to be the dominant species, right? No one is buying Skynet here. Okay, well, let's see what our next panel actually has to say, because we're going to be talking about AI and robotics taking over. So to talk about that, I want to welcome our first speaker. So big applause to Rodrigo de Castro, Head of Business Development at Solinftec. Big applause for Rodrigo. Obrigado. Luma Boaventura, co-founder and CEO at AI Robots. Big applause for Luma. Aaron De Bernardi, CEO at Nax Solutions. Big applause. And last but not least, our dear friend from White Peak Partners, the managing partner, Unai Franco.
Thank you very much for the warm intro. They don't believe in us. Excellent. Well, welcome everyone. We're going to be discussing how AI and robotics is being adopted in the agriculture sector and the challenges and benefits associated with that. And you already got the introduction to our outstanding entrepreneurs, but I'm going to give you a very brief snapshot on their companies. Rodrigo is Head of Business Development at Solinftec. It's a Brazilian company that provides digital intelligence through an AI platform so that farmers can make real-time decisions with real-time insights. Luma, also from Brazil, we have a very international panel today, is co-founder and CEO of AI Robots, which is a human-centered company that is focused on enabling sustainable development goals with artificial intelligence, robotics, and other emerging technologies. And then, last point, but not least, we have Aaron, from CEO and co-founder of Nax, which is a Spanish company closer to here that combines, nevertheless very international, working across many different countries, that combines satellite imagery with artificial intelligence in order to provide models that can predict, monitor, and help trace production and detect future problems and help sort of solve those problems beforehand. So thank you very much for being here. I'm going to start by asking you sort of what are the specific challenges that AI faces in agriculture to this day as compared to sort of other industries?
For me, I think that agriculture it's really important because everyone depends from water and food, you know, and everything happening in the agriculture industry, you know. And if you check, I've been lucky to be in 28 countries visiting small, medium, and large producers, and most of them, everything that they do is just for experience and, you know, like and there are no metrics, there are no KPIs, and the 70% of the water that we spend as humanity in the world is in agriculture. Yeah. And I think that in this season, in this era, that we are modeling everything, that we are using data to create information, is key, that we start to model crops, to model what we do, just to be more efficient.
So lack of data, relevant data, you would say is sort of part of the challenge still today?
The point is that agriculture have a lot of data, but they don't have data analysis.
Okay, the analytics side.
And the idea now, I think that the challenge of every company is just to give sense to this data, you know, to give sense of this data.
Is that a share view?
I totally agree. We work also with the meat manufacturers, so we work with the side of the industry 4 and 5.0 producers and also manufacturers in Brazil. So for sure, the problem is related not only for AG tech companies and indie tech companies also to collect data that's really relevant and how can we manage this data and work with IoT, industrial Internet of Things, and also agricultural Internet of Things. AI, computer vision, and also robotics. I would like to know a little bit more about Henuki. Can we talk about robotics? And
Yeah, if I could just build up on what everybody said here, which I agree a lot. There we see that agriculture is probably the last big industry not to be totally digitalized yet.
Yeah.
And that's the first constraint that we see, that there's data, they're available, but what data is actually reliable? Because that's what is important. And what Solinftech has done to overcome just this challenge is to have sensors and have data collection on the field as much as possible. So this is the first challenge that we have, is data collection and quality of the data. Because if you have human inputs, this is something that's good, because it's a data, but it's not a very reliable data as if you're getting it right from the machine, right from the operation that is being performed on the field. And the second challenge is, especially in Brazil and Latin America, is connectivity. Because you can have the data bringing from IoT and from hardware, but how do you take this data from the field to a cloud so it can go through a software, through a AI, and then comes back to the farmer so he can take the best possible action in real time, because agriculture happens on real time. It's not worth it for you just to have a report. You got to take an action when you're performing certain operation. So this is another challenge that happens in Brazil. While the connectivity is not well adopted, we build a very simple network that connects machine to machine, and we're able to trade data between those equipments and comes back with a recommendation in real time.
Interesting. Another question. Let's think about examples. What kind of AI-based solutions have you come across recently that really excite you, really make you believe in the power of the technology?
Yeah. For example, what our objective is to provide information with this data. For example, I see example. For example, when you apply fertilizer, you don't have KPIs. How efficient was this fertilizer? I need to apply second time. I need to make more time, so I need to stop. And for example, what we are doing now with satellites, we can go to the past. We can see what you have been doing the last 5 years. And I ask you, let me know when you apply fertilizer and how much. And I will check how was the crop before apply and how was after apply.
You can do the A/B testing as well. In
Different
fields,
and we go to a high level because we compare for this crop, for this variety, for this agroecological area. And I used to put the example to when you go to the doctor and the doctor say you have 2 million of red blood. This is good, this is bad, you know. And what we do is for this condition you need to be in 2.1. And that means that in the end, we generate a map that say your application was 80% efficient. And now you have enough information to say, okay, let's do again, or no, just enough, you know.
Interesting, interesting. How about you guys?
From our side, it's common to apply robotic solutions as collaborative ones where you can work with a human being, so it's total inclusive, and also apply solutions to avoid knives and tools to cut something, like meat manufacturers, when you use something to cut, it's really common, it's really dangerous for human beings to work there. So we apply robotic arms with computer visual cameras, working with specific knives, so you can manage the solution inside the meat producer. And also we connect solutions as computer vision, IoT, and AI data analysis to monitor crops for harvest, and also for preg monitor. So a lot of solutions inside a farm and also in industry.
Interesting.
Yeah, from our side on Solinftech, we have all our solutions, they drive a more efficient operation, which in the end of the day is savings for the farmer and also less input and less pressure on the environment. And we're very excited on our new platform now, which is a robotics platform. It's basically an autonomous vehicle that it's moved by solar panels, and will go 24/7 on the fields. And there's a lot of cameras there with computer vision, and then it goes through our AI models, capturing pictures and identifying pests, which are insects, diseases, and weeds, tracking for them at the early stage of their cycle. So it enables a more located solution. So if I identify any insect, for instance, in a small part of my field, I can drive an operation that will go there and perform an operation right there instead of performing it in the whole field. This is the way it's commonly doing today. So we're very excited on that. And other solutions that we are very excited also, which we've been delivering on the past years, are logistics, algorithms that also help to lower the amount of machinery on the field, which is better for the soil, and also to use less fossil fuel on the field as well.
Interesting. You know, we come across sort of farmers, and there's a perception that there's still regions and nations that still sort of to invest in automation. And hearing you, I can see that a lot of other places are already way beyond automation with more sophisticated stuff. So where do you see the differences between across nations, perhaps, or regions? I mean, I suspect you know, clients in agriculture, sort of clients in Europe demand different solutions to the ones in Latin America or the US. What is your view on that?
For my side, I think yes, because not for the condition are different. In Latin America, you can find big farmers, and in Europe we have small farmers. Okay. It's more familiar, more small. The needs are different. And I think, in my perspective, in Latin America, I was amazed because you see countries like Guatemala or Nicaragua that when you are European, you think it's impossible that they are doing something well, but they are amazing in agriculture. You know, they are amazing in innovation, in technology. And I think that sometimes we need to be more humble in Europe and check what they are doing from the other side and learn. They are really innovative in technology. And here, I think that we need to be more entrepreneurs in agriculture and not depend from the governmental, you know. I mean, I just, we are a small conversation. I've been in Europe in a trade show, and when I was offering the product, the question of the growers was, okay, where I can apply to the government pay this, you know? And South America say, okay, I need to innovate. And this is something that I learned a lot in the last few years watching Latin America. For me, it was amazing.
Different mindset.
Yes, different mindset. Absolutely.
Something that is similar, everybody's looking to be more productive and less harmful. So everybody's looking for how can we apply the efficiency inside the farms and industrial operations, and how can we apply the sustainable development goals, how can we include everyone, and how can we be good for the environment and good for everyone, include everyone with the internet, as he said. We have a lot of offline communities instead of online ones. So it's totally important to say how can we work with SDGs, ESG, and for sure all the emerging technologies that Edwin said.
Yeah, I think the adoption of technology has more to do with the profile of the farmers in agriculture than the country, and the country plays a role of how they behave, as Aaron said. If you have more governmental incentives, you tend not to have as much innovation and scale as we see in Latin America, for example. So that's why I think most of the players there, they adopt technology because they gotta be efficient regardless.
Yeah. Yes.
Interesting. Just picking up on something you mentioned earlier, I had it. I'm curious to see the differences between big farmers and small farmers, right? I'm thinking of technology. You know, high tech is not cheap. Often associated with big investments and deep pockets. Is that a threat, or is AI technology a threat, or an opportunity for small farmers versus the big farmers?
Yes, the big farmer in Spain or in Europe is 1,000 hectares, a big farmer in Brazil or in Mexico is 200,000 hectares, you know? And what I used to do is, okay, let's divide by tiers, you know? What is a big farmer in Europe and what is a big farmer in Latin America? For example, I give you an idea. Alicante, my city, is 20,000 hectares. We have a customer that has 200,000 hectares, you know, of crop. That's 10 times more big than Alicante, you know? I think that obviously it's a gap in terms of economic conditions. It's a gap, especially a corporate is looking to be more efficient. And they used to have an innovation department. You know, when you have 10,000 hectares or 20 or 30,000 hectares, you have a department that they call agriculture precision agriculture. And this department is focused in find technologies, find Solidtech, find different companies to be more productive. What's happening with the small producer is the same guy that go to the crop, the same guy that put the petrol to the machinery, is the same guy that is, and it's difficult for them sometimes to understand the technology to use. Something that we detect, we as a tech people, we need to evangelize technology.
Okay.
We need to support them, not only here's the technology, this is the cost, is I'm here to help you, because they don't used to have the time to learn how to apply. And I think that this is the difference.
Yeah.
Like time, like corporate have the budget to have a department to run this.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
And it's also common to see a software-based solution cost by hectare. So
Yeah.
it's really inclusive, because sometimes it's not, it's inclusive because the cost is per unitar. If you have a crop monitoring solution or AI-based solution
Yeah.
for satellites or something like this, you charge per hectare. So if you are a small farmer, you pay for hectare. So it's cheaper for you
Yeah.
than for a big farmer.
Mhm.
So it's a good way to be inclusive for both of them.
Yeah, if I could bring an additional point here, I think I agree totally with what you guys said, but on the other hand, what is AI all about? You can match, exchange, and cross all different types of solutions and come up, all different types of data sources, and come up with a solution that will be more efficient and more precise than a human brain is capable of dealing with the different variables. In the end of the day, if you get a big farmer example, they have a agronomy department where they all measure and they calculate what is the best rate for applying certain product, when to plant, when to harvest. When you're smaller, as Aaron said, it's the same person that do everything. So they have a lack of competitivity when it comes to the large ones. And AI can, if you have a platform that takes information from a lot of very efficient farmers and you can sell it to smaller farmers, you can bridge that gap of information so they can be more as efficient as the big ones, even though they don't have a lot of a big department working for them.
That's an interesting thought, actually, because the small farmer with the 10,000 hectares can learn from the 200,000 hectares that you're working on as well.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And just another comment is it's so difficult for small farmers when some countries are more, it's more normal, like Brazil, agriculture is, they have TV shows of agriculture, you know. I think that they have a Gran Hermano of agro or something like this, you know. There's agro everywhere. But in most of the countries, like to pay for artificial intelligence, for a grower, it's like, no, I pay for a big machine.
Yeah.
I pay for, where are the buttons, you know? Where are the lights? I want to have the biggest one, you know? And you are saying, no, you pay for algorithm here. We'll have you to predict this. We'll say you where you need to. It's difficult. You know? How difficult was pay €1 for WhatsApp? Nobody paid for it, you know? And imagine this target of people that you need to say, you will pay for this. And it's difficult, yeah. It's that's the reason that we need to evangelize, that help them. We're going to make you more productive, you know.
Interesting. Another question on current trends. I mean, food security is very high on the agendas. If you read the news, and I don't want to spoil the vibe here, but it's not looking very great for food production over the next couple of years. Are you seeing any sort of change in trends, an uptick in demand for your type of solutions in the market, perhaps?
There are solutions. We are working on just to measure the carbon, and we have just algorithms. We are working with some Japanese companies to start to sell in Japan. But the problem is, who guarantee this? You know, this is the problem. I think that is something that is going to be solved in the next, Rodrigo say, in the next few months. I don't know. This is just is something is difficult to say. This is real. You know, I can't see the real business for the next 2 or 3 years yet. From my point of view.
I totally agree.
Yeah. When it comes to food security, there are two main issues: the production of food, so the amount of food the whole world is producing, but also the quality and the availability of this food. Let's take the COVID, for example.
Yeah.
It took us some time to track and realize where was the origin of the problem, so we can know what happened and then change our behavior. In agriculture, there's no such a thing. But if you are able, with data, to understand, oh, in this part of Brazil or Mexico, wherever, there's a disease which will both either compromise the quality of the food or will lower the productivity, this is a global issue. So if we're digitalizing all the agriculture, we will know these problems before they happen, and we will avoid price that will go up all of a sudden. So digitalization and information exchange on agriculture, it's a food security issue. If we're able to demonstrate that certain region is not going to perform well, since we're in a globalized world, the whole world will have to deal with it. So the earlier, the better. We know this information.
And for sure, for food security, it's also important to democratize technology.
Exactly.
Technology is for sure, it's expensive for everyone. So if you try to democratize technology, include the community, work with education first, and after apply technology, for sure we can avoid the situation.
Interesting. And speaking of sort of sustainability, we can hear a lot about efficiency and producing more. Can we also waste less? Can we waste less through AI?
Yes. Yeah, for sure. Because it's difficult now. How, for example, in irrigation, after I put the example of fertilization, how they irrigate. They open, and why, if you start to do question, why you open this quantity of hours? Because I did a test of soil, and I think that this is right. And after, what was the absorption of this water? I don't know. And how much is the period that you need to make for the theoretic evapotranspiration? They don't know metrics. They don't have metrics. For example, what we can do now with satellites is we can measure the quantity of water in leaf. We can measure quantity of water in leaf. But this is not the add value. For me, the add value is to tell you that this water is the minimum water that you need in this crop, in this variety, in this soil, in this region of the planet to have maximum production. That's the way that we now, we did a test over 200,000 hectares of some customers that we have, and we are saving 8% of water. 8% of water in the way that we say, okay, this is enough for these conditions, or maybe you need more. And after you make the irrigation, we close the loop, and something that we do is, how was your water before you start to irrigate, and how was your water after irrigate? And we can give you the efficiency of your irrigation. We can say, was 80% efficient? Okay, now you need to put more water, more hours. We are learning, asking to the crop how you are, about water.
Inside the industrial shop floor, it's relevant to say that we are applying robotic arms for circular economy. So if the plant is going to produce food or beverage, or a meat producer, as I said, they sometimes apply solutions and they have failure between the production line. And avoiding failure, applying computer vision and robotic arms, we can reuse the material that was going to be like a carbon footprint or something that is going to be like trash. So we can reuse this material using the circular economy, and for sure being more productive and good for the environment.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I think in agriculture, the largest challenge, and as a humanity as all, we have to produce more food because our population is growing, and we don't have as much natural resources as we used to have. And all modern agriculture is based on extracting natural resources and applying as much as you can for you to have better yields. There's no, this option is not available anymore. So what we got to do is make sure we are being very efficient on using our natural resources. And there's this data and indicators layer, as Aaron well said here, but there's also a need of instruments for the farmer to apply this concept in real life. For example, on our robot, the regular way that people look to see the health of the crop, it takes people and go to the fields, and they look for 1 or 2 or 5 points, and they assume the whole field is an average of those 5 points. But is that enough? Does that even make sense? In the end of the day, it's like you run a survey in Madrid and in Zaragoza, and you are saying that all Spain behavior like that. So it's a very few data points. So our robotic solution, we will go all area across the field 24/7, and we'll give a recommendation for, this piece of this part of the field needs to apply a lot of chemicals because there's a infestation here. On this part, you don't need to do anything because there's no threat right here. So you can do it, you can prescribe what is necessary for every single part of a field. So imagine you have a 200 hectares field with that technology and the AI backing up everything of that. You have 1,000 fields of 0.2 hectares. That's what we can do in the end of the day.
Interesting. From all the different other questions that come to mind, there is one that I don't want to not ask, which is the human impact, right? Agriculture is very labor intensive, especially in certain areas, but pretty much across the board. And in certain communities, rely heavily on agriculture as a source of, to earn a living. How, is AI, and especially robotics, which is can be a scary word for them, going to affect that? Is it a threat or maybe an opportunity? How do you see that?
I think that till now we have been growing in horizontal in agriculture, affecting everyone, affecting the planet. And now with artificial intelligence robot, the object is grow vertical, grow in production, grow in produce more with less resources. And I think that now it is a baby as what we can think that it's going to happen in the next 5, 10 years. It is a revolution, it is something new, and it's an industry to do. It's a new industry that is really old, and we have a lot of work to do.
For sure, it's really relevant to consider the human beings. It's all about people. We work with technology, but it's all about people. It's to avoid accidents, it's to be more productive. So we work as indie tech and edgy tech in our company at AI Robot. So we are human-centered. We just launched our company focused on sustainable development goals, and we apply AI and robotics to achieve the sustainable development goals. One of the sustainable development goals is education, the SDG 4. So it's really relevant to educate these people of small communities and big communities also, and how can they deal with the future of jobs. We are going to create new jobs, but they need to be prepared for. So for sure, education first. After that, we need people to apply all the solutions, to analyze the solutions, analyze the data and the prescription, the predictive maintenance, and so on. So we need to prepare them for this, for sure.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think agriculture is going through a process that happened in a lot of different industries. You see, back in the days, we used to ride horses, and there used to be some jobs that has to do with taking care of the horses, for example. Whereas we have the car, we don't have this job anymore, and it has transformed into another function. In agriculture, we're going to see the same trend happening. In that first example that I gave you on looking for tracks in the health of the field, instead of going there and looking for it, the person who used to do that before, now will have to be trained and be more skilled, but he will have a different job, which is I will analyze what all the pictures and all the recommendations that come from the field and know how to apply. So at first, technology always scares people, but in the end of the day, it's a matter of training and making people be more skilled to deal with technology, because in the end of the day, it will even be better for them. And I think this is a responsibility of all the companies that bring technology, also to have this vision on people, and how can I help them use this technology to make their job even better.
Yeah. Excellent. Okay. So on that positive note, we have to end it here. We don't have time for more. Thank you very much for being here and sharing your experience with us. And thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
You were quick. Thank you very much. Muito obrigado. Okay. So, usual shifting. Now we're starting on the space devoted to Fundación ONCE. So please, our dear friends from ONCE team, plenty of space here. We have some reserved space for the judges here. So judges, if you're somewhere around here, you have front line, front row. Hey, people at the back, there's plenty of space here. Okay, rock and roll. We're doing good there? Is it hot? Here is much nicer though. I just went outside and it's like, I think I'm gonna rethink that and go back. Okay. Could be worse though, so. Judges. Are all my judges ready? Yes? Okay. So let me remind everyone where we are and what we're going to do. So welcome all to the Innovation and Social Inclusion Awards, sponsored by Fundación ONCE. So we're going to have a bunch of startups on stage. We're going to have our dear friend Jesus giving a nice talk while our judges deliberate, and then we will announce the winner. Is that okay? Everyone finds it cool? Okay, so just as a reminder, the pitches are going to be 3 minutes sharp. Most of them already know it because they've seen it before. So 3 minutes sharp. Judges, you're going to have 2 minutes to ask questions, which normally is between 1 question and 1.5 questions. Okay, so if you want to fit into the 2-minute mark, please make it short and very to the point. And the main criteria where we evaluate our startups are always the same one as in the main competition, which is innovation, scalability, the team, the viability of the business, and the investability of the business. And to start with our startups, I want to first introduce our wonderful judges. So please give them a big applause. We have Marta del Castillo. Big applause to Marta. She left us. She was with us before. Now she's there. You're going to come here and present with me next time. Our dear friend Alberto Tornero, partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers. Big applause for Alberto. Thank you for joining. Miguel Ángel Galindo from AOE. Hello, Miguel Ángel. Concha Guerra from NetMentora. Concha, thank you for joining. Our friends from Ship2B Ventures, Lai Pascal, big applause for Lai, thank you. Francisco Solís from Creas, Francisco, thank you. And last but not least, the CEO and founder of Open Belt Foundation, María Ángeles León, big applause. She keeps getting late every time. Okay, so judges, if you are ready. Judges, are we ready? People, are we ready? Yes, no? Are we ready? Yes. Startups, are we ready? There we go, we're getting there. So we're going to start our first pitch. I hope he's ready. Sergio, look at me. You're coming next. So our first startup of the row is called Star Robotics, and they design and commercialize autonomous mobile robots for assistance, surveillance, and inspection. And you're going to meet one of their buddies who's going to join them on stage. So Sergio, whenever you're ready, stage is yours. Big applause to Sergio from Star Robotics.
Hi all, my name is Sergio, I'm the CTO of Star Robotics. I guess that almost none of you have ever seen a real robot doing real things in real life, and less likely your perception of what an autonomous robot is fall close to our solutions. We have detected several tasks that can be easily performed by humans, are very repetitive, and the current state-of-the-art technology could outperform human workers in terms of efficiency and cost. I'm talking about surveillance tasks, industrial inspection, and what most concerns us today, assistance to people with disabilities. For that purposes, we have developed our current solution, our platform that you can see. It's called WatchBot. That is a modular robotics solution that could be configured as an assistant or as a watchman. Briefly describing our technological innovations, our light platform allows us to operate until 16 hours a day, both indoors and outdoors. One of our greatest competitive advantages resides in our in-house developed localization algorithms that allows us to move our robot inside really crowded environments like train stations or malls. We also offer complete cloud software where you can manage the whole fleet, you can supervise the robots, or even teleoperate it in real time if you need it, if required. And we also offer an accessible interface that allows the user to interact with the robot regardless of their disabilities. I would like to share with you a quick video of our robots moving in a real environment. This is in Chamartín, here in Madrid, where it is guiding a blind guy, also with a guide dog, where you can see that it can also carry a suitcase, and this is how it navigates inside the facility. And these robots are really disruptive technology, because in a huge traditional market, it offers a savings of up to 80% of the cost. Taking into account that almost 1 million people suffer from some kind of visual impairment in Spain, this solution will lead to a big social impact, as this device provides autonomy to the user to move in complex environments where otherwise human intervention will be required. And I would like to say, just to finish, that we have a 2 million round open now, and if you want to know anything more, come to the 93 stand.
Good applause, big applause for Sergio. Give it to them. Yeah, you can say here with me. Have you seen his mustache? That's amazing. I need to grow something like that, right? It's pretty cool. Questions? Marta, go ahead.
I was wondering who is the team that is supporting this startup?
I think I have it here. We have our CEO that is also here, that has a lot of experience in building robotics. Me, that I'm the CTO. Some other guys with a lot of experience in electronics, mechanical, and cloud engineering, because we manufacture all the whole product, from the hardware to the software, the AI, and everything is done in-house.
Okay. We have time for a super quick second question. Rebound. Rebound? Like.
Thank you, Angel. Which is your business model?
Is B2C and B2B. We are able to sell the product and also offer services.
But you sell it to the end users? Or you sell it, for instance, to the airport?
We can sell it to the end user. No, not the end users. In this case, with the assistant, we sell it to the infrastructure manager or the AENA here in Spain for the airports or so on.
Okay, perfect. Well, big applause to Sergio and Alice. Okay, and our next picture. Let's see if Alice manages to skirt around. There you go. I love when we bring props on stage. That's pretty cool. Okay, here we go. So our second picture of the morning is also, she was pitching also like Sergio on the other stage. We're going to be talking about how can we scale the tracking and monitoring of those diseases or therapies that require that are chronic, that you have to be calling all the time, you have to be dealing with all the time. And sadly, with the lack of medicine professionals that we have, and it's not getting any better, however, chronic diseases and similar things are growing exponentially. So how are we going to deal that? Well, to talk precisely about a technology that's going to help us scale that, I want to welcome our next speaker, Maria González, CEO and co-founder of Tucubi.
Thank you. Okay. Should I put the presentation or? Should I put the presentation or is it? No. Okay, great. Thank you. So hello everyone. I am Maria. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Tucubi. And we develop empathic AI to automate medical monitoring for phone conversations. Because we are living in a moment where the demand for care is only increasing due to aging, due to chronic conditions, while on the other hand, there is a huge global shortage of healthcare professionals. So this imbalance is making our healthcare systems more and more unsustainable. So we founded Tucubi to tackle this and to help doctors and nurses scale their ability and focus their time when they are most needed. We developed the first CE mark voice-based medical assistants that monitor health status of patients by speaking with them via phone calls. And her name is Lola. This means that if a doctor has 1,000 patients assigned, and that's a reality today, she knows she can only attend 15 patients physically per day. So with Tucubi, she knows who are the 15 patients that she should attend today. How? She just needs to choose from our platform what type of monitoring she wants to active for her patients. So for example, if it is a post-surgery monitoring or follow-up, she can choose an evidence-based protocol about bleeding symptoms or infection symptoms. And automatically, Lola is going to call all her patients to speak about this protocol through a phone call. So no internet, no smartphones, no apps, just a normal phone call. And in this way, we reach all the population. So they maintain a natural conversation, and natural language processing algorithms analyze, structure, and prioritize these conversations. So now the doctor knows who are these 15 patients that need attention, because 10 a.m. in the morning, Lola has already spoken with the whole 1,000 patients and sent information back to her. So we work with healthcare systems to help them augment the care capacity and to improve outcomes, and also with pharma companies to understand how patients behave in the real world and to provide beyond the pill services. And all of this with a great patient satisfaction, because they do not feel they are speaking with a machine. What they feel is that there is someone keeping an eye on them while they are at home. Our business model is a SaaS B2B model in which clients pay an annual subscription based on the size and on the patients that they have. And so far in 2022, we've already doubled last year's revenues. Sorry. Lola is already speaking with hundreds of patients every day in Spanish, in English, and in Portuguese, with outstanding 95% engagement of patients. And there are more voice systems in the healthcare market, but focus on administrative tasks, not on medical tasks. And we are the only platform with CE clearance to provide monitoring, voice monitoring for patients in Europe. Thank you.
Big applause for Maria. Thank you very much. Okay, judges, questions? Any questions?
Thank you, Maria. Tell us something about the team, please.
Yeah, thank you. Nowadays we are a 12-people team, and also with medical advisors, external medical advisors. Our team is composed of biomedical engineers. I think more than half of the team, also myself, are biomedical engineers. We also have nurses, doctors, and people from conversational design, focused on making the patient experience with the virtual assistant as best as possible.
Thank you. Congratulations. And what are your forecast for income?
This year?
This year, around?
Around 300.
Okay.
You see, Price always looking at the finances.
Always.
Always important point.
We have time for one more question if anyone wants to throw one more.
I want you to explain a little bit about how important it's having a robot, and that the effect that a robot has calling you when you're old is sometimes better than your daughter calling you.
I will say no. It's not better than a daughter calling you. It's not better if I could choose a nurse calling me every day, I will obviously choose a nurse. But the situation now is that there is no nurses. So people is having like every 6 months, every 3 months consultations, or they have to go to the emergency room. So what we want to do is like every patient to have at least a weekly conversation about medical issues and just go to the doctor when they need it, but they feel that they are being accompanied through the journey.
Okay, perfect, Maria. Thank you very much. Big applause for Maria. Thank you, judges. And we're moving, when we think about chronic diseases, like everyone kind of pictures this, right? But when we start talking about rare degenerative diseases, especially when it comes to children, there's not that much stuff going on. And so I'm very, very proud to introduce our next startup because they've been doing an extraordinary work. We've had them here many years ago. Their CEO and one of the co-founders was featured nationally, national TV. They received many prizes, and it's an incredible project. So please welcome our next startup, Marcy Bionics, and his co-founder and commercial director, Ignacio Barraquer.
Thank you. Hi, thank you. First of all, let me to thank Fundación 11 and NetMentora for help us from the very beginning and to be with us, especially in the tough moments. So let me introduce to you Elena García Armada. She is our CEO and also is the leader manager of our research project here in Spain. So he has the opportunity to test one of her robots in a girl that had spinal cord injury after a car crash accident. So the emotional impact she suffered was huge. So she decided to change her research from industry to healthcare and to create the first pediatric exoskeleton of the world. So we analyzed the market and we saw that in Spain we have more or less 200,000 children that can't walk every day. So the rehabilitation they are doing every day can solve the problems they have. So they are forced to use major chirurgical procedures to maintain their quality of life. And robotics can help them to maintain these qualities of life. So also we analyze also competitors, and all of them, they are focused on adults. So that's why we decided to create a company and to make and to build the first and unique pediatric exoskeleton in the world. And we did it. We got it. Yes, this is the exoskeleton, and it's working, and we are ready to market it. So better than me, let me families to show you how are the benefits. Sorry, there are subtitles, but I think we haven't these subtitles, but the explanation is they are increasing the capacity to make force not only in the lower limbs, but also in the upper limbs. They are changing also their mental capacities. They are able to collaborate with other children, and also it's not only a physical improvement, it's a global improvement for children, and it's an urgent and need that they have every day. So it's not only a physical or emotional improvement for patients, it's also that we can save millions of euros every year for public health system. We are making sales all over the world. We are ready to be marketed, and we are the most recognized and awarded company here in Spain, especially here in Madrid. So we are very proud to be here, and we really thank you the support we are giving us and the opportunity to be here to present our company. And yeah, we are ready to go to the world and create more products and help all those children all over the world. So thank you.
Well, let me tell you a backstory. He was pitching yesterday, and I had to push him off stage, and he's like, I'm going to make it on time. He still had 5 seconds.
Yeah, that's
Okay, judges, questions, please.
Can we know a little bit about the team?
Yeah, we are 24 people here in Marcy Bionics. It's a very powerful team. We have all the areas, financials, communication. Víctor Chacón is our leader in this area. Also, we are a public research team, so we are a team inside CSIC working in our company. So we are an R&D company, and the company is made only to, as a channel to make this innovation through society. And yeah, we have a clinical team also, and a commercial team with 4 people also in our commercial. So, thank you.
Thanks, Ignacio. I have 2 questions. One is about the scalability of the product you are evolving, whether it needs to be fitted to the kit or you can somehow adjust it, but you are just building one product. And the second is, which are the limitations, or how long can the kit have it, you know, for which tasks, which is the intended use in a way of your product?
Yeah. Thank you. So the last one is all children between 3 and 11 years old can use the device. It's a preventive device. So the sooner they use the device, the better it is for them. So it's a preventive tool. No, it's not only a limitation about how they grow, but it's to use as soon as possible. And the other question was, sorry?
On how long can they use it at once?
They can use it every day. And the other question, sorry, they can use it every day.
No more questions, Nacho. Sorry.
Yeah, it's an hospital. It's a device for hospitals, but we are developing a product line specifically for homes and for help these children in any place.
Big applause to Ignacio. Thank you very much. Thank you, judges. And now we're moving to another really fascinating, at least for me as a person that does a lot of trainings, fascinating aspect is sometimes we don't realize that not everyone is like us and not everyone has access to all the information that we have. And precisely to fix that, to enhance the capacity for people that are impaired in different senses, we have our next startup. But maybe the most important thing about what they do is that they allow you to personalize that. We don't learn, all of us don't learn the same way. Each of us learns in a different way. And precisely to provide that flexibility, we have our next startup. So please welcome Ignacio Estellés, CEO, Antonio Kaiser, CEO of Be My Vega, or Vega.
Thank you.
Big applause.
Hi, everyone. 8 years ago, I had a daughter with albinism and low vision. At that time, I didn't know what she'd be able to see in the future. But today, I know what she sees. This is what she sees. And she's not alone. More than 200 million of people have to face, according to World Health Organization, to the same problem. But more important than what they see is what they don't see. According to experts, more than 90% in a communication like this is nonverbal. She's Mary. She's from Australia. She has to use a spyglass to be able to get a part of a communication. And it is not a problem only for people with low vision, it's a problem for everyone. How many times we are in a class at the back and you can see the writings on the blackboard? How many times you are in a conference and you can see the speaker or the slides? So we have the solution to this problem. We get all the experience and we put it on the hand of everyone that wants to receive this experience. It doesn't matter if you are face-to-face in the room or you are at home receiving the experience by remote mode. We have 3 differences with respect to our competitors. First, we capture whole experiences. Second, we give the control to the users. Each one of us learn in a different way, so each one of us needs to see a different thing to improve our learning. And the third and very important point, we add a lot of tools to permit everyone to access to the knowledge with the same opportunities for people with low vision, for people with low hearing. This solution didn't exist, so we created it. And today, our business model is based mainly in software. We have a SaaS model to get money. And many universities, many educational centers, many associations trust Be My Vega. They are today our clients, and it's the time. More than 700,000 training rooms only in Spain, an online training market that is growing day by day. We have a good team with many engineers, some of us with a PhD, with high experience in education and also in research and development. And we have traction. And we have received more than 700,000 euros of financing. And also we have partners, very important partners. One of them, Telefónica, is selling right now our solution. And this is the origin of this project. This is Vega. This is my daughter. She doesn't need to stand up in front of a board each time the teacher writes something on it because she has Be My Vega. And also, she's able to look at the face of the teacher in order to see if she is happy or not. Universal access for everyone is not only a necessity, it's not only a right, it should be a hallmark of our society. We are changing the way people access to the training in order to permit everyone to have the same opportunities. This is our purpose, and I invite you to be part of this change. Thank you.
Boom! Very good. Great job.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have questions for Ignacio? No, Antonio. For Antonio, please.
How affordable is the device? Is it very expensive or?
Yeah. When we detect the pain, we develop a solution that was based on hardware and software. So many universities, many education centers buy this product, and they pay more or less around 5,000 euros around for the hardware and the software. But we realized about one thing. We could adapt our software in order to be able to be used with other cameras of the room. There are many cameras in many places, so we adapted this software to do this. So we can provide our hardware because we have a gross margin higher than 50%, but also we can install our software and get the fee of a subscription. So this is more or less today our business model.
We are Spaniards. It's adjustable. It's always adjustable. Always flexible.
Congratulations, Antonio. Do you have first results? Resultados del producto.
Resultados, yes. So, by the moment, most of the sales that we have done has been reactive. So the customers come to us and ask about the product, and we sell the product. So now this is the reason why we are in a round, because we want to get stronger our commercial structure in order to be able to sell our product, our solution. Now we have many important sales channels, for example, Telefónica, Crambo, Pentec, that have included this solution in their portfolio. And we need a structure of commercials in order to permit supporting this solution. So right now we have around 200,000 euros of sales, and we hope to get more or less 1 million euros at the end of this year.
Perfect. Antonio, big applause for Antonio. Thank you very much. Thank you, judges.
You're welcome.
And now, yes and yes. We have our next startup talking about a mobility solution that's comfortable, sustainable, economical in assisting people with disabilities and freight transportation. And to literally show us and not tell us, we have Ignacio Estellés, CEO of Moevo.
Finally, what a pleasure. Okay, here we go. Sorry in Spanish. Somos Moevo y lo que es una compañía que lo que quiere es mejorar la movilidad de las personas, y lo hacemos a través de soluciones eléctricas, limpias y sostenibles, ¿vale? Y, perdón, aquí. Todo empezó intentando ayudar al hijo de un amigo, José Lete, que tenía parálisis cerebral de por vida, claro. Y los padres estaban impedidos y no le podían sacar a pasear. Y nadie en la familia quería, y nosotros con un juguete y algo de ingeniería, pues construimos un prototipo, y realmente el prototipo cambió la vida de la familia, porque de pronto todos se peleaban por sacar al niño, los abuelos, los hermanos, y podían pasear por todo Madrid, por el Retiro, incluso ir de vacaciones y dar paseos que antes no se lo podían permitir. Nos pidieron muchos más prototipos del entorno, y entonces decidimos patentarlo y sacarlo y ofrecer estos beneficios a mucha más gente en el mundo. Y justo cuando lo estábamos lanzando, 2020, pues tuvimos que parar por la pandemia. Pero teníamos un stock y se lo ofrecimos al hospital de IFEMA. Con esas largas distancias y pesos conseguimos ayudar al personal sanitario, que realmente pues, se hacía muchos kilómetros, y conseguimos ayudar no solo a transportar pacientes, sino también a aplicar otro tipo de aplicaciones de esta tecnología a carros de medicamentos, de medicinas, analíticas y luego documentos. Y entonces luego hemos tenido un desarrollo de esta misma tecnología a otros sectores de última milla, de correos y demás, ¿vale? Pero centrándonos en el sector salud y asistencial, que es nuestra genética, todo el mundo piensa normalmente en la persona que va en la silla de ruedas, pero pocos en el que empuja, el cuidador, porque también tiene un grave problema, primero de esfuerzo, luego de limitación, porque limita mucho su ámbito de movilidad, y luego también porque tienen lesiones muy graves. Hasta el 73% de las personas tienen lesiones por empujar permanentemente una silla de ruedas, ¿vale? Moevo es la única solución que transporta y te transporta, ¿vale? Y es con este sistema tan fácil que además tiene las siguientes ventajas. Transporta naturalmente a las personas sin ningún esfuerzo, mejora la salud del cuidador, pero también hace un antes y un después en la experiencia de movilidad de la persona transportada, porque le amplía su ámbito social, laboral, escolar, ¿vale? Es una propulsión eléctrica limpia, se puede acoplar a cualquier silla de ruedas del mercado mediante este sistema de barras que es universal, ¿vale? Tiene autonomía para en torno a 20 kilómetros o unas 4 horas que da para pasear por... ¿Ya? No puede ser. Espera, déjame enseñar cómo funciona. Bueno.
Tú dejas el vídeo puesto y ellos te hacen las preguntas.
Vale.
Aplauso para Ignacio, por favor.
Gracias. Gracias.
This is hard. It's not easy. It's not easy. Okay, judges.
You can ask in English, no problem.
Yes, I'm going to force you to answer in English. Don't worry.
Okay.
Marta.
In Spanish.
Ignacio, how about your business model? Like, how you been saving? Is it B2B? Is it to the end user? What? And it's the pricing competitive? I guess that there's no other device in the market, or is it?
Yes, good question. Here you go. It's a business model based in the product. We have a product which is unique in the world, and we have a problem which is a global problem everywhere. So our product, our engineering, offered through distributors and through orthopedics, and through the web, the e-commerce, offer our product to the end consumer and the families. This is on one hand. On the other hand, we have the B2B. We're selling this to Hospital Puerta de Hierro and many others which are interested to try. It's not easy because it's always difficult, the hospital or the residence environment, more nowadays, which is almost impossible, but we have the strong commitment with that. So they're both.
Thank you.
Okay, super brief question, extra question? No? Okay, well, Ignacio, thank you very much. Big applause for Ignacio.
Thank you. Sorry.
SAV. Which space? Oh, it goes backwards also. Nice. That's a striking figure, I'll tell you that. Okay, so last but not least, our last startup of the block. Because it's true that when we talk about these things and helping others, we always focus on, we were talking about chronic disease, we were talking about people with disabilities, but the truth is that in a lot of these cases, we always require, to a certain degree, caretakers. However, we always focus technology on the disabilities themselves and not in providing powerful tools for the caretakers also. And precisely to change that, we have our last pitch of the block, and I want to welcome on stage the CEO of i4Life, Marian Garcia Prieto, to talk about that. Big applause.
Oh. Sorry. ¿Cómo puedo dar para atrás? No va. Sí, pero no va. Ahora, ok. The thing is that in the world,
more than 15 people are invisible. They removed my first slide, that was nobody there. These are for people that share a problem. They are suffering from Parkinson's disease. They had to face every day with episodes that are called freezing of gait. They go out, they walk normally, and suddenly their brain stops to know how to walk. They get freeze there on the floor, and they can't walk. They need an external stimulus in order to recover the gait. We've been working with them and also with the caregivers and also neurologists, and we designed that solution that is Pauto. It's a smart walking stick that gives a cue, a visual cue, a laser that helps people to recover from gait. That solution is powered with artificial intelligence. It's geolocated and reports alerts and falls to the caregivers. Our numbers are great. We have an increase in the activity, we have less number of falls, and each time more and more users, not only suffering from Parkinson's, but from other pathologies or even healthy people, are using Pauto. We have that model under B2C and B2B and B2B-C. And when compared with other solutions in the market, we offer more functionalities, more connectivity at a similar cost. In Alpholife, we develop easy-to-use technology powered with AI in order to connect dependents to their caregivers and improve their lives. This is, for sure, an awesome project thanks to our team, our advisors, and our partners. We have that commitment, that purpose of thanking the elderly, what they have done for us, by technology, by means of technology. We are absolutely going to make people not only turning them from invisible to visible, but what we want is them to bright. Thanks a lot.
Good. You see, she's like, I'm going to do it in 2 minutes. It's going to be fine.
Three, and the problem at the...
Is it clear?
Yeah.
She went with power. Judges, questions, please.
I think I saw the business model is like an upfront price and then a subscription price, or is just one chance?
At the moment, we have a business model that it consists on buying the device and a monthly fee. But we are now exploring a new possibility of having a renting that probably will be more interesting for the people, because we remove a barrier that is the initial cost.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Another question? Anyone? No? Yes? Gigi?
Thank you. Can you explain us a little bit more which is the input that the device gives to the users?
Yeah, sure. Initially, the input was only that visual cues, so that people can restart the gait when they suffer from freezing, okay? But as we started to develop the solution with them, they ask for geolocation, they ask for reports to the caregivers, and then what we have now is a device that helps the patient with the lights and helps the caregiver with information about the patient. For instance, you know if your father, for instance, uses the Pauto, you know if he is now awake, he had a good or bad night, or much more information, and we are mixing it so that you receive only one important information, and you can be, you have more peace of mind in that.
Okay.
Caregiving. Okay.
Perfect. Well, big applause for Marianne. Thank you very much for joining us. And with this, judges, it is your time to shine. So I'm going to ask the judges to please reconvene at the back so you can deliberate about who the winner will be. And meanwhile, I want to invite our next speaker, where we're going to have a nice chat while the judges deliberate. So I want to welcome on stage, let's see if we give some space here. I want to welcome on stage someone that's very, very beloved in this house, that we've had the pleasure of having for many years now. So please welcome with a big applause, Jesús Hernández, who is the Director of Universal Accessibility and Innovation at Fundación 11. Big applause for Jesús. We have Team 11 here, el equipo 11.
¿Qué tal, Alex?
¿Qué tal, Jesús? Un
Muy
placer.
bien.
Placer tenerte como siempre.
Pues sí, la verdad es que es un lujo estar por aquí.
A ver, cuéntame un poco, ¿de qué va esta iniciativa? ¿Por qué montáis esta iniciativa?
La iniciativa de los premios, porque nos gustaría hacer de forma transversal, que realmente se reconocieran todos los premios, o sea, dentro de los premios, el impacto social. Proyectos de emprendimiento que ponen en su base de trabajo a la persona. Por eso ha sido esta iniciativa, el poner en marcha. Llevamos colaborando con South Summit varios años, como bien sabes, pero el hecho de lanzar este año los premios para nosotros era importante. Ya consolidamos nuestra presencia en el South Summit.
Eso te iba a decir, digo, se os ha ido metiendo el gusanillo poco a poco y al final he dicho, ya, nos liamos la manta a la cabeza.
Sí, nos hemos venido arriba.
Porque además me gustaría, sobre todo para compartirlo, tú y yo lo estábamos comentando antes, pero creo que es importante que esto quede grabado y que la gente lo escuche, ¿no? ¿Cómo habéis vivido la pandemia vosotros desde la Fundación?
Pues mira, toda la sociedad la ha vivido de una forma muy dura, pero nosotros especialmente, ¿no? Porque de repente nos tuvimos que ir todos a trabajar a casa y no teníamos la tecnología preparada para trabajar desde casa desde el punto de vista de la accesibilidad, ¿no? Aquellos que tenemos problemas de movilidad física nos vino bien, porque teníamos que desplazarnos todos los días, pero aquellos que tenían algún tipo de discapacidad sensorial les vino muy mal. Como compañeros sordos o con deficiencia auditiva no podían comunicarse bien a través de las plataformas, como los compañeros ciegos o con deficiencia visual, las plataformas no estaban pensadas ni diseñadas para que personas con algún tipo de discapacidad o de este tipo de discapacidad pudieran interactuar con las plataformas en igual de condiciones que el resto, ¿no? Con lo cual hubo verdadera exclusión en ese ámbito, más allá de los miedos que teníamos todos, ¿no? Y más allá de tener a nuestros vendedores del cupón, que es nuestra fuente de ingresos, encerrados en casa sin ningún ingreso durante más de un mes. Aquello fue realmente duro, lo sufrimos muchísimo.
Sí, no, y supongo también, además, al final sois una gran familia, ¿no? O sea, el no poder ver a los compañeros y no poder estar en contacto físico y próximos a ellos también tuvo que ser muy
Fue
duro.
durísimo. Además, tenemos un proyecto de impresión 3D y tuvimos que poner todas nuestras impresoras y desplegar todas nuestras redes para imprimir mascarillas, para imprimir máscaras, para imprimir diferentes elementos que hemos desarrollado en impresión 3D, ¿no? Con lo cual fueron momentos duros. Ayudar a imprimir respiradores también, o sea, esa
fue dura.
Sí, los momentos duros para aquel entonces, sí. Prefiero no recordarlo.
Crucemos los dedos. Pero sí, estaba yo pensando, digo, voy a ser malo, ¿no? Pero ¿habéis sacado algún tipo de plan de ataque o plan de choque, ¿no? Porque claro, vosotros os pilló. Yo hablé con distintas organizaciones, ¿no? Y me decían, bueno, nosotros, por ejemplo, recuerdo hablar con Repsol y me decían, no, es que nosotros tenemos como un plan de emergencia en donde todo el mundo tiene dispositivos, todo el mundo sabía más o menos qué hacer en caso de que no tuvieras que ir a la oficina. Claro, vosotros os lo comisteis de lleno y no solo eso, sino que probablemente muchas de las interacciones que tenéis no son viables con la tecnología que hay ahora. Entonces, ¿habéis estado dándole vueltas a un plan? ¿No? Pues
bueno, ahí, Alex, comentarte, además tenemos el equipo de I+D por aquí. Ya pensamos y que éramos conocedores de esa problemática antes de que hubiera una pandemia. La pandemia la ha venido a acelerar, ¿no? Pero ya estábamos desarrollando un proyecto de investigación, de desarrollo para desarrollar tecnología completamente accesible y poder permitir lo que hasta ahora la tecnología no les estaba permitiendo. Con lo cual doy la enhorabuena al equipo, a Almudena, a Jessica, a todo el equipo que han estado ahí al pie del cañón en este proyecto, ¿no?
O sea que habéis sido, eso te iba a decir, ¿eh? Aplauso para el equipo. Y claro, esto nos trae un poquito ahora, ¿no? Es decir, ¿cómo estáis viendo vosotros? O sea, por un lado, siempre lo más difícil a veces es integrarlo dentro de la organización, ¿no? O sea, a veces no se tiene todos los procesos para poder aglutinar todas estas innovaciones y startups con las que estáis trabajando ahora. ¿Cómo procesáis eso, ¿no? O sea, ¿cómo trabajáis con las startups que se os acercan a vosotros?
Pues mira, para nosotros ha sido, lo comentaba nuestro director general esta mañana, ha sido un proceso largo, un proceso de más de 10 años, cuando empezamos a ver que en el ecosistema había startups, había muchísimo talento que estaban desarrollando soluciones francamente buenas y que nosotros podíamos ayudarles. Y no sabíamos cómo integrarlas dentro de nuestro sistema. Teníamos claro que si integraban dentro de nuestros procesos las matábamos, porque son procesos lentos, complejos, con mucho análisis, con lo cual teníamos que desarrollar algo en el ámbito del emprendimiento. Dejar a las startups que corrieran, que fueran a su ritmo, que se confundieran o que acertaran, pero que fueran a su ritmo, ¿no? Y nosotros lo que hemos hecho ha sido acompañarlas, ¿no? Entonces hemos puesto en marcha, y de la mano de PwC, de Price, en marcha un proyecto de aceleración de startups en las que el proceso o el momento más complejo es el del scouting, ¿no? Encontrar buenos proyectos, ¿no? Encontrar proyectos basados en el impacto social, que quieran resolver problemas reales, pero que puedan ser escalables. Que no sea una mera idea de qué bueno soy, quiero arreglar el mundo, pero bueno, cómo sobrevives, cómo planteas un modelo de negocio realmente sostenible y escalable, y eso no es tan sencillo, ¿no? Pero cada vez estamos viendo compañías, startups con modelos de negocio muy sólidos y que van a llegar a ser unicornios. Tricornios por lo de la Guardia Civil, no lo sé, pero unicornios seguro, ¿eh?
¿Y habéis encontrado alguna vez, sobre todo al principio, ¿no? Siempre pasa fricción, ¿no? Porque me da la impresión de que el equipo de innovación, tú y vuestro equipo, estáis como un poquito aparte, pero ¿habéis encontrado fricción con otras partes de la organización cuando empezáis a engrasar el tema de las startups y por ahí meterlas?
Yo creo que nos han dejado mirar para otro sitio, básicamente, ¿no? Porque la fricción fue al principio, aprobar un proyecto, dotar fondos y encontrar pues la vía de poderlo hacer. El hecho de que una Big Four esté ayudándonos a esto también da tranquilidad a dirección financiera, servicios jurídicos, auditoría, les da más tranquilidad, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, pues hemos podido encontrar ese encaje y nos está saliendo bien.
No les habéis contado, ¿no? Lo de la incertidumbre, las startups y tal, esa parte no se cuenta.
Ya lo sabemos, lo de la incertidumbre lo sabíamos y por eso pusimos en marcha el proyecto, porque no podíamos confundirnos dentro.
Claro. Y esto lo estábamos comentando antes. Bueno, primero, ¿cómo habéis visto la evolución, ¿no? de todo tipo de innovación social y de impacto, ¿no? y de inclusión de hace unos años? Porque como comentabas antes, lleváis años viniendo aquí con nosotros al South Summit. ¿Cómo habéis visto esa evolución? ¿Hay mismos proyectos, más proyectos pero menos calidad, más proyectos pero más calidad? ¿Cómo estáis viendo esa tendencia?
Hay más proyectos de mejor calidad. Lo que te decía, el modelo, base de negocio, ideas, proyectos que realmente van a tener un futuro, es lo que estamos viendo ahora. Antes veíamos mucha idea, mucho espíritu bondadoso, gran corazón, quiero mejorar el mundo, pero no sé muy bien cómo. El modelo de negocio lo basaban algunos en que me lo vaya subvencionando la administración pública o una fundación como la vuestra. Decíamos, mira, me parece que esa no es la vía, esa no es la vía. Estamos hablando de otras cosas, ¿no? Nosotros nos dedicamos a... somos grant makers, nosotros damos subvenciones, pero no es el objetivo. Sacar una startup adelante es otro concepto. Y lo que hemos visto es mucha más madurez en el ecosistema. Y lo que estamos viendo es que también hay otras entidades, lo hemos visto en el panel de impacto social y corporates, cómo se están involucrando en este tema, ¿no? Que también estamos viendo grandes compañías que cada vez están más involucradas.
Yo creo que tocas un tema que para mí siempre ha sido crítico, ¿no? He conocido mucha gente en muchas fundaciones y muchas asociaciones y siempre es la misma historia, ¿no? Esto está muy bien, que la gente quiera ayudar, pero esto tiene que ser sostenible. Nosotros no podemos seguir financiando este tipo de cosas ad infinitum, sino que sean robustos y que crezcan. Y yo creo que en ese sentido, la verdad es que, como dices, sí que ha habido un cambio importante. ¿Cómo ves el futuro? ¿Cómo ves tú esto evolucionando en los próximos 3-4 años?
Yo lo veo creciendo y sobre todo lo que veo es que vamos a seguir y va a haber cada vez más empresas, startups que van a tener esa base de impacto social, pero va a haber otras compañías que no van a tener esa base de impacto social, fintech, por ejemplo, que van a querer desarrollar y hacer dinero, pero lo que le planteamos es, ¿esto por qué lo haces? ¿No? ¿Por hacer dinero? ¿Lo haces por poder? ¿Lo haces por prestigio? ¿O lo haces por construir un mundo mejor? ¿Por qué no metes esta cuarta variable en las otras tres y que no tienes por qué renunciar a esta cuarta variable? Lo están entendiendo y cada vez estamos viendo cómo lo están incorporando en su negocio. Estamos viendo desde luego los criterios ESG en las grandes corporaciones, en los fondos de inversión, cada vez están más incorporados y cada vez hay más inversión con criterios ESG, pero desde luego la S de la parte social, que es lo que realmente nos preocupa a nosotros, sí vemos que se va incorporando de forma transversal. Todavía nos queda, pero el esfuerzo que estamos haciendo todos y el apoyo que estamos teniendo por parte del South Summit, yo creo que lo vamos a conseguir en breve, ¿no?
Joder, me devuelves la fe, ¿eh? Porque yo he de reconocer que lidio con mucho estos temas y a veces me da un poco de esa sensación de ahora porque hay presión social, ¿no? Y entonces nos vamos a meter en los SDGs porque hay presión social y tal. Pero me alegra saber que estáis viendo que realmente hay gente que dice, oye, no es exclusivo, ¿no? O sea, al final lo que es bueno para todos, lo que es bueno para la sociedad, al final revierte en un mejor negocio, una mejor marca, una mejor expansión, ¿no?
Sí, empieza a ser más por ética que por estética y no solo un maquillaje, ¿no? Sino se está haciendo porque lo quieren hacer de verdad.
Te voy a pedir la última pregunta y con esto dejamos que el jurado, bueno, que me pasen quién es el ganador para que podamos darle el precio, pero si tuvieras una varita mágica y pudieras pedir ahora mismo la startup perfecta, ¿qué startup os vendría en Fundación Estupenda?
Hemos visto...
Yo sé que me vas a decir muchas, pero
claro,
si tuvieras que elegir una.
Hemos visto ejemplos que, bueno, muchas están en Fundación, otras no, pero hemos visto ejemplos ahora que a ver cuál es la ganadora, ¿no? Estoy impaciente para saber quién es la ganadora, pero hemos visto grandes startups. No me atrevería a decir
no te mojas,
cuál es la...
No tiene por qué existir, ¿eh? No tiene por qué existir. Te la puedes inventar.
Bueno, en la próxima edición la veremos, ¿no? Con lo cual... ¿Te parece?
Yo estoy a ver que me digáis algo que digáis, pues molaría, yo qué sé, una inteligencia artificial que pudiera tratarnos como humanos y que, no sé qué inventen.
A ver, la tecnología vamos a tener todo de base tecnológica, pero vamos a tener cuidado con ella, porque nos vamos a olvidar de las relaciones humanas. Como nos vayamos ahora al metaverso y nos olvidemos de relacionarnos con la gente...
No abramos ese melón, no abramos ese melón, por favor.
O bastante complejo, con lo cual lo que sí que me gustaría es que toda la tecnología que se desarrolle tenga en cuenta la diversidad humana, eso es fundamental.
Pues mira, con esa clave que creo que es súper importante, nos quedamos aquí. Por favor, un aplauso para Jesús. Muchísimas gracias. Pues entonces me dicen, ¿tenemos winner? ¿Tenemos winner? We have a winner? Yes? You're all convinced about this? Are we ready? Well, so the winner of this first edition of the Innovation and Social Inclusion Awards for Fundación 11 is Be My Vega. Big applause!
Yeah. Congratulations. Dame un abrazo.
Muchas gracias, Jesús.
Enhorabuena, de verdad.
Bueno, la verdad es que me he quedado sin palabras, ¿no? Pues es
Con gente
una
así,
alegría enorme el haber recibido esto. Llevamos ya bastante tiempo trabajando con vosotros y lo tengo clarísimo, sin vosotros no estaría aquí. Sin vosotros y la ayuda que nos ofrecisteis al principio, pues no estaría aquí, ¿no? Y hacéis una labor extraordinaria. Ya te estoy hablando un poco de mi situación personal y de mi hija, que para mí es lo más grande que hay en el mundo. Esa ayuda y ese trabajo porque cada persona cuente, no sea un eslogan, es fundamental, ¿no? Hay una palabra que para mí es clave, que es la inclusión. Tenemos que aportar valor a todos para que todos se sientan integrados ahí, ¿no? Y desde aquí pues no puedo decir otra cosa que daros las gracias y deciros que esto, pues bueno, pues ya soy bastante cabezón para seguir con la linde, ¿no? Es decir, no dejar esa lucha por integrar a todas las personas en un mismo entorno, pero bueno, pues nos da mucha fuerza, que a veces, bueno, queda menos, ¿no? Porque es verdad que es un trabajo muy duro, ¿no? Quiero agradeceros a vosotros, a Price ese asesoramiento, esos consejos que justo cuando uno se va a torcer enseguida endereza y te marca el camino, y que todo eso es lo que al final concluye en este trabajo, ¿no? O sea, agradecidísimo y además también muy contento de que en eventos como este de emprendimiento la parte de impacto social pues esté ahí, ¿no? Y ocupe esa parte tan importante, porque no solamente es para ayudar a las personas, es para ser mejor como sociedad, ¿no?
Pues
es
con
una parte
eso
que
te
todos
voy a
tenemos que...
parar ahí, porque creo que es perfecto.
Y
Un grandísimo
gracias.
aplauso, por favor.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
No, ahora
Ay, perdón.
No sé si sabéis, en los premios Discapnet, Vima y Vega competía contra Amazon. Ganó Amazon. Y Vega decía, ¿pero esto qué es? Le dais el premio a uno que reparte paquetes. ¿Y los niños qué? ¿La educación dónde está, no? Con lo cual, ahora Vega estará tan contento.
Bueno, la tenía que haber traído porque hubiera sido...
Genial, qué bueno.
Muy feliz.
Pues nada, un abrazo.
Pues nada.
Perfecto.
Muchísimas
Gran aplauso.
gracias.
Muchas gracias, Jesús, también.
Muchas gracias.
Bajamos.
Gracias, Jesús. It was a pleasure having you and hosting this first Innovation and Social Inclusion Award. What again? Oh, we're going to take a picture? Okay, sure. All the startups, please join us. Let me stand over here. My dear friends at the back must be dying. What I'm going to ask you, though, is please quickness, speed. Come on, big smile, people. We had a great time. Come on. Okay, perfect. Por favor, es que llegamos súper tarde. No, porque es que no podemos. Okay, here we go. Again, we're moving forward. If we can. This is hard work, people. We still have lunch, though, so. Okay, I will please, judges, can I ask you to either go in, out, but not in the middle. And we're going to move forward for the last piece that we have on this block, which is our next fireside chat on two things that for me, well, one thing that for me is super critical and super important, which is regeneration and the importance of regeneration. But it was quite interesting when I was reading who was coming. It's like, I read a wine grower. By the way, plenty of space here at the front if you guys want to get closer. And I was like, a wine grower, you already got me a wine. So wine, I'm in, whatever they're going to talk. Wine and regeneration, it can be, you cannot beat that. So please welcome, let's see if we have them ready there and they have space. So please welcome for the next fireside chat, the importance of regeneration, Miguel Nogales, co-founder and chief investment officer at Generation Investment Management. Big applause for Miguel. Big applause, come on, we're small, but we make a lot of noise. Miguel, thank you very much for joining. And to interview and talk with him, Pepe Raventos, CEO and wine grower at Raventos y Blanc. Big applause for Pepe. Again, I heard wine growing, and I'm like, I'm in. Whatever you're saying.
Very good. Thank you very much for having us at South Summit. And Pepe, it's just so nice to see you. You're one of my best friends. Pepe's family has been making wine in the same farm since about the year 1500. So not only is he a winemaker, but he's a truly intergenerational, long-term practitioner. So, Pepe, we're going to talk about regenerative agriculture, but the first thing I want to ask you, which is, how on earth has your family stayed in the same land for 21 generations?
Thank you, Miguel, and thank you for having me here at the South Summit. I guess I guess my main message here to share, if it can be of any use or help, is the connection with nature, no? And I think this connection is what leads to be doing the same thing for 21 generations. Can you imagine how boring my family is? And we can develop this idea, but I really want to insist that the connection with nature is the key element that is making our humble business able to take it to the next level and to become from a small Spanish champagne house a luxury wine player. No?
Mm-hmm. So let's talk about regenerative agriculture. What made you get into this idea in the first place?
In this case was very coincidental, no? Like many important things that happen in life are random and are a casualty, no? I was watching an exhibit of Joan Miró, the painter, in London, and one of his early paintings is called The Farm, and it's not his most famous one, but it explains. He describes his childhood in his Mediterranean farm, and in that exhibit they explain how becoming so local, Joan Miró became such an international artist. No? So I had the epiphany that really going local is what is really important to become of interest in the world. At that time we were living in New York City. It made us change all our ideas. We came back to live in the farm with my wife and our 4 children. And this has become like imagine, no? A family from Manhattan to a farm in the middle of nowhere. This has been crucial to understand nature and how the regenerative approach is vital for our wines to become world-class.
Mm-hmm. So what have been the main changes that you've had to make to your farm to make it regenerative? Maybe you can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I think to understand this concept, because everybody talks regenerative and everybody talks eco and everybody talks organic and biodynamic, no? But I think we have to simplify a lot. But one key element to understand is the concept of biodiversity and the idea of the Mediterranean mosaic. So there are 5 hotspots of biodiversity on Earth, being the Mediterranean basin, the largest, and very important here, influenced by humans. So it's not only biological evolution, but the influence of humans. So this idea of patchwork is the combination of forest areas and wild areas together with the agriculture, the result of the evolution of humankind. No? So this work together of humankind evolution in the natural, appropriate, I would say, climatological area basin, the Mediterranean basin, is one of the richest parts in biodiversity on the planet Earth.
Wow.
So when you understand this big combination, cereal, olive oil, vineyards, forest, at a small scale is what we are developing in our farm. So it's an integrated farm where we're fostering polyagriculture, management of the forest areas, of the water areas, bring back the animals, etc. No?
So I've been to your farm, and I've seen horses plowing the fields. I've seen goats running around the vineyards. Just describe to us a little bit more how this changes the ecosystem, and also does it make for better wine?
Yeah, exactly. This is the key question. No? Thank you, Miguel. So this is, again, we are in the Mediterranean basin hotspot. Then we go to the farm organism, and this idea of recuperating the farm organism that we want to share with you today. How does this concrete? No? What are the examples? So in this moment, Raventos y Blanc Farm is a pioneer, world pioneer in recuperation of animal traction in vineyard management. But this is as simple as going back to the ancient farm, because when my father was little, 8 horses would plow all the property, and we're talking about 60 years ago, not 600 years ago.
Right.
So in 60 years, I say we've gone through maybe from the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, the era of confusion. What we're trying to do here is to go back to what we had been doing for so many generations. No? Another example, Miguel mentions about the herd of sheep and the herd of goats, that they all have different missions in the farm. No? They are grazing in all the winter fields when the vineyard, you know, it's a plant that stops during the winter. So at that moment we can free them in all the vineyards, and they are helping us maintain the cover crop lower. And then from bud break until harvest, they are doing forestry management to keep the forest clean and to have less risk of wildfires, which, as you may know also, in this climate crisis we're living through, it's a very big challenge, it's a very big menace in many places. No? We are working with honeybees in different, strategically in different parts of the farm, so you know that with their flies, they foster, they potentiate with the pollination, the maximum flora diversity of the farm. We grow cereal that feeds our horses and our sheep when needed, and our pigs, but at the same time creates a type of biotica flora and fauna different from the vineyards and different from the olives. No? So this is a basic idea of polycultivo, polyagriculture. No? And then Miguel asked, no, like, how does this affect the wine? No? And this is more technical from our business that I think you will understand very well. When you drink world-class wines, you are drinking liquid geography, so wines that express that origin in the most pure and honest way. So above technology that has to be the maximum you can apply, above your understanding anything, is that expression of nature. So by recuperating the life of the farm, the diversity of the farm, we have more autonomous plants, we have to treat them less as human beings, and we can propose a wine that truly speaks from that origin. That is what interests the people that are looking for the world-class wines, or the most, I would say, honest wines and pure reflection of that little part of the world.
So one of the things that interests me about regenerative agriculture is that, particularly if you have monoculture, if you have tilling, there's a lot of erosion, there's a lot of soil loss, and I wonder if you can maybe speak to that in your farm. I know that some of your farm is on slopes, so you're going to get maybe more soil loss. Have you been able to see a difference in the evolution of the topsoil in your farm?
Absolutely. No? So when we talk about biodiversity, I always try to gravitate to biodiversity on the horizon and with big fauna and flora. That is my passion. No? But even more important than that is the diversity of the soils and the structure of the soils. No?
Right.
And one of the biggest challenges that we have now as growers, as wine growers, is to deal with such unpredictable weather patterns. Right. For example, in 2020 we had historical rainfall that we hadn't had until since 1944. But at the same time, we're having to deal with heat waves that are unknown in our region. No? So this creates two big challenges, like Miguel is mentioned very well. One is to deal with erosion, especially in farms in like hilly areas. That's where normally best wines are made, either in Burgundy, Champagne, Saint-Emilion, Priorat, or Ribera Sacra, to mention some. So deal with erosion, and the other one is with water retention. Right. And we have learned from the last, I would say, 16 years of going serious to regenerative agriculture that, one, that no-tilling is extremely helpful because you develop a lot of vegetation in between the vines. And when you have big rainfalls, there is much more holding, so less risk of erosion of all the superficial soils. And second, in our case, really critical, is the water retention capacity of the soils is much higher because you have all the plants, you have all the nutrients, you have all the mycelio, all the fungi and flora, fauna, and everybody working together as a team, regenerating that soil and giving it more structure, thus more capacity to retain the limited water that we have in the dry seasons.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, how do you actually measure the health of a soil?
You measure the health of the soil by biodiversity accounting. So basically, you take samples of the different plots and you compare in the same period of the year during the different vintages. No, but also at a more simple scale, we go with a knife in our pocket and you put the knife in the soil, and if the knife easily enters the soil, it means that capacity of regeneration has gone very well. However, when the knife doesn't go inside the first 10 centimeters of the soil, and even you can break if it's like a delicate blade, that means that this soil is really dead.
Because it's not taking the moisture, as you said.
Correctly. Moisture, structure, that means that the soil is the opposite of compact. So very, I don't know the English word, but the opposite of compact.
Yeah, spongy or...
Spongy soil, it means structured soil. And there are a lot of plants that help the soil be more spongy. The fact of plowing with horses is critical because there is minimal compactation compared to tractors, etc.
Yeah.
So I think this idea of knife is very, very visual, right?
So let's talk numbers a little bit. I mean, how has this affected your business? Is it made it more profitable? Is it costing you more money? Do the buyers of your wine, are they willing to pay a premium for the way that you make your wines?
Absolutely. Yeah, this is encouraging. You know, when I joined my father in the 90s, we were in bankruptcy, and my grandfather, that was very, very knowledgeable at that time, in the moment passed away super young, and we took a lot of wrong decisions. Of course, we did a lot of spreadsheets and sales and human resources. You have to do all these things, no? But that wasn't critical for understanding the business, no? What has been critical, and again I insist with the first message, is that connection with nature. Why? Because yes, we're incurring of costs for our business. It has cost, I don't know, like 1 million during 10 years of turnover that we are on 10 million. So it's not that significant, no? But for a small business, it's important investment. But the way that you repercute these costs in the brand, this is what's important, is that what really the premium consumer is willing to pay for. So there's a big change that people don't want to drink the wine because James Bond says, you know, I drink this wine on the movies like in the past, or you know, that fake marketing of the La Grandeur de la France, no? Of champagne, for example. No? People now want to drink for real the work that's behind there. So if you are able, and this is very important, to communicate via not expensive resources like social media, etc., what you're doing in your soils, in your farm, with your animals, towards your minimal intervention winemaking, this has been of interest of all the consumers. And of course, that leads you that you compete, adding value to your sales at a higher price, and you can move away from the promotion, discount, Spanish language. That is what our Spanish wines have been in the past in the international
So for you, it's
markets.
a net positive.
It's been critical. I mean, it's been the way to go from the discount and salesman all the time insisting towards building a luxury wine brand in the world of interest of the buyers.
And do you? I can see there's good acceptance in Europe, maybe in the US. How are you finding this in Spain? Is Spain beginning to accept and get more interested in this type of topic?
I think Spain is a little behind in terms of consumer understanding compared to New York or Paris. But I see that in more cosmopolitan cities, people are more and more interested in this type of wine. No? I think what is important, though, is that Spain has a huge opportunity in our humble wine industry towards conquering the world, because it's offering the most diverse agriculture, viticulture landscape compared to any other country. We have the bigger surface planted, but we're still a little bit young in terms of like marketing. So we haven't done the mistakes of France or Italy being a little bit too flashy. So it's still so unique and so authentic. And this authenticity, together with a good agricultural, regenerative, natural approach, I think has a lot of potential for my colleagues in Spain. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, I will raise a virtual glass of Raventós i Blanc. Thank you, Pepe. Thank you for coming all the way from Catalunya. And, you know, it's been really wonderful to hear you tell the story, the importance of sustainability, how it's not a cost, how it's, you know, transformed your business, and you've helped the planet, you've helped nature, you've helped your customers. So it's a kind of win all around. So really loved hearing the story. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Miguel. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, both of you. I'm missing something, though.
Okay.
You know, you come here, you talk about regeneration, wines. Are we missing something?
Where are the bottles, right?
Exactly. Next time, man.
We'll send
Good
them to
friend,
you.
come
We'll
on.
send them Next to you. time we do a real cheer.
Pepe,
Okay.
thank you very
Thank you.
much, guys.
Thank you for
Big
having me.
applause, please. And with this, everyone, we're still here. We are closing for lunch. Remember, we come back at 3:30 with the capable hands of the Mad Irish Oishing. I'll be moving to the startup stage, so if you want to join us there, we will be there too. Enjoy the break, enjoy the food. See you later. Thank you, people.
Amigos, amigas, great to see you all here. I see lots of faces refreshed with lunch, some coffee, some networking, ready to go for the afternoon here at the Playground stage. It's great to see you all. My name is Oisin Lunny. I'm an event host, a journalist, a podcast host for Fortune 500 companies. Please do find me on LinkedIn. Let's connect. Remember the ABC of South Summit, always be connecting. Okay, you are welcome to the Playground stage here. We have some fantastic presentations for you. Just a little reminder to share photographs of our rockstar speakers using the hashtag SouthSummit22. Please share the love, share the enthusiasm. We are all here to grow this wonderful ecosystem that has really blossomed over the past 10 years, the South Summit family. Let's bring everyone on board. The number one function of any good ecosystem is for that ecosystem to survive, to thrive, and you are all part of that ecosystem. So please share the love, install the app, please connect, and let's get on with our amazing program today. Now, I read a very interesting news article. Literally, it was published 6 hours ago on Business Insider. They revealed that climate tech startups raised $40 billion in funding last year. That is not a small number. This is a very hot area, and we are thrilled to start our day with a session all about sustainable infrastructure and climate tech. We are about to discover how can concrete contribute to a more sustainable world. This is one of the most interesting materials on the planet, and we are delighted to be joined by 3 experts who are going to educate us on its incredible potential. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce our speakers one by one. I want you to give them all. I appreciate it's just been lunch, but we've got to bring the energy. We've got to really appreciate our speakers, starting with researcher at Technalia, Research and Innovation. Please welcome Joana Roncero. Thank you. Wonderful. Muchísimas gracias, Joana. That's great.
Gracias.
And now we are going to welcome to the stage. She looks after unconventional products and solutions team leader at Heidelberg Cement Group. Please welcome to the stage, all the way from Italy, Dr. Claudia Capone. Grazie mille, Claudia. And we are thrilled to welcome for this session our incredible moderator. Please give a very warm welcome to the global head of innovation at Ferrovial. A big round of applause for Laura Tordera. Wonderful. Muchísimas gracias. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Hello, hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here participating in the South Summit 2022. I hope you are enjoying the event. I would like to say thank you to the organizers and Madrid Council to allow us to have this slot here to talk about sustainability and smart and advanced materials. And related to sustainability, I would like to invite you to visit our Icon Green cabin in the area of the food truck just here. This is Ferrovial's sustainable cabin, and we are going to use this sustainable cabin in all the projects all around the world. So after this publicity, I would like to introduce you our speakers, expert speakers in this area, Claudia Capone and Joana Roncero. Joanna is graduated in chemistry. She is PhD in civil engineering, master's degree in business innovation, and master in science in project management. She is a researcher with more than 60 papers published. Claudia Capone is chemical engineer, PhD in materials engineering. She is currently the person in charge of innovation and research projects in Heidelberg Group. She is co-author of many scientific papers. We are going to talk about sustainable and advanced materials, specifically about concrete and cement. Sustainability is key for society, for public policies, and for Ferrovial's strategy. We incorporate ESG parameters, environment, social, and governance criteria to decarbonize our activities in roads, ports, airports, and all the civil works. And we are developing new green lines as energy, mobility, and water. Ferrovial and all the big companies dedicated to infrastructure depend on our supply chain. The construction of infrastructure consumes a lot of materials and a lot of products, but concrete is the most important one. Before talking to our speakers, I would like to share with you some quick facts related to concrete. Concrete currently stands at 10% of global emissions, with a tendency of grow because the decarbonization of the rest of the sectors. The impact of concrete emissions currently is in our overall footprint is 14%. So you can see that we are very dependent on concrete becoming a more sustainable product to achieve our targets. So we have here now Heidelberg Group and Tecnalia. We are going to start with the question. The first question, Claudia, is how can concrete support a more sustainable world?
Thank you, Laura, for the question. Heidelberg Cement Group has aligned its sustainable commitments with the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Supporting these objectives means reducing CO2 emission in the cement sector, because CO2 emission is an unavoidable step of the cement and clinker production, because 1/3 come from use of fuels and 2/3 from the use of two-thirds for the decarbonation of limestone, that is a raw material for the cement. So the ambitious target of Heidelberg Cement Group is to reduce the CO2 emission by 47% compared to the basic year 1990, and have a total CO2 emission equal to 400 kilos of CO2 per ton of cement producer. This is one of the most challenging targets in the cement sector. This is the target for the 2030, and by 2050, at the latest, Heidelberg Cement would like to become the first net zero company in the world, zero emission.
Okay, thank you so much, Claudia. Joanna, what's your point here?
Thank you, Laura. Tecnalia, it's, as other technological centers and universities, helping the companies in order to develop new technologies to become more sustainable, and also new products that with lower footprint and also with higher circularity rates. So particularly in our case in Tecnalia, we are working in many topics. For instance, the development of eco-products, eco-concretes, mortars, grouts. That means materials, construction materials with lower footprint. We are also working a lot from many years ago in the use of different, let's say, in the recover, traceability, treatment, and reutilization of different kind of waste in concrete and also mortars. Waste like, for instance, construction and demolition waste, industrial waste like steel and inox slats, biomass slats and ashes, and also including municipal solid waste. So we are studying a lot on this topic. Also, we are studying the topic of the carbon capture, use, and storage in many from many aspects. Let's say from many different topics, working with the. How can we use the CO2 to react with some materials, with some waste, in order to improve their properties as an aggregate and also as a replacement, partial replacement of the cement? We improve the properties using the CO2, and we can use these materials into the concrete again. We are also studying ways of purifying and also separate the CO2 from different industrial process. How can we do fuels with this CO2, etc. We are also working on 3D printing of concrete-based materials, cement-based materials. We have probably one of the biggest labs in Spain in this respect. And also we are working, for instance, with self-healing concrete, which is a concrete that is able to repair itself when there is some damage and maintain, let's say, the durability of this material, of this structure. We are also working in the development of low-cost aerogels, using waste, so many topics that can contribute to make the construction materials more sustainable.
Thank you so much. Very interesting insight, Joanna. So let's move to the next question, Claudia. What are the research projects and initiatives designed for the short and medium term?
Okay. The key levers in order to reduce the CO2 emissions are relevant to the product optimization, the process optimization, and the carbon capture and use and storage. At process level, the crucial point is the use of alternative fuels, for example, biomass, instead of traditional fuels like petcoke. At product level, the key factor is a wide-scale adoption of the circular economy, introducing alternative raw materials in the clinker production, that is the active matter of the concrete, in the cement grinding, using in compliance with the regulation also limestone, slag, pozzolanic materials, and we can also act capturing CO2 from our plant and storing it. In Brevik, Heidelberg Cement is realizing the first plant of CO2 capturing and storage that will be ready by 2024, but other industrial plants are in progress in other countries like Bulgaria. Heidelberg Cement is also working on 3D printing, like Tecnalia, because the new construction technologies could help to make the cement more sustainable. The 3D printing, for example, allows for the optimization of the formulation, the adoption of local raw material in order to optimize the formulation and reduce the quantity of wastes during the production.
Thank you so much, Claudia. Joanna?
Yeah, I must say before that there is a lot of technical advance, but we have a big problem with the standards and the certification. There are many ways that we have we have various scientific evidence that are working very safely and very well, but we cannot use because the standards limitate their use or maybe do not permit the use of this way. So we need an effort from the people that is working on this standard in order to permit this. When this happens, I hope very soon, we will be ready in order to incorporate many ways to the concrete. But also other projects that need to be done, and some projects that we are working today are, for instance, the study of many other ways that we can incorporate in concrete, but also the study of innovative process to improve the characteristic of the properties of this waste. There are also projects related to the increase of the durability. We need to increase the durability of the material in order to reduce the possibility of corrosion of the material, of the steel into the material. There are projects related to the development of a self-healing concrete, but not only to recover the durability, but also we need to recover the mechanical performance of this concrete when there is a damage in the concrete. Other interesting projects are relating to the use of smart materials and sensors into the concrete in order to create concretes that are able to monitor the properties, but also the deterioration of this concrete. In 3D printing, we need to do an effort, really, because there is a technology that is emerging, but still there is not in the market, and we need also a help from the standards and regulation, but also there are some challenges that we need to overcome, like the introduction of the reinforcement of this technology, and many other topics. We can think that any property in the concrete that we can imagine, maybe there is some way to obtain this property. So there are a lot of things to do, and we are working today in many topics.
Yes, I can add, if I can, that also the combination of concrete with advanced new material like graphene-related material, all cool materials, can open new business opportunities for concrete, for a sustainable concrete. For example, in the case of cool material, you can have concrete with cooler surfaces that can contribute to indoor comfort in the building, reducing the use of electrical energy for summer air conditioning, for example. And also you can have outdoor well-being because the cool concrete can mitigate the phenomenon called urban heat island, for example.
Okay, really interesting. Thank you. We are going to go to a disruptive question now. Are we going to continue with the use of concrete in the future?
Okay, Heidelberg Cement Group believes that the concrete will play a vital role in providing a suitable solution to the challenges of the future and in building a more sustainable world of tomorrow. In few words, concrete supports local and global communities because with concrete concrete, you can build durable houses. The concrete enables infrastructures that connects people, cities, and transports goods. And last but not least, the concrete helps against flooding and erosion.
Okay, thank you. In a nutshell,
I can say that there is no material in the world able to compete in concrete in terms of mechanical performance, durability, cost, energy efficiency, thermal inertia, many aspects. So I think that the future in concrete is really clear. There is the material that can permit that some undeveloped countries can grow. And also for the developed countries, this material will support the growing in a sustainable way. It's a material that can act as a sink or landfill for waste materials, even for waste from different industries. So it's not providing sustainability to the construction sector, but also to other sectors. And also, importantly, concrete is also can be recycled. 100% of the concrete can be recycled, so and reutilized to do a new concrete. So I think it's clear the future of concrete, and there is no material, from my point of view, that can compete with concrete in this respect.
Okay, happy of hearing that.
If I can,
yes.
What Joanna says is very important. Concrete, cement and concrete could transform the waste of other industrial processes in resources for the cement and concrete sector. This is a crucial point that supports the sustainable application of cement and concrete in the future.
Thank you so much. All these reflections and insights are really interesting and very important for the society, for our society in the future. We all should work in a more sustainable and decarbonized world. This is the legacy that we will leave to our children. So we should all think about all these topics that we have just talked today. So thank you so much, and we are glad to talk to you just when we finish. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wonderful, muchísimas gracias. That was absolutely perfect, inspiring words. We need to become better ancestors for future generations. Ladies and gents, one more time, please give it up for Laura, Claudia, and Joanna. Thank you.
Thank you.
Inspiring stuff. This is what we are here to learn, to hear about, how we can make a better planet for future generations, how we can lift all boats as the tide rises, and how we can be more sustainable, more green, more eco-friendly, and how this ecosystem can actually change the world. I am always thrilled to see the incredible work that has been done by the South Summit speakers, by our amazing delegates. Please do remember to share the love, build the family, use the hashtag South Summit 22, install the app and see what amazing serendipity could come into your life through networking here in Madrid and online. Okay, we are going to move on to our next fabulous session, and we're going to we're going to discuss how paving our way to greener and safer ecological transition, we need to take into consideration communities and infrastructure. We're going to explore how data can optimize our use of resources and forecast better outcomes. Now, I'm going to introduce our first three speakers for our next session. It's all about making smarter decisions for planet Earth, something we all need to do. I'm going to introduce our first three speakers. We are thrilled to be joined by the Head of Business Development at Overstory. Please give a warm welcome to Kate Burson. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next, we're going to welcome the CEO at Ouigo, Jon Padilla. Thank you. Welcome, Jon. And finally, we're going to welcome our wonderful moderator for this session, the CEO at Samapa Next, Hugo Augusto. Thank you. Welcome, Hugo. And we are going to be joined by a very special guest on that last seat, who is none other than the Deputy Prime Minister for Ecological Transition at the Government of Spain. Her name is Teresa Ribera, and you know how busy these people are. We're delighted to have her here, but she is on her way. So if somebody makes a mysterious dash onto the stage midway through the presentation, give her a huge round of applause. I'll probably come on and introduce you. But anyway, ladies and gents, please one more time, a big round of applause for our great speakers on this very important topic. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Well, we'll just start, and I'll start by thanking you all for attending this session. Also thanking the organization at South Summit for this lovely invite, and thank you, Kate and Ian, for also participating in this panel. But maybe I would start just by asking you, maybe you first, Kate, and then Ian, to talk a little bit about your organization, what you guys do, and what problem you're trying to solve.
Great, thank you, and thanks for having us. So at Overstory, we use satellites and apply artificial intelligence to it to help electric utilities prevent wildfires, prevent power outages, and then also protect biodiversity. So, and our focus is purely on the vegetation intelligence, and we're from space able to tell you down here in Spain, which we've had the good fortune to do, exactly what that tree is, where your eucalyptus is on the ground, and what its health is, species, height, proximity to infrastructure, which is really a game changer because we can now do this at scale.
Thank you.
I have an announcement. As promised, we are honoured to be joined now by the Deputy Prime Minister for Ecological Transition at the Government of Spain. Please give a very warm welcome to Teresa Ribera. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Yeah. And I was just at the beginning asking to introduce your organization and what is the number one problem you're trying to solve? I'm sure you have more than one, but do you want to introduce what are you doing as a Deputy Prime Minister in the ecological transition, and what's the number one problem what are the problems you're trying to address?
Okay, so thank you so much for the question of who I am and what I do. I am the Minister for the Ecological Transition and the Demographic Challenge and the Deputy Prime Minister of the government. What we intend to do, we intend to transform things, so to ensure that human prosperity can take place within the limits of the planet, and to reduce the gap, the divide, the increasing gap between those living very well and those living not so well, including the divide between the urban and rural areas that sometimes provoke the sentiment of being second-row citizens and second-class citizens, which is not a good thing in democratic terms, not only in terms of fairness and equity, when people living in rural areas think that they don't have access to the same type of services and the same type of facilities. So those are my challenges, how we can transform prosperity, development in a way that is much more sound, much more sustainable, so mainly dealing with land, energy and water. That mean biodiversity, food security, capacity to invest and to produce prosperity and welfare at home and at the economic level. So thinking about society.
Thank you, Teresa. Jan, and do you want to talk a bit about how
Sure.
about WeGo and the problem you're trying to solve?
So my name is Jon Padilla. I'm the CEO of WeGo. Basically what we do is that we process satellite data with machine learning to monitor environmental variables that are key for clean energy. So if we take a simple example, if we take a hydropower dam, for example, what we would be doing is monitoring the snow that is in the mountains, the water that flows from the rivers, the water that are on the lakes, so that we can create, we give this information to energy producers so that they can be more efficient, they can create more energy without investment in infrastructure, and we help into reducing the market volatility. If I take a little bit the main challenge that we're facing, and I think we're helping both energy producers and governments, is that currently when we're looking at energy transition, moving from classic fossil fuel-based solutions that are really easy to forecast, right? So if we have 1 kilogram of coal, and I ask you how many megawatts we can create out of there, it's pretty simple. 1 kilogram of coal equals X megawatts, right? But if I tell you, okay, so how much water, wind, or sun we'll have tomorrow? Well, that question is still unanswered. And this is fundamentally the question that we're trying to give an answer through WeGo. And we do this using satellite data by monitoring these key environmental variables, water, wind, sun, and helping these energy producers, government, into ensuring that they understand the energy production that is going to be taken tomorrow, and they can avoid shortages, and obviously we can help them transition finally to a net zero or greener economy.
Thank you. This is a good start. I think we're going to have a really good conversation. And for you, Teresa, the ecological transition is an imperative for our planet, for our societies. And can you give some examples of projects that you are working at the ministry that will impact specifically the Spanish community and Spanish society?
Okay, so in the broad picture, I would say that there are three main lines to take and things that we are promoting and trying to facilitate how to fix things. One of them is, of course, how we move from a fossil fuel-based energy system towards something that is not so much centralized, much more sophisticated, also much more local, and taking into consideration the renewable energy capacities, being very efficient, much more affordable and smart. So how we can create the conditions to change, and in this shift, how we can ensure that this does not create any additional social concern or exclusion. So how we can ensure that this is fair when walking the path. The second thing I would say is how we can ensure that we are smart when tackling with biodiversity and natural resources. How we can protect, restore, how we can learn, how we can ensure, and how we can make a much more connected green infrastructure, and being inspired by biodiversity and ecosystems, so to be much more resilient to the climate impacts, how we can ensure that we can afford and we can face the challenges around water scarcity, water floods, or water stress, what additional water we can produce, how we can be much more smart when transporting and using water, and how we can ensure, again, this fairness consideration when tackling water. And the third thing is how we can promote a much more smart way to produce and consume. How we can ensure that the way we produce is much more effective and takes into consideration the materials that we have been using before, so that we do not waste so much beyond what we can afford in planetary terms, but at the same time how we can invest in new materials, how we can create a new culture, how we can facilitate a mindset, a common cultural approach that takes into consideration that there are many things that we are doing up to now that are not wise and that produce additional risk that in fact we do not want to be in a position to be facing. So how we can assess risk and value in a very different manner. And the main thing to get that, and that's a common comment that probably goes beyond your question, is how we can ensure that these are shared goals in general terms by the society, and how we can pay attention and listen to each other so to create an appropriate puzzle that takes into consideration all the different sensitiveness, but going towards the same type of horizon. So sharing the idea on what we want to achieve. And this is very much connected to public awareness, education, and values and culture. So there are some things that need to happen to break inertias that go beyond a strict traditional regulation or technology solutions, are much more social and much more linked to values.
Thank you. talking about technology solutions, Kate, you help utilities in Europe, but mainly in the US, to make smarter decisions. You help them to prevent wildfires. Can you share a bit with us why are those utility companies choosing Overstory versus other options that they have been using or they are looking to use in the future? Why Overstory?
Absolutely, thank you. So we're finding, I mean, we have actually Europe, we're based out of Amsterdam, and we do work in Europe and the US, and our first, one of our first big customers was actually Red Electrica here in Eluit, and I think our work with them shows also why we're being selected, which is with Eluit and Red Electrica, we use our machine learning models and satellites to detect 37 different vegetation species over 16,000 kilometers of territory. And so this helps with biodiversity protection, this helps with wildfire prevention, and really what separates us from the other players that are using similar remote sensing technology in artificial intelligence is the quality, the accuracy of those insights. And so whether we're helping utilities in northeastern United States prevent outages, or also we help with work plan management to reduce their operating expenses, or it's helping prevent wildfires and protecting biodiversity. It's that underlying kind of vegetation intelligence that matters, and then how do you make that actionable for that customer so they can really make it meaningful for their objectives.
Thank you. And talking again, continuing about technology and helping corporations to make smarter decisions. We were talking about this before we joined the panel, that we talk a lot about utilities, energy, electricity. Probably there is not enough talk or as much talk about water. Do you want to share a bit with us in the same lines as Kate did about why what you are doing and how WeGo is helping your clients to make smarter decisions around water and snow?
Sure. So this is a big problem, right? Water scarcity, and specifically in countries like Spain, that we don't only consume water, but we produce energy out of it, right? So it's critical that the water cycles are preserved. Now, when it comes to climate change, we know that these cycles are going to change, right? They are going to evolve and change, and all of our infrastructure is designed to hold this water in the previous water cycle, right? So what we do in WeGo is that we're able to monitor the humidity, the water levels that are on the soil, the amount of snow that there is in the mountains, the amount of water that there is on the lakes, and we can create historical data sets in a whole country to understand how these dynamics are changing over time. And they are doing, right? Surprise, they are doing. So in previous years, we'll have that the melting season, when snow will melt, will happen all at the same time in the same month. So if here in the Pyrenees, it's usually around May, June. If we go to the Alps, it's maybe June, July, right? But all the melting of snow will happen in the same month. Now with climate change, this is going to change. So the melting of the snow, it's going to be way more dynamic. We'll have flash floods that are going to arrive. We will have lots of different activities that will happen that our infrastructure is not prepared to handle. Now, to give like a small example, we're working with the government of New Zealand because they are heavily invested in hydropower. They want to go net zero. And obviously what happened is that as we're investing so much in hydropower, and if we don't have the intelligence to know when that snow will arrive into our lakes, we can get into shortage situations. And what happened in New Zealand is that last year they smashed their record in coal consumption, right? So that means if we don't have the right technology to monitor the water that then is going to be used for tap water, for sanitary water, for hydropower, and we invest too heavily in renewable energy without doing our homework first, we can create the opposite, and we start burning coal, right? So these are the kind of situations that we try to avoid by having better systems to monitor water.
Random question off script. Are you working with the government of Spain or just New Zealand?
Not yet.
Okay, you guys can talk after the panel. And Kate, you guys have different solutions, and potentially you might have the same client in some situations. And there are other solutions out there, maybe here in the audience, but definitely out there. And this means that if I'm a utility company, I might be working with 10, 15 solutions to help me with my needs. What are your thoughts about making it easier for, whether it's a ministry or entities at the ministry level or utilities, to make things more interoperable and work with each other, so the decisions also can be really smarter at a larger scale?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I mean, I know we're in this business because we want to have an impact, and the intelligence that we're capturing, we want it to be more open source, and so that whether it's governments or emergency management providers and utilities, we're all able to kind of start building better systems. I mean, when I hear about the challenges the minister's trying to tackle, it's overwhelming. But then when I think about the technologies that we all have, imagine if we were able to really have a smart, efficient, open platform where we can really be sharing this data in a way that still enables our businesses to grow. And so I've seen this in particular with the wildfire prevention area. There are, huge data catalogs, but it's for, a utility, for example, or even for governments to try to make sense of it and figure out which sources are the right ones to put together. It's a real challenge. And so like GitHub and open source and software has been such a dynamic, powerful tool. And I've seen now this actually start to develop in energy and power systems. There's LF Energy Foundation that is making a lot of these, a lot of open source interoperable software tools for the grid. And my hope is that we'll be able to do this with the type of data that we're collecting so that we can really all be part of this solution together.
And what about you, Jon? Just would like to hear your perspective as well, how you're seeing your product maybe interconnecting with other products, specifically, and what you do, how might that be helping with forecasting, as you're mentioning, and preventing shortages and relating to other dependencies that your clients have?
Yeah, so this is quite critical as well. So something that we're doing, and this comes into, what would I say, like the buttons that sort of like a country should have when it comes to water management and energy management. What we do, I thought it was not working, yeah. So what we're doing actually is that, for example, this is something that we're now doing in Switzerland, is that Switzerland is a country that depends a lot in hydropower, right? They have a lot of super big dams. The main energy is produced through those dams, and those dams are used to, funnel ski stations, agriculture, so they are critical, right? So what we're able to do is that we monitor all the top, I think it is top 20 lakes of Switzerland to know the total volume of water that is available. So that is what we call active water. So this means water that can be used today. And then we monitor in those same lakes, in the same catchment area, we monitor the snow that is in the mountains. And this is what we call reserve water, right? So this is water that is going to be converted in the future, and then it's going to be available. So then we sum both, and basically this is all the water that you have to run the country for a full year, right? So what we do is that since we have historical data sets in which we are comparing to previous years how much snow or water we have in previous years, we can give this data to the government so that basically the government can pick up the phone, call the energy producers or the lake operators and say, hey, we need to hold horses, we're running into a shortage situation, and we like to maintain the integrity of our water and our lakes for the time being, right? These are, of course, critical situations, but it's really important to have this data because many organizations, they don't have this data. And without this data, you're pretty much running a water system in your country completely blind. So yeah, these are the kind of integrations that we're trying to do. Obviously, these are critical information as well for grid operators in hydropower-based countries. but it's as well critical information for the government and for the energy producers.
So we talked a lot about data in your answers, and I'm sure Teresa has access to a lot of data. And your ministry is developing a lot of projects that contribute to a greener, safer, ecological transition. I did some homework. I saw things about digitalization of the water cycles, meteorological surveillance to monitor climate change, development of smart grids to monitor the coastal erosion, etc., etc., etc. I have a two-part question for you, and I apologize in advance for the overload of questions, but do you believe, and you touched a little bit on this in the beginning, that our society and our companies, specifically in Spain, that they have the will and the sense of urgency? Because the impact of the things you're doing now, maybe we'll see the decade from now, not necessarily on Monday. Do they have that will and the sense of urgency to act on the topics that we have been talking here and you mentioned as well in the beginning?
No, thank you, and I will also comment on some of your comments using data and to what extent the society is prepared and the decision makers are prepared to digest and understand the data, because if we have the data but we don't have the capacities to apply in a smart manner those data, there is something that is missing. I think that the society has understood and bought the big headline. We need to act, we are experiencing the consequences of the changes, this is not good, we need to do things. I'm not so convinced on the two next chapters. First, this is very urgent. Whenever you get deeper into the information, it's scaring. And we don't want to scare people. We need people acting, not being scared. So here again, we need to identify the best ways to count on people acting, asking, supporting, demanding, but not just complaining or being scared. And the second thing is, what does this mean in terms of the changes you need to introduce in a very short period of time? So to what extent people is ready to act in a consistent manner. And this is where I think that the cultural change is also very important. And then the answers are not fully consistent. The more the people understand what it means and to what extent we don't know every single detail, but we know enough and we have sufficient solutions to be quite effective, the more committed and the more engaged the people react. But this is still an ongoing process. And it has to be reasonably easy. You cannot ask anyone to be a hero every single day of the year. We need to count on a context that facilitates the consistent decisions coming from any citizen. The second thing is what I was saying. I think that this has been so quick that the question marks on do we count on the skills we need? Are we ready to re-skill people that were thinking, myself too, I mean, I'm coming also from a generation that is still analogical more than digital. To what extent people have the capacities to play in a smart manner, or to what extent people that don't feel that have the capacities and the skills to feel scared by the change? This is important. Still is a cultural change, and we need to invest a lot to facilitate this transformation because the time is so short that we need to happen. And at the same time, when talking about the organizations, this is also very relevant for utilities, for companies and enterprises, but also for governments and administrations of any kind. Of course, we collect lots of interesting, amazing, very important data. And then the question mark is fantastic. I have the access to the satellites, I have the access to the everyday long series of data, so we know that we need to have the capacities to observe. We have the data, and then what? What does this mean? How prepared are the organizations to draw conclusions from those data, and to project what is smart to do, not only in the very short term, but also in the mid and long term? And secondly, how we share this information with others, because I think that this is a role coming from governments. If we have the capacities, the financial capacities to send a satellite, I don't know where, or to collect the meteorological information in a very detailed manner everywhere. This is relevant information for many decisions, so how we can share this information through open platforms and so on. But then how the ones being in a position to take the decisions can count on the right reading and assessment of those data to make the right decisions. And all of this has its own inertia. Now, for instance, we are trying to promote something that you have been talking a little bit about, which is how we can digitalize the water sector, which is key for a country that is going to be under huge stress because of lack of water or because of floods. We need to be much more capable, to be very effective and efficient when using the transportation infrastructures, the access to the final users of water. But I mentioned water, energy, and land. So thinking about agriculture, how much chemicals? Is it useful to pour water right now or not? To what extent? So I think that all of this goes through a process that needs to happen very quick. I think that there is curiosity. I have a strong sentiment of strength coming from the Spanish society, much more open than other societies, so to understand that, oh, this is interesting how we can learn, so less conservative than other societies when talking about this type of changes, but we need to facilitate these changes, even in sectors that probably have the experience of having a problem, but do not necessarily feel like being in a position to change the way they have been producing or solving their own problems for decades. So I think that we are in a very, very interesting moment, and it is very important to build this type of alliance, and I'm sure that yes, WeGo may have opportunities to do things on the water cycle, so to model and to understand what it may mean and how the early systems can operate and how the early warning system, and how the different decisions on how to combine and prioritize different final users or the time to introduce what is the most adequate for water and for energy. We need green electricity and we need green energy to produce hydrogen, and the consumptions may not happen at the same time, and we need to think how we can build grids not only through more copper, but be much more effective and efficient in the use of the infrastructure, something that has been very effective in the IT sector and is still quite analogical in the electricity sector. So it's not only fossil fuels, it is a materialized system that needs to be much less materialized, much more dematerialized, but much smarter.
Just very quickly, because our time is running out, I would just want to build on, you mentioned WeGo, and it's a good example, but this is a tech conference with a lot of startups and founders. Do you want to highlight maybe in the upcoming months or the upcoming year, any specific technologies that you are looking for? Maybe the audience, part of some of the audience is here also looking to hear about what's the priority in your agenda. Is there anything you can share in terms of technologies, type of technology you're looking for in the upcoming months?
I've been so candid that I started to say that I'm still analogical, so I'm not sure I can make a comment to respond to your question, but what I'm sure I can say is that yes, we are going through that process in how we can be much more smarter in the use and in the organization, including what it comes later, which is the smart regulation that can facilitate the change. And of course, these are realities that are very much interconnected. Sometimes we forget that there are other chapters, other phases that come later on that also have question marks to be solved. But this is happening, and this is happening in all the processes, in climate observation, so much more of meteorological data, but not only, in the transformation of the energy system, and that applies to your house, to the mobility, to the urban management, to so many things, in the understanding of the biodiversity capacities, good use of the soil or good use of the water, and in the way we produce and how we can combine different materials and where the materials may be and how performant they are. So I think that there are many strong needs of being much more allied, so building partnerships on this. That I'm sure that the audience, I'm seeing you, that the audience will have great ideas on that, and apologies for not being more concrete, but I'm not sure I'm
But I think
capable.
it's good. You give good indications about the problems you're trying to solve, and that's the main thing. And then it's up to the startup founders to work the technologies for you. So thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Ion. I think it was a really valuable conversation. And I just ask the audience to give an applause to our panelists.
Wonderful. I'm so sorry. I could have listened to that for a lot longer, but we do have a busy schedule here. Thank you so much to Ugo, Ion, Kate, and a great honour to introduce the Deputy Prime Minister for Ecological Transition at the Government of Spain, Teresa Ribera. One more time, a big round of applause for our amazing speakers. Thank you so much. Absolutely wonderful. And thank you for everything you are doing. You are making the planet a better place. You are helping everyone to make smarter decisions for planet Earth. I love your work. We are very, very grateful here at South Summit. Okay, we are now going to move on to our next fabulous discussion. It is a session that looks at the different processes that take place on a value chain. And on all of these steps on the value chain, waste is created. This is how the world works. Now, how it is managed marks the difference between taking from the planet and contributing to a greener economy. So we are now going to learn how industries such as energy and infrastructure are tackling waste in the right way. Our next session looks at waste mitigation as part of a responsible process. And I'm thrilled to introduce to the stage, we have 5 incredible speakers for you. I'm going to invite them on one by one. Ladies and gents, please welcome to the stage Commercial and Managing Director at ACS Recycling, Victor Gonzalez Duran. Welcome, Victor. Thank you. Next, we welcome to the stage the General Manager at Sacyr Circular, Domingo Jimenez Ortega. Welcome, Domingo. Gracias, bienvenidos. Next, we welcome the CEO at Girowind from Grupo Naturgy, Alberto Esteban Siria. Welcome, Alberto. Thank you so much for joining us. We're honored to be joined also by the COO at Recicalía, David Romero Vindel. Welcome to the stage, David, excuse me. And our wonderful moderator for this session is the Professor at Entrepreneurship at our wonderful friends, IE University. Please give a warm welcome to Newton Campos. The stage is yours. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. Well, I'm first of all, very, very happy to be here with you talking about this topic and exploring this topic with our panel this afternoon. It's a topic that fascinates me, and it's clearly something that we'll have to learn more and more for the future. You guys are practicing today what is going to be normal in the future. So, I prepared some questions, but before we start, I would like each one of us to briefly just to introduce ourselves to you, for you, the audience, to know who we are. I can start. My name is Newton. I'm a professor of entrepreneurship at IE Business School here in Madrid. I also teach at FGV in São Paulo. It's a local business school in Brazil. I'm Brazilian. And I also as a hobby, I like to do hiking, and I like to play the guitar, the Spanish guitar. So,
okay.
If you would like to.
Yeah, I'm Victor Gonzalez. I'm ACS Recycling Purchasing and Marketing Manager. And what I love to do in my free time is horse riding competitions and spending time with my friends.
Nice, thank you.
Hi, thank you for the invitation and letting us to explain our point of view in this activity. My name is Domingo Jimenez. I'm General Manager of Sacyr Circular, who is the branch specializing in waste treatment in Sacyr. And I try to enjoy weekly for a run in Retiro Park.
Oh, nice. Okay, thank you for sharing. Yes, Alberto?
Hi. First, congrats to the staff of the summit. You are doing a really good job. And thanks everyone for coming to this panel. I'm Alberto Esteban. I'm working as a CEO of Girowind. Girowind is a company for managing the decommissioning and recycling wind farms, and in my free time I like to spend time with my family and traveling all together.
Okay, thank you. Try to put your mic a bit closer. You, Alberto. Yeah,
Me?
thank you. Closer, yeah. Okay, and finally, David.
I think it's my turn. So thanks, Nelson, and thanks to the organization for proposing this exciting topic. My name is David Romero. I'm the head of operation of Reciclalia. Reciclalia is a startup company, a green tech company, which has several technologies for recycling glass fiber and carbon fiber that you can find, for instance, in the wind turbine blades or aircrafts. So I've been working in the environmental sector for the last 20 years, yes, more or less. And well, in my free time, despite I'm a huge fan of nature and environment, I think I share the same hobby to you, that because I love music.
Okay.
And I used to compose my own songs and to
cool.
play the bass guitar.
Nice.
So we can say you are at the Lennon and McCartney of the South Summit, you and I.
Yeah, we should, yeah.
So it's what I use my time for.
Thank you for sharing. Okay, let's start from the beginning with Victor. Victor, look, I'm sure, because I meet people every day. I didn't mention to you, but besides being a professor, I also invest in entrepreneurs, and we constantly talk about the role of recycling in the futures in the companies that they are growing or they are starting. And my question to you is, if you could share with us, if a business owner wants to start reducing their environmental impact, how can they start? I mean, what are the very first steps that anyone willing to reduce their impact should follow, if you could help us?
Okay, I'm going to talk about the recycling aspects. First of all, we have to know that recycling correctly, it has economic cost for all of us, for companies, and then as a plant manager that I every day go to search for waste, in concretely e-waste that I'm going to talk about after it. It's to say that we have to put in balance the economy and the waste, so companies must put more in balance the treatment of the waste, the good treatment, than economic ones. Nowadays, we are talking that here in Spain, I talk in Spain because it's where I work, we are recycling 20% of e-waste. I'm talking more of e-waste because my company, ACS Recycling, is a plant treatment of e-waste recycling, electronic and electric recycling. And we have a big problem of it because companies, what they mind is only like I said, the cost, the economy. They only mind what they are going to spend in throwing the waste, and they don't think about our planet, our environmental problems. So I say them, please do correctly things, and doing correctly things, it has a cost, economic cost. Okay. So also focus on that. Doing these correctly things, there are companies behind that are recycling companies, that they do good things, other that they are authorized and they don't do good things. We are in a difficult moment for waste, because all the administrations and all people are talking that we are doing the things very good, the best things, but it's not like that. I'm going to say you that we are working very hard for knowing what's happening with the waste, and we know that we have the 20% of the 100% in Spain that we are taking, and what is happening with the other 80%. This is a question that I laid you for answering or searching, but I say you this 80% is going to poor countries. As you know, we are throwing the rubbish there. We don't mind what's happening there, and also we are throwing the rubbish or the e-waste to iron smelters, where they smelt all of it and they convert it in iron. But what's happening with all the components and all other materials that are inside? I'm going to put an example. If you think about a printer, Okay? Inside the printer, there are a lot of components, crystal and raw materials, crystal, plastics, toners, cables, a lot of materials. And what is happening with this if we throw it into the iron smelters? It's all going, we don't know where, you know. And this is a big problem we are finding in. And the thing I say to my customers, to my clients is, please go and look what's happening with your rubbish, with your waste. Go and see the plants. Go and you might want to see what are they doing with that.
Yeah.
Okay?
Thank you, thank you. Very good hint. Domingo, let's see. Would you mind sharing with us an overview of how waste management has been conducted in Europe and around the world? How far we are as humans from being able to deal with most of the waste we generate?
Well, in my opinion, the first practice for waste disposal was simply disposal in landfills. And there is an environmental huge problem with that. And the processes has been evolving from decades, from the 60s, 70s, has started to make a separate collection and resource recovery. In terms of leading worldwide, I think that Europe is leading absolutely, especially in other countries in waste-to-energy process, but not the sole leader, because, for example, Australia, where we are managing a facility in Melbourne, Australia, for waste, and they are very concerned, and they have developed a strong regulation to avoid export of waste, as my colleague has told before. So they are very, very concerned, and I think they are leading now this world of waste treatment and recovery, resource recovery. And how far are we from the good? I think we are pretty far.
Wow.
But good news, we are in the right way.
Okay.
So we do know what we have to do. And it begins with education, separate collection, improve processes, investment. There is a huge niche market with the recovery resource, with the energy, bioenergy, biogas, electricity, heat from all this process. And I think there is very, very interesting investment possibilities in this activity.
Thank you.
Looking forward to the future.
For your transparency, and it makes us think what is pending for each one of us to push forward this agenda. Alberto, you are addressing a very interesting aspect of sustainable mentality. It's starting an initiative of dismantling and recycling of wind turbines in wind farms. Where this idea came from, how do you treat all the parts of a wind turbine and integrate them back into,
the market?
How do you do that? It's
very
interesting.
I think the key word is innovation.
Is what?
Innovation.
Innovation, okay.
Innovation is in the DNA of Naturi Group, okay? In fact, Naturi has a subsidiary in NovaHub just for it. So under this umbrella, we have designed a new company with other partners for Hira Wind, for the commissioning and recycling wind turbines in wind farms, okay? So it means the complete wind turbine and the entire wind farm. So we start at the wind farm with dismantling all of the wind turbine.
So these are farms that are old, right?
Yeah.
Or they are the end of their life cycle?
It's the wind farm they want to report.
How old?
25 years.
25 years.
25 years.
So they don't
More or
generate
less.
as energy as they did before?
Not exactly, but more or less, okay?
It's interesting, right, to see this, how you recycle something that was already designed to be sustainable. It's really a challenge.
Yeah, we're going to start with the wind farm they were built around at the beginning of the century. Okay? So with dismantling all the wind turbine at the wind farm with transport of all of the components to our plants. So we check and we fix all the components, and in this way we can put on the market again the wind turbine. Okay? If we cannot do it, we repair the most important components like gearbox, generator, and everything about electricity. Okay? And in that way, we can have a stock for customers.
I see.
Okay? And if we cannot do it, nothing with the wind turbine, so we recycle the wind turbine, including the blades. Okay? We are going to to recycle the blades using different technologies, and we are going to recover the fiberglass of the blades.
Okay.
So we are going to start in one plant in Soria, and later we are going to expand to other regions in Spain and in Europe.
In Europe. Interesting. Thank you.
It's an ambitious program.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, David, what do you mean by achieving an efficiency recycling system, as you state? You know, how do you measure efficiency in waste management or recycling? How do you do that?
Yes, it's an interesting question, you know, because our mission here as a green tech company is trying, and I think you mentioned, is trying to make the green energy or the wind energy a greener energy, even more greener than actually. What we are doing in Reciclalia is recycling also the wind turbines, specifically the wind blades and the nacelles, this part made of composite materials. So from my perspective, efficient is the ability to achieve certain goals using less resources as possible. Okay. So the first idea, or the first thing we did when we created Reciclalia was to define exactly this objective. So the first target, the first objective was to design a recycling technology from the environmental perspective or environmental friendly perspective. So this implies obviously not only taking into account the related environmental impacts of the recycling process, but also trying to reduce the energy demand of the recycling process itself, or even other resources you need to process the blade. The second objective, of course, was trying to retain as many properties as possible of the recycled materials. And this is because this is not only a matter of recycling. You know, actually, I always like to say that recycling is an old-fashioned concept, you know, because the complete picture must include the reutilization of the recycled composite materials in industrial applications. I mean, in high-value industrial applications. This is what we call circular economy. Reciclalia is a company focused on the circular economy, and there is nothing new in there. You know, it's something that happens in nature every day with the ecosystems. So,
if you can improve the quality of the material that will go back.
Exactly, this is the point. So, for example, just a few words about what we did. We use a thermal recycling technology for recycling blades, also aircraft, and unlike other standard thermal processes, we heat the material with a lower temperature. That way we can reduce the energy demand, we can reduce the operating or the cost of operations. And just for giving you some data, another approach is, for example, chemical recycling processes use around 25 kilowatts per hour per kilo of recycled materials. In our case, we are using only 1 kilowatts. Wow. So this is, for example, something that, because of that, I said we have an efficient recycling system. Okay. And just for giving another quickly data, it's because it's the second objective, trying to produce high-quality recycled materials. In our case, we are producing these recycled composite materials, reducing around 7% of the mechanical properties comparing with the virgin ones. So this is a very great achievement, believe me, in this field.
Thank you. Interesting
Welcome.
Perspective. Okay, let's start with Victor again, or come back to Victor. Do you have like initiatives to educate your customers or the final users about the relevance of recycling? How relevant is for you, or for your practice, to have your customers on board with the recycling mentality? How do you do this part of, making them conscious about it?
Yeah, the first thing to know is that behind companies there are people taking decisions, so there are no machines. So what's happening after all of it's a decision of a person. This is the first thing. And then I have a theory that if people recycle at home, they do it in their company, and they are going to work hard for the company to do it. So this is the first thing that I always ask to my customers if they recycle at home.
Yeah.
It's very important.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Domingo, what are your expectations in terms of growth to the recycling business for Sacyr? What roles do circular economy plays as it evolves?
Well, the new regulations are obliging all the communities, all the regions in the world to make a huge investment to improve recycling process and resource recovery. So I think there is a huge market niche in this activity. And there are other activities that we are thinking are working in Sacyr, for example, similar to the one that has been mentioned before. For example, for renewable vehicles, electric cars, what we will do with batteries when they finish their life cycle. So we are searching, we are working with some startups. This is a good place to start. And we are working in all this market that will come without doubt.
Okay, thank you. Alberto, as just mentioned, in the future, things like wind farms, electric cars, they will also have to be recycled, right? So like the batteries and all the parts and etc. So by a large number. So how do you think that the recycling industry will evolve? Do you think it will get specialized in industries, like in cars or in farm winds or in materials?
Of course.
Or how do you see that the recycling industry will grow in the future?
Well, today I have been talking about wind farms or wind turbines.
Yeah.
Tomorrow will be solar panels.
Yes.
Batteries from cars, batteries from laptops, chips from devices, batteries from cellular phones.
Yeah.
So we need the governments must invest in all innovation. I mean, governments like
innovation for recycling.
Of course, but governments has to invest or have to invest in innovation for everything. Governments from China, India, USA, they have to invest because well-known companies like Sacyr, like ACS, they can spend money in innovation or in researching, but we need more people invest in this kind of business because, like a famous brand says, there is no planet B.
But do you see, for example, yourselves being more specialized in wind farms, or perhaps also, specialized in one of the materials, or in the turbine, or in the blades? I mean, how do you see that this might evolve?
First, we need to recover the raw materials.
The what?
The raw materials.
Okay. Yeah.
To reuse the device or the batteries or the something like this, and using for second life. The specialization, of course. I think there is no company just for everything.
Yeah.
I prefer to specialize just in one area because you are better.
Okay. Thank you.
You are welcome.
David?
Yes.
how could manufacturers collaborate more with recycling companies to design more products that are more recycling friendly, since the beginning?
Yes. I think you say you use the proper words, which is collaboration. Collaboration is the key. Collaboration. I think both Alberto and Domingo talk about the collaboration between companies. For me, this is the key. But this collaboration is not restricted to manufacturers. We have to involve, or we have to think bigger and involve in this process to the complete value chains. And by value chains, I mean product manufacturers or material manufacturers, designers, investors, you mentioned, for example, manufacturers, recycling companies, distributors, end users, again, in this context of circular economy. So this collaboration will be possible to work together in a more sustainable materials, more sustainable products, and facilitating the recyclability of these materials, So cross-company, cross-sectorial, collaboration, from my perspective, will be crucial or must be mandatory for working towards this real sustainability. Because I think there's a lot of knowledge in companies, in small companies, in bigger ones, a lot of knowledge in research centers, but usually this knowledge remains within the walls of these organizations.
I see.
Exactly. So from my perspective, again, I think the key challenge here is how to connect this, or the best knowledge every time to solve a specific problem. So this is my point of view, how everybody can collaborate in, from the transparency and from an honest collaboration for a successful challenge.
Thank you. Thank you for
You're
sharing.
welcome.
We are reaching the end. We have to finish our panel. Yes, sure.
I have an open question for all of you. I think we are in a big problem because we are producing products that now, for us, are green, environmental, good, but then when we have to recycle, there's no solution for them. No plastics. Now we have the solar panels. They are sending us solar panels to recycle, and there's no solution for it. So why we are producing objects without solution?
That are not recyclable.
Yeah. So the problem is in the beginning.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so it's a very good question. I would like just to make like a final round of, let's say, outcome, or just in one word, if we could. I was, as you were, exploring these topics, I was thinking that I like to hike in distant places, and sometimes I see like human tribes, very isolated, and they have the recycling aspect of their lives completely solved. So I tend to believe that we do that by nature. We can't do that. But as we grow in number of people and it's get more complex, we have to collaborate more. We have to actually, work more together to solve this. And so if I could summarize a bit what I see now and how we can perhaps move forward, is, if I could summarize, it's like facing complexity. It would be I would like if you could guys share in 1, 2 words or expression, something that you would leave for them.
Complex problems need complex solutions. Yeah. And for achieving a complex solution, we need investment, collaboration, research, innovation.
Yeah.
All these kind of words are needed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I think there is one lesson to learn, for example, with the pandemic or with the current war in Ukraine. We are losing lots of raw materials in the current of the stream of waste, and energy also, and we have a lack. So
I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. You have to finish. I
feel so bad. Listen, ladies and gents, please give a round of applause for our fabulous panelists. That was a great session. Thank you so much for joining us. Absolutely wonderful. Muchísimas gracias. Okay, there you have it. Waste management. If you're not part of the solution, you are quite possibly part of the problem. It is great to meet the folks who are designing solutions and helping to transform waste mitigation into something that is actually good for the planet. Fantastic work. Absolutely great. I'm so happy that South Summit, as always, is at the forefront of promoting and exploring these important environmental issues. And, folks, as I mentioned at the beginning of the day, Climate Tech raised 40 billion with a B, 40 billion in funding in last year alone. It is a very hot topic, and we are now going to move on to a very exciting area of climate tech. So, understanding sustainability applied to real estate. Yes, please. From new materials and constructing methods to more efficient distribution, infrastructure is also a key factor in the green economy. And we are now going to explore the green side of real estate with 4 amazing speakers. I'm going to invite them on one by one. I would like you to give them a very warm round of applause. They are all doing amazing work. Ladies and gents, please welcome to the stage, partner at Fifth Wall, Miguel Nigorra. Welcome, Miguel. Fantastic. Bienvenidos, amigo.
Yes.
And welcome to the stage, partner at Compass, Talia Raffaelli. Welcome, Talia. Hey. Okay. Popular speaker. Great to see the team in the house. We love it. And please welcome to the stage, co-founder and CEO at Vivla, Carlos Emilio Gomez.
It's like a rock star announcement.
Fantastic. And finally, I would like you to give a very warm welcome to our wonderful moderator. He is the principal at Axon Partners Group. Please welcome to the stage, Ivan Faito. Thank you. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Well, welcome to this panel about the green side of real estate. My name is Ivan Faito. I'm principal at Axon Partners Group. We are a consulting and investment investment firm headquartered here in Spain, and I'm in charge of the growth investments. But much more important than myself, we are here to share some impressions with a very interesting team of panelists. So maybe Carlos, Talia, Miguel, you can introduce yourselves a little bit.
Sure. You want to start? Yeah, I can start. So I'm Miguel Nigorra, partner and head of Europe for Fifth Wall. For those of you that don't know Fifth Wall, we are the largest venture capital fund dedicated to real estate technology and innovation. We have 2 strategies. The main one is real estate tech. The second one is climate tech. First one looks at marketplaces, software, tech-enabled models that touch the real estate industry with a broad definition. The second one is trying to decarbonize the real estate world. What makes Fifth Wall interesting, and I guess why I'm here today, is because we have as LPs some of the largest owners, operators, developers, brokers of real estate. So a lot of the REITs, a lot of the public companies, like Prologis, Hines, Merlin Properties, Colonial, CBRE are investors in our fund.
I'm Talia Raffaelli. I'm a partner with Compass. Compass is a 135 million euro VC based in Amsterdam, Berlin, Copenhagen, and Tel Aviv. We invest in 3 main areas. One of them is the built environment. Another one is climate tech. The third is things in Industry 5.0. But a lot of in the convergence of sustainability within the built environment and advanced industries. Happy to be here. Thank you.
And I'm Carlos Gomez. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Vivla, which is one of the key players of the fractional homeownership category here in Europe, which is a new but exploding category of, we're trying to redefine second home ownership, and we can talk more about it now.
Great. So, well, maybe also it makes sense that we get a chance to know who is our audience today. So, just for curiosity, can you raise your hands if you are entrepreneurs? Great. And do we have also investors here? And corporates? Well, I think we have a little bit of everything, but that's great, especially if we'll have a Q&A at the end. But maybe, well, my first question to you, that you are next to me, your view as entrepreneur of such an interesting company as Vivla is, how are you facing sustainability in your company? I mean, you are only listing properties that are sustainable and carbon neutral, and do you think that your customers give importance to sustainability when they are entering into the platform. What's your view on all this?
Yeah. So the beauty of our model is that it's built from the ground up around sustainability on real estate. So pretty much just to give you a brief explanation of what Vivla does, what fractional home ownership means is we take second homes, which normally are used around 15% of the time. So this could be your average home in Ibiza or in Marbella or in a ski resort in Baqueira, anywhere. So these homes sit empty 85 to 90% of the time. What we do is to try to fill them up with more people, and we do that by dividing the ownership and the usage across up to 8 people. So fractional ownership means you can become the owner of a home, of a second home, just for 1/8 of the cost and of the price, and you can use the home for 1/8 of the time. That could be around 6 weeks a year. So when I say it's built around sustainability, our whole core is about bringing people to use the home every week of the year. So that means these homes are full of people, full of life, bringing impact into the local economy. So sustainability here means if you have a massive asset like second homes, which is one of the biggest assets in Europe, we're talking about more than 5 trillion euros in terms of asset value, and you have just 10% of usage, bringing people to these homes means you don't need to build more homes because you can use more the homes that already exist. That means rental prices don't need to go up because you have more people using the same homes. And that means bringing more local impact on revenue and tax on the local economy because you have people going to the places not just in July and August, but every single month of the year. So it's from the very basic definition of fractional ownership, it's sustainable, right? So considering that, we also look after sustainability of tourism, of travel. So we get people to travel every month of the year, not just 2 months. And I think another view of sustainability that I love is human sustainability, right? It's like helping people live better, live more flexibly, having the option to live as a local in your home whatever you want. That's also important to have people live a more sustainable life. And with that said, we have a commitment. I mean, we're just started. We just raised our pre-seed round a few months ago, and we're just going through the first operations. But we have a commitment to only partner with local providers that are sustainable, to bring sustainable materials into our homes, and actually dedicate part of the revenue we make from our customers to non-for-profit projects locally, so we can help build a better model, better tourism model in Formentera, Ibiza, Marbella, anywhere we go.
Thank you very much, Carlos. I totally agree that at the end, your model is sustainable from the very fundamental. No? And maybe a question for the investors representing here the VC funds. I will say that many of us will think that the real estate sector it's not really environmental friendly or the traditional real estate sector, no? Do you think that funds such as yours that are investing into real estate and PropTech startups are bringing this sustainability to the sector? And especially in your case, also, Miguel, the fact that you have many of these real estate companies as investors in your fund. What's your view on this?
So you're right about that real estate is one of the biggest contributors to real estate. In fact, if you take into account real estate and construction together, they account for around 30% of the total energy consumption in the world and about 40% of the total emissions of carbon. So everyone, when you think about climate tech, when you think about climate change, everyone thinks about transportation, heavy industries. The real elephant in the room is real estate and construction. 40% is coming from that. So we think, or we saw this as obviously the largest challenge that our society has to address, specifically a huge industry like real estate, which is 13% of the GDP. It's something that is not going to be addressable easily because there's multiple problems. First one is, in a way, who pays for it? Right? So, and we can dig deeper later into the amount of money that needs to come into decarbonizing real estate, but it's a huge investment. Two is a lot of the real estate is actually not commercial real estate, so it's not owned by a company, it's owned by all of us. So it is somewhat hard to figure out models on how to do it at scale. And the third problem is that real estate has been built for ages, right? In some cases, centuries. So it is easy on new builds, on new models to decarbonize, but the biggest problem is not the new builds. The new problem is, what do you do with the 95% of the places we live, work, live that need to be decarbonized? If anything, I must say that real estate has been lagging investment into technology, anything that looks like IT, innovation, digital, for a really long time. We had to evangelize our LPs about what PropTech meant for a long time, and it took them an average of maybe 2 years to join our fund. With climate tech, they are on the leading edge, comparing where the industry is as a whole, and there's a really big commitment to change this situation, right? We have over 110 LPs into this fund, and it's a topic that we discuss every single day with a lot of groups, right? For those of them that are not convinced, or don't think this is real, or don't want to spend the money or time, regulation will come, and will make them realize that even if you don't care, you need to care, or they're going to lose a lot of money. So the way we see climate tech, it's obviously as the biggest challenge that an entire industry has faced in a generation, but at the same time, at the biggest opportunity to create a lot of value, and anyone that is doing well will definitely have a differentiation opportunity with climate tech versus their peers, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure, Talia, if you want to add something to the question, or?
I mean, from the perspective of the investors, we take signals from the market, right? We want to place our money in innovation, early stage innovation, where we know it's going to be mainstream in the next 5 to 7 years. And so what we're looking for is to get signals from the large adopters of these technologies, which are the real estate players, who are driven by A, regulation, and B, consumer demand. So this awareness now that the built environment is such a huge contributor to climate change and global warming, that's really what's driving all of this change. And so we are getting the signals that these technologies are becoming more relevant. That's where we come in, and our role is to be the ones who are funding these companies so that in 5 to 7 year time they are viable and can make the impact that they need to make.
Okay, both of you invest globally around the globe, no, in Europe, the US, and so on. Do you think that each country or each market has like a different, they give a different level of importance to sustainability when thinking about real estate, and maybe also your impression there, since you have begun in Spain, but I'm sure that you will be also opening new markets in the future. Do you think there is a difference between different markets? Of course, if we think about China, it's completely opposite. Maybe they don't realize so much about how important sustainability is, but within the typical markets where you are present, what's your impression?
So we operate in North America and Europe, so we don't operate in Asia. We have LPs from Asia, but we don't operate there. I would say probably if there's one category on technology overall, and you guys, I'm sure you've attended a lot of conferences, if there's one where Europe is not lagging behind the US a few years, let's say on average 3 to 5, it's probably sustainability, right? And it's a consequence of sustainability being a global problem, right? It's not necessarily, it doesn't start in a single place or finish in a single place. There's no like pools of specific capital that are coming into only one region. There's obviously that side, but then the other thing is that Europe has a long history of focusing on sustainability, but overall, not only the E of ESG, but also the S and the G, way longer than North America has done, right? The other thing is that deregulation here is also very forward-thinking, right? So I think it is probably the only one category, and in fact it's the only one category where we've raised a global fund from the beginning, from scratch, and where Europe is as important, if not even more important than the US, right? A lot of the great corporates also doing stuff out there, a lot of the petrochemical companies, a lot of the utilities, energy, are leaders in their sectors from Europe in, when it comes to modernizing these industries and making more climate friendly, so.
I think from a sector-specific angle, there are a bit, the differentiation between what technologies are mostly being funded and adopted in the US versus Europe. All in all, we are also active in both continents. There is a lot of activity and a lot of money going into this direction. for example, in energy grid decentralization, most of the investments have taken place so far in the US. While what we see a lot of activity in Europe is around thermal management, heating and cooling technologies, heat pumps, solar. And so it really depends on which markets you look at. But technically, there is movement in both markets. It really depends. If you look in sector specific, there are some differentiations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say with regards to Vivla, we are getting a lot of demand from the Nordics, mainly Norway and Sweden. And these markets are just amazing. Like the love they have for the environment and nature. So they actually demand things that others don't demand, like obviously energy efficiency of the homes. Mm-hmm. There are questions like other, Spanish or French or British don't ask normally. Things like, can you help me get an electric car? Or actually something that is very funny, like them not being from here, they actually have a special love for promoting local development in rural areas. So I think we have a lot to learn from the Nordic countries. I think they are probably more than 5 years away from us in terms of adopting green stuff in general.
Mm-hmm. And in your opinion, what's fostering much more sustainability and green side in the real estate industry? Is it the materials, like new materials, I mean, or is it the construction methods? Is it, for example, like more efficient distribution, such as Vivla is doing? What do you think will foster much more this revolution?
I mean, if I can start, I think, and I've done other PropTech stuff before in the past, I feel like sometimes we get very nerdy, very technical about super amazing innovations, but I'm not trying to promote what we do. Is sometimes it's very basic to make things more sustainable without having to invent something super amazing. So I think that and the energy efficiency of the homes, those are two things where we have the technology already. Yeah. It's more about making them happen. And in terms of fractional ownership and stuff like that, it's just so easy to make things more sustainable without having to reinvent materials, because sometimes for the developer, you gotta be very empathetic. Like, it's very hard to make the return on your investment. Mm. Sometimes the materials are fine for some luxury homes, but for the average home, it's not so easy to make the return. So I think, like, without going super crazy on innovations, you can make things more sustainable.
I remember that, co-ownership was something that in Spain was very common in the 90s. So at the end, you are using technology to do something that was already tried in the past, and I think because of not having technology at that moment, it wasn't so easy. But what's your view on this, investing in different companies and so on?
So I think it's a question of, like, we said a few of the things already, I guess, right? Regulation, consumer demand, like no company now is going to be able to achieve their targets, whatever those targets are, if the real estate is not carbon neutral. So more and more large corporation, tenants using buildings, all of us using spaces are going to ask that those spaces are sustainable, the same way that with COVID, we realized that we had to care about these spaces being safe also, right? Yeah. And then there's also a question of technology is evolving way faster than in any other sector. But all of that is great. The main reason, I think, in my view, is, and we did a calculation coming out of COP26 about what is the total amount of money that needs to be deployed in the real estate industry globally to get to the targets that have been set for 2050. The number is 18 trillion. Oh. To put that into perspective, the entire US economy is 21 trillion. So it's about a US economy deployed from 2020 all the way to 2050, so over 30 years, to decarbonize real estate. If you ask me, are we going to get there? That's a different story. We can discuss that later. But in any case, with 18 trillion of money, there's a lot of opportunity. So the reason all of us investors that, and don't get me wrong, but we are not impact investors, we're like for-profit investors, we're looking at climate tech, is because there's a huge opportunity, right? If you can, and there's a big confusion, by the way, like Elon Musk is confused, so I'm sure that all of us are somewhat confused. There's a big difference between ESG and doing well with making money with climate tech. Those are two separate things. They can tie together in impact investing. But the main reason, in my view, is that there is a huge market opportunity. And and there's a lot of people interested at the startup level, the corporate level, to create new technologies, to differentiate themselves, generate alpha, and the investor level to make money while supporting some of these founders and companies.
You can also look at it from a segment perspective. I mean, you have drivers like new construction methods and materials, which is technically combined in the prefab space.
Yeah.
Right. So you have prefab manufacturing with more sustainable materials, which is driven by less waste and reduced costs. And then let's say if you shift to, and that's mostly focused on the new build, if you focused on Europe, 85 to 90% of the buildings that will be in existence in 2050 are already in existence. So you don't have a lot of room for new construction. You need to focus on the existing building stock, right? And so most of the focus in innovation needs to be on renovation and retrofitting. And so there is a ton of opportunity to turn these buildings into much more energy efficient, with sustainable materials, focusing on heat and cooling and insulation. And so there's tons of opportunity in every corner.
Mm-hmm. Well, you have mentioned some numbers, and during the past months, especially weeks, we are seeing how the public markets, especially in the tech sector, are suffering a little bit, and valuations and prices are coming down, And many investors are worried about the situation and begin to tell to their portfolio companies, well, the winter is coming, you need to be cautious because maybe fundraising in the coming months or quarters will become a little bit more complicated, especially for those companies that are really cash intensive, that need to raise huge amounts of money and so on. And I will say that especially what I see here in Spain and the south of Europe, some of the companies that have raised bigger rounds have been from the prop tech and real estate sector. So also based on the fact that at the end you need to buy you need to acquire an asset, before selling it to the final customer. But do you think that's going to be a challenge for every startup, and especially startups that are in this sector? The fact that maybe during the coming years it's going to be a little bit more difficult to fundraise? If you think that it's going to be more difficult, that maybe you think that that's not the situation, but...
Look, inflation at 9% or 10% is not good for anyone, right? It's the worst thing for an economy, it's inflation. So it's going to impact everyone. Having said that, if you focus just on climate tech, I think we're probably at the early stages of a bubble, right? I just give you one data point, which is us. It took us 9 months to raise a first-time fund, 1.5 billion, not having done much deals on climate tech to date. That clearly shows that there is a big opportunity, but also that there's some sense of inflation, right? Mm-hmm. That will all of that capital will translate at some point to the startups, right? We will be more cautious. We will be looking for extended run rates. We will be looking for better economics. But climate tech, by definition, has two types of technologies, right? One that require capital to scale. So they're built at a price that to date are not viable by the average company or individual, like Tesla or electric cars for a long time. But then at some point with capital, you take them to that level, or businesses that are at the lab, right? At a very early stage of innovation creation. There's a lot of materials that will be building the homes 20 years from now that haven't yet been created, right? So this is a bit of a niche counter-cyclical market, I would say. Obviously, everyone will need to adjust and everyone will need to find ways of navigate the storm. But if anything, you're in the safest boat, right? If you are investing in climate tech, so.
I mean, anybody who's been in the business for more than the last 12, 13 years, because we've had a non-stop growth market for the past 12, 13 years, has been aware of cycles. There was a cycle in 2000, there was a cycle in 2008, and in both instances, after months, years, things resuscitated, and we experienced what we experienced in 2020 and 2021. The last few years have been unsustainable in terms of everything that has been going on in the investment market. And so the valuations have been inflated. And so if you ask many investors today, they'll say there's a correction into what should be the fundamental numbers.
And I think it could be positive, no, at the end.
Could be positive at the end, but at the end of the day, when you're looking from an investment perspective, you want to be able to understand the fundamentals of a company. You don't want to go like this and just base the valuations on what, another large fund, is determining. Mm-hmm. So you can call it a healthy correction,
Yeah.
which technically it is what it is. You know, you can't maintain an up market for
In any case, I will say that both you and also myself, we are on the easy side of the table because we are investing, but what's the view of an entrepreneur? Maybe you are worried about the next financing round, maybe, and so on? Or?
And we're lucky we just raised our round, and it was very generous. So luckily, we are on the good side of things. But I'm actually very, very optimistic about the situation because I think, as Talia said, it was very crazy. The last few years were just crazy, especially in PropTech. I feel like when you talk to old school real estate people, they were like, but you know, this can be so valuable. Like businesses like WeWork and many others. Like in the end, real estate, even PropTech, there's a lot about real estate. And I think the speed, the valuations were just too crazy, and it was pushing every entrepreneur to go crazy too fast, even before there's product market fit. I feel like I'm confident that our category is going to be here for the long term. In 10 years' time, there's going to be a massive amount of money in the game, and it's better to have companies like us focusing on profitability and sustainability and going at the right pace and evangelizing the market without pushing them into something that they don't even understand. So I think the market correction, if it happens, I mean, in the end, there's going to be money for the good companies, and hopefully this makes us all more profitable or more sensitive about valuations and profitability.
Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, like, we build a lot of science and thesis and benchmarks, and we try to predict with a crystal ball what's going to happen. At the end of the day, you are investing in people, right, to some extent. So if you think you have found the right team with a somewhat right idea, they will figure it out, right? That's our view. Great talent is still going to be out there. Investors willing to back great talent are still going to be out there. Look, if you're smart, if you think you have a good idea, you'll figure it out. Sometimes maybe not the first time. So there's a lot of really good entrepreneurs that fail the first time. But we're investing in people, right? So look, trying to predict the cycles, I don't think it makes any sense, right? You need to be an investor through the cycle, and then you need to be an investor, or go back to basics, right? What is venture capital? Venture capital is risky by definition, and you are investing in people with an idea that it's somewhat developed depending on the stage you are investing in, right? So going back to basics and investing through the cycle, I think are the two advices I will give to anyone that is starting investing these days, right? Or raising a fund.
And I think as an entrepreneur, like, it's giving us a little bit more control of our reality. I think like when things were going super good, investing or like fundraising cycles were supposed to be something that you have to accept. And now I feel like if things go lower, you get to control your reality a little bit better, which I think in the end it's always good. If the entrepreneur has a little bit more power, it gets better, I believe.
And you can't stop the pace of innovation, especially in this area, right?
Yeah.
We have so many milestones to reach, starting with carbon caps in 2023, emissions reporting in 2024, net zero in 2030. I mean, the amount of innovation that's going to have to be adopted to be able to meet these goals is going to be crazy. And so we don't see a reason to put up brakes on anything.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm afraid that we're not going to have much time to do a Q&A from the audience, but well, I'm sure that maybe if you want to have any question directly to them afterwards or after the talk, you can find them. But just for the last 40 seconds, so like 10 seconds each, if you can maybe do a very brief wrap up or, I mean, a sentence to finalize, or if it's possible.
If you want to start a company, this is probably the best place to be right now.
And we're extremely bullish on this market, a lot of opportunity, a lot of money out there, a lot of funds raised in 2021, so don't be afraid to go and fundraise now.
There's a lot of innovation in real estate, and it's a very, very cool category, so go for it. It's a good time.
Great. Well, it's not bad. 20 seconds left.
Right.
Ladies and gents, please give a huge round of applause to our wonderful panel exploring the green side of real estate. Absolutely fantastic. Muchísimas gracias a todo. That was just lovely. And you brought it in bang on the clock. I love that very much. Okay, as you will see from the room, we are actually now changing over to a different topic. We are going to now dive into the exciting sector of fintech and digital finance, and we are thrilled to be starting this section of the day with a special fireside chat all about digital banking. So, just a reminder while we're kind of changing over the seats, changing over the room, please do share the love using the South Summit app. Please use that to connect with your peers and colleagues. Please use the South Summit hashtag, which is South Summit 22. Use that, share the love, share your thoughts. If our speakers say brilliant things, please feel free to take a photograph and share it online using the hashtag South Summit 22. If we haven't met already, my name's Oisín Lunny. I'm delighted to connect with you. Find me on LinkedIn and I will send you a mixtape because that's how I roll. Okay, we're going to move on with our next session. It's a special fireside chat on digital banking and I'm thrilled to introduce our two experts to the stage. Please give them both a warm welcome. One by one, we're going to first welcome the head of digital banking Italy at BBVA. Please give a round of applause to Javier Lipuscoa. Welcome, Javier. Bienvenidos, amigo. Fantastic. Welcome to the stage. And please welcome the Executive Director at Digital Alliance 2030 Foundation, David Cierco. Fantastic. Thank you so much, David. Gentlemen, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the warm welcome. We're very happy to be here. Super cool to be here in the South Summit. It's the 10th edition. My very great congratulations to Maria Benjumea. It's very difficult to achieve these years of success. So we're very happy to be here. Today we're going to be talking about the digitization of the banking industry. We are every day reading a lot of news about what is going on in this industry, which is a key industry for any country. And for that, we call Javier with us. Javier is the head of the digital banking in Italy for BBVA. They have made recently a strategic decision, which is to go into the Italian market and to try to offer their services from a 100% digital bank, which is a great step for a bank who is a very important bank in Spain, a very traditional bank, but they are well known not only because they have a great presence in Spain, because they are a very technological bank. So we are very happy to be here with Javier. Thank you very much to be with us.
Thank you, David.
My pleasure. And for starters, I would like to ask you, an open question. We don't have too much time. So I would like to know, from your perspective, your experience, you've been working in different parts of the world. You've been doing lots of different work. Now you've been 7 years in BBVA. From your perspective, how did digitization have changed the banking industry in the last years? How it has affected the relationship with the customer, with the client?
Yeah, so thank you, and thank you for having me here. I think basically, similarly to other industries, I like to think that digitization is like the single best effort in simplification in the history of mankind, right? Because everything has to fit a very small screen, and that makes it very hard, but the same genius to bring all of this functionality and services at the touch of the hand, right? So I think the benefit for the customer is huge, obviously, and that goes across industries. And also from a business standpoint, and I think that speaks to our move to Italy, it basically allows any business to be global and to reach further markets because the interaction paradigm has changed, right? So I think that's pretty obvious, but it's really a realization that you can actually deliver most of your value proposition in a very convenient way, fully digitally, right? So I think those are the basic changes. I think the challenge now is let's keep putting technology at the center. Let's keep putting customers at the center and not technology, right? So these technologies were great because they served a customer purpose and they made the customer's life simpler, right? We need to keep focusing on that, not just delivering technology for the sake of it, but deliver it to the extent to which it makes customers' life simpler. And well, I'm proud that BBVA has taken initiative to show a challenge and to go after other markets, because that was typically the move from neobanks in the latest years. But we also, as incumbents, can play that game. We can go to other markets at a pretty scalable business model and reach other customers. So why not? It's been all right.
Excellent, excellent. Before talking about how is your experience now in Italy, I'd like to know, because you've been saying, you want to put the customer, in the center of your effort, but this is easier said than done, okay? So I would like to know, when you have a meeting with a technological guy, who is there, and he thinks technology is the main asset of the bank, and then you have the marketing guy, and you are in the middle, to try to balance, technology and the client needs. How do you manage that equilibrium?
I think I've been lucky enough to get enough clout to actually build a team that can think as one single brain. And I think that should be a design principle for any new venture when you're thinking about delivering a service to a client. So I am lucky enough that we have the privilege of not thinking about the technology guy and the business guy, the legal guy, the compliance guy, the fraud guy, the risk guy, the control and supervision guy. We don't think about guys, we think about the client. And we are all in the same boat. And then everyone brings a different angle, and you have to manage trade-offs. That's just life. Okay. If there is anyone in the team that is not feeling like there's a trade-off in what he's doing, then he's probably doing something wrong. Everyone has to go through the trade-off to get to the best outcome possible to the customer, right? So I think that's very much something you need to embed in your culture. So if you as a business guy are looking with prejudices to a technology guy, or the other way around, then something is wrong, right? And that's part of the journey also. Let's just focus on the client, not on our internal dialogue, and good things can happen. I think at the end of the day, when you're building products, when you're deciding what to do or what to build next, if you just are very rigorous in forcing everyone to talk about the client and what's best for him, the dialogue just comes natural. Because brilliant people tend to come to the same conclusions if they are talking about the same thing. Okay. The only problem is that sometimes we talk about different things because we come at it from different angles. Yeah. But that's just part of the fun.
So I suppose the culture, of the whole company is very, very important, no?
Yeah, I don't think obviously there is some merit to it, but I think the privilege of being small, and we are a small team in BBVA Italy, is that it's easier to handle. It's easier to think about the client. It's easier to decouple a little bit from your functional affinity and think about what's going to bring the next client to the door or what's going to make him happier, right? So, yeah, being small is, I guess, is an advantage in that sense.
Okay, so now it's been nearly 1 year in Italy for you. Things, I think, are going very well for BBV in Italy. You are leading, the project of the bank, the digital bank in Italy. What can you tell us about your experience?
So it's been a ride, but maybe a few findings. One is this pride that I think we need to bring to the table. Big banks that we have been around for decades, that we can compete in the business today. We can compete in different markets, and we are experts in delivering banking products and services. So agility and time to market is a challenge to us, but what we've been doing in Italy proves that you can overcome that challenge. And if you overcome that challenge, and we are now building product at a very high speed, if you overcome the challenge and figure out the right operating model, then we have everything it takes, I think, to deliver a winning value proposition. And also a profitable one, right? I think the paradigm has changed. Obviously, neobanks, challengers, they're always bringing zero commission business models. but we have the tools, the product depth at banks to build something that is great for the client, also commission-free, but viable in the longer term for the bank, which is also, again, good for the client, right? And I think we have that clear roadmap in our head. Our launch was good. We are very, very happy with how it's going. We're very, very happy with customer satisfaction. At the end of the day, we are bringing what we know works in Spain to other countries in terms of mobile banking. But we also have a plan on how to make it viable and scalable. So that's what the first months have been about. And also, in coherence to what I was saying before, thinking every day, every single hour about how is the client behaving, what is he telling us. The role of data there is incredibly important because we don't have a physical footprint. We don't have advisors telling us the pulse of the client, but we have loads of data. And we have invested almost the same amount of effort building our data stack and our analytics capabilities that we have in invested in building our product, right? So this ability to measure your client's behavior by the day, by the minute, by the hour, to try to find out what he's telling you is very important. Also to grow organically with them. You shouldn't push products at clients. The relationship with a bank is a relationship of trust. A client is not going to bring a payroll with you if he hasn't brought maybe a bill first, if he hasn't done some swipes with the card. Maybe when he brings the payroll, at some point he's ready to get a loan with you. But it's organic. You shouldn't be pushing the clients. You should be listening to them and looking for that space to grow together, right? In terms of product development and prioritization as well. So that's what we are finding out. So we are also humble in that sense. We know how to do banking, but we don't know the Italian market.
Yeah.
We don't know the Italian clients, and we are learning as we go, and the experience has been good so far.
And could you talk us a little bit about your clients? Are they young people, middle-aged people, old people, women, men? What have you learned about your clients?
So I guess we have a flavor in Italy that is probably slightly different to the flavor we have in Spain, only because we are a new bank there. Not everyone knows us. So we have that upside of being a novelty and being a new bank, very, very fresh, right? So in that sense, we are getting a very substantial portion of our clients below 25, and they like the type of card that we have, the sexiness of it, the different features around security, the control of your card, your ability to save in a very fun way. But we get a solid 70% of our clients that are not in the younger segment, and it's just a mosaic of what Italy is, also from a geographic standpoint. And what we do see is, obviously, we are getting clients that want simplicity, non-sophisticated products, which is what we offer today, and they want convenience, right? We also offer a 24/7 customer service center, which I think it's a very interesting conversation there because digital is meant to be convenient. And convenience sometimes means not being digital and being human. So you have to offer the client the best of both worlds, because otherwise you're putting technology first, client second, right?
Okay.
So we're also finding a lot of interest in customer service, people calling to the contact center, interested in the product, interested in knowing about us, and it's actually a lever for trustworthiness in our case, and to build this first layer of trust with our customers.
Okay. And one thing, you are a new player in Italy. There are other traditional banks in Italy. You have neobanks in Italy. You have digital banks in Italy. It's the same all over the world right now. How do you manage this competitive environment?
I think, obviously, the banking environment in Europe now is not the easiest one, both in terms of interest rates. Well, now it's looking like it's changing a bit, but in terms of saturation in the market, number of players and business model, right? Because, as I said, challengers, neobanks, they are bringing this zero commission expectation to the customer, and that's fine, right? But I think the challenge that remains is not one of growth, but one of profitability, viability, and for example, one thing we're doing that we believe is different from what you see sometimes is we're taking the market, in this case Italy, very, very seriously, and we are going after credit services, which is not typical in some other challengers, because credit services are hard to deliver. You need to worry about understanding very well the client, your own risk appetite, managing the life cycle of those loans or buy now, pay later products. So it takes time, it takes local knowledge, it takes commitment, and sometimes it might go even a little bit against the scale and against immediate growth, right? But it's smart in the medium term because it's going to bring a very solid client base, and it's going to bring relevance for them, because at the end of the day we are banks. We are here to help clients achieve what they need, offering them financial services and financing services. So that's a very specific example of how we are taking the market and the clients very, very seriously, and somehow differently maybe from other challengers. We really want to be a universal digital bank, not an account and a credit card, you know, or an account and a debit card in most cases. So. But yeah, then basically you need to win your customers' trust every day. Most customers already have a bank, so you are starting always as a second bank to them.
Yeah.
And how do you play that battle? It's interesting. But maybe the advantage that you have there is that we are a small team and we can remain small because our business model scales, our platform scales, our capabilities scale. And we can fight that fight. We can offer interesting promotions, interesting pricing, because we can afford it in a viable way. So that's where the battle goes. And I think it's essential to, as a bank, keep fighting the fight of end customers. So stick to the customer relationship, stick to the user experience. There are other models, of course, very worthy of mention, and a lot of work being done in the B2B space, in the core banking space. But I think at the end of the day, customer is king. What we're doing in Italy is trying to put the best of our customer experience as well as banking products in the hands of Italians. And yeah, we're taking it seriously, and that's how we are fighting the competitors there.
Excellent. You're talking about the customer experience, which is key in a digital business as well in a digital bank. How do you monitor the customer experience? What do you find the bottlenecks, and how do you act?
Yeah. So I think, as I said before, we have invested as much effort in our data stack as we have done in our product stack. Data by design is essential. I remember the first days of the project stage where we were starting to build this. One of the first outcomes we built as a team was not what product we wanted to deliver, but what do we want to know about the customer.
Okay.
And we just did a spreadsheet with everything that we wanted to know about the customer. And we started building our data processing, informational needs, advanced analytic needs, data science needs. We were building them based on that vision. And that gave us the time to really focus on building all those channels, the engineering effort that you need to do to have that data readily available in real time, right? And that's how you do it. And after that, you need to build a picture of what your what we call engagement ladder is. So again, your client starts with an account, a debit card, and an interesting promotion that was a hook for them to try, but that's it. First thing they do, they might do 2 or 3 swipes. How do you take it from there to a very profound relationship? Not by jumping into the most sophisticated product early on. You need to talk to him about bills, you need to talk to him about payroll, you need to talk to him about little savings and the way to manage them. It's very organic. And you can do it just by listening to them. Their feedback in app stores, in contact center, your NPS feedback, and then measuring day-to-day all of the activity that happens within your app and also in your open market channels.
Excellent. We are nearly at the end of our session. Just one last thought about everything we'll be talking right now.
No, I think, again, thank you for having me. I want to use the time to thank the amazing team at BBVA to make this possible. And the pride that comes with actually going after new markets and targeting new clients, because we can do great things at big banks and we can perfectly fight the fight. And I'm sure the future is going to bring a lot of happy endings for us. So thank you for having me here, and go banking.
Okay, that's a great advice, and congratulations, Javier. Thank you for being with us.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, David and Javier. That was absolutely superb. And I love the fact that Javier used his last question to give a big up to the team at BBVA. That is absolutely wonderful. Great stuff. Okay, we're going to stick with the finance, the digital banking, the fintech side of things. And now we're going to look at the issue of human-centric finance. We have a fantastic case study coming up. Now, to achieve human-centric finance, one must first understand the persona that holds the relationship with the financial assets. How can we construct truly integrated financial services? We are about to find out from an incredible panel of experts. I'm going to invite them to the stage one by one. First, we are going to give a big round of applause to the country manager at a great company I know very well, Infobip Iberia. Please welcome to the stage, Alvaro Ansalo Gutierrez. Welcome, Alvaro. Bienvenidos. Great to see you. And we are next going to welcome to the stage the country manager Spain at Conto. Gracias, Alvaro. We're going to big round of applause, please, for Carles Marcos y Guardia from Conto. Muchas gracias. Welcome. Welcome, Carlos. Next, we're going to welcome the co-founder and chairman at GBobs, Jorge González Iglesias. Welcome, Jorge. Fantastic. Next, we're going to welcome the co-CEO and co-founder at Unax, Julian Diaz Santos. Welcome, Julian. Excellent. And we are delighted to be joined by a fabulous moderator. He's a partner at DN Capital. I want you to give him a very warm welcome. Welcome to the stage, Ian Marsh. Thank you. Gracias, amigos. The stage is yours.
Well, I guess I'm moderating, right? So we were fielded this topic, and I chatted with the panelists beforehand. I think just before we get on, so I'm a partner of a VC fund, and I've obviously seen a lot of fintech deals come across my desk. So when I was trying to decompose the question, it was very much, traditional banking, traditional finance is often very much push standardized products by channel or by segment that are one size fits all. And probably what's interesting here is the concept that more, what fintech's been able to unleash is more personalized, more tailored products that really fit sort of specific human personas. So that was my idea, right? And I see a lot coming through, like, homeowners, mortgages is very one size fits all. Now there's lots more abilities, for example, to get, rent to buy to get into the property market, or at end of life, people to get equity release, or embedded finance. You can access products in different areas. So that's kind of where we're coming at it from. So I think where to start would be very interesting is we've got 4 very interesting panelists. You guys all are in the fintech space. I'd love to have some examples of what your company, or introduce yourselves, what your company does, and then some examples of where you think, your product or your clients have moved the needle and developed something which is more tailored and individual for individual human-centric finance. So should we go left to right?
Yeah.
Make sense?
I'm Julian Diaz, founder and co-founder and managing director of Unax. And what's Unax? Unax is a European banking as a service platform provider with electronic money institution license. And basically, we are providing a stack of regulated technology based in IBANs, pay-in, payout methods, aggregation, and the rest of the services, basically to create a regulated skeleton who allows our clients to create innovative services. We are operating in the Southern Europe as a regulated company, but also we operate in LATAM. And the reason to operate in LATAM, basically because it's a relevant market, but one of the main challenges is to fostering the unbanked population to allow these guys to provide fintech, financial solutions and lending. And for instance, as an example that we are doing in the Mexican market, it's to provide, maybe you know the open banking, PSD2 in Europe, that basically you collect financial data to make decisions. In the Mexican market, only 50% of the population is banked. That means that for the other 50%, we need to collect alternative data, basically to provide, for instance, to lenders to make decisions and to include in the financial sector this unbanked population.
Great. No, it's a clear example, right? When you've got 50% of the population underbanked, then you need to tailor products for that segment specifically. And Jorge?
Yeah, I'm Jorge González Iglesias from GBOBS, and what we do is we're building an ecosystem of finance that helps people make better financial decisions. We anchor ourselves on the acquisition of the home, so we help somebody understand their financial situation before they want to buy the home, to really understand if it's the right moment to do it, how to do it, and then we take them through the whole process of the home acquisition to then continue helping them with his finance decisions after that, right? So that's basically what we do, and yeah, I mean, you wanted us to mention some example on...
Yeah, I'm just think through. I mean, it's a really... The way when I look at home buying and the traditional way that banks apply mortgage policies, it seems very much one size fits all. You know, you need to borrow, you've got a maximum cap of 5 times your earnings or 4 times your earnings, and it's done. And it just seems to me... And then also, you know, at the end of the life, right? Like equity release, asset prices have gone up, and you have these people where pensioners with no income, but millionaires and property, but they can't release it. So I'm just, have you got any examples where you think your product or other companies you've seen have provided a more tailored experience fitting to those individual needs rather than the kind of broad brush, one-size-fits-all, large-scale banking rules?
So definitely. I mean, we also, as an ecosystem, we're connected to users, banks, and we're connected to real estate agents, developers, and alternative investment funds. We also have actually a developer loan marketplace. And I mean, that's pure tailor-made. I mean, it's a pretty beautiful example because banks, most banks don't like developer loans anymore because they don't convert well to mortgages. So there's just a very strong gap in the market with the needs of developer loans and the needs of the market to actually build houses, right? Versus the appetite of the banks to give the developer loans, right? So these alternative investment funds are, it was a very opaque market, with very high prices compared to banks, and we're offering, a very strong service to the developer to really understand what is the right financing structure for that. Yeah. First a fund, then a bank, or maybe the funds, because funds are becoming much more competitive. So that's, it's definitely very, very tailor-made. And in terms of the acquisition of the home, I mean, definitely. I mean, it's a process that it really there hasn't been barely any kind of innovation in decades, and it's a very, very important process in people's lives. And the big issue we have here is that just the process is wrong, right? People fall in love with, they have in their mind that at some point they want to buy a house, but they never really think about it. At some point they fall in love with a house, and it's usually, look, I want to buy a house in this location, so I start speaking with a real estate agent. He shows me different houses, and then you have this hunch about a house, right? You see a house which is different, it connects with you, right? And then all of a sudden, they usually know how to play their cards pretty well, they give you this sense of scarcity, and then you just put yourself, and you see yourself putting a down payment in 2 or 3 days, right? And then you're in the middle of a process of financing for 2 or 3 months, where you really have the feeling that you have to be very grateful for banks to giving you money, right? And on the other hand, there's the bank who actually, I mean, you're actually a client for them, that they know they're going to keep you for decades, and you're really important for them, right? So if we turn that around and we make people conscientious about their financial KPIs way before, so they understand they actually have a lot of value for banks, and then they go into a process where they can actually see different bank offers, and offer a seamless process where the experience completely changes. It hacks it completely, right? And it's very tailor-made per person, actually.
We've actually got a very successful company in the US doing pre-approval to convert people into cash buyers before they go and buy the house, which is a very clear example. So normally you'd go, you put an offer, and then and especially hopefully probably not going forward, but the last 2-3 years the housing market's been very hot, and so if someone's got 20 offers on their house, they pick the cash buyer. And currently one size fits all mortgages, you have no choice. And what's happening in the US, I don't think it's yet come to Spain, is fintech saying, fine, we'll make you a cash buyer. We'll give you that money up front, that collateral, to then, you can go on the same terms as someone else. And I think that's a really interesting example of tailoring something for the need of some individual. Perhaps, Carlos, tell us about Conto. I know it's more business, right? Yep. So an SME, but they have individual personas as well and individual needs, right?
Definitely. All businesses are known by business owners by definition, which are people that generally they have very little time and they need to focus on their priorities. So Conto really was born with the idea of making this banking easy and making sure that we empower business owners rather than being an administrative hassle, which is what the traditional banking has been for the past years, really. So Conto is the leading neobank in Europe. We have around 250,000 customers all over Europe in the 4 markets where we operate. We raised a very nice Series D early this year, and we are valued now at $5 billion.
Yep.
And really, when we heard about the title of the conference, human-centric, for us, we really understand it as customer-centric. It's really our core of our DNA. What we try is when we build new product, we see what's on the state, what banks offer, what other competitors offer, and we always try to think on that plus alpha that makes it a little bit different, a little bit better to make.
Can you give me tangible examples? I'm just trying to think, what is it that was a massive pain historically in a business banking and traditional bank, and then something you've changed which gives customer love?
Customer support. So people generally need to go to the branch, then wait for the specific person that can serve the businesses, and then wait for hours there. And generally, they go out the branch without these problems solved. What we try to do is we obviously not operate with any branch. We are all online. And what we do is to really squeeze the waiting times for our business owners, and they get served anywhere they are. So it's either chat, either phone, either email, and they receive an answer in 15 minutes, and they get things done, right? So we really try to also cluster all these requests that our customers have in a way that we are more efficient in the way that we can respond to these needs. Another good example would be making transactions or issuing cards for employees. Issuing cards for employees has been a nightmare for any company. Every time you need approval from the CEO, from the CFO, it takes weeks for the card to arrive. Yeah. We made it in 2 clicks. You can order a virtual card for your employee that needs to make a purchase to attend this fantastic conference, for example. And this makes the business owner, stress-free, and it solves the pain very easily. So really, it's understanding what's the customer interactions with our platform and trying to make those super, super easy and sleek.
And just a final question for me on that side. I'm curious, is your primary persona more SME or is it more corporate? Because there's very different need cases by segment, right? You've got a one-man band plumber and you've got a multinational corporation. It's not the same banking requirements.
It's not the same at all. And what we see in traditional banking historically have focused is on the B2C aspect, also in the big corporations. But there's this wide landscape that at the end of the day, it's 68% of European economy, which is small business owners, freelancers, and medium-sized business owners. We always say that our sweet spot is between 0 employees, which is the self-employed, and then 50. So we can go beyond that. So we serve companies that are over 100 employees. But generally, for these small business owners that have very clear pains, we can provide the solution that it's super straightforward, super easy for them to operate, and it makes their life easier. And at the end of the day, they can focus on the things that are important, which is running their business, right?
And this is just me learning stuff about Conto, right?
Of course. Go ahead.
A lot of the, at least in the UK, a lot of the kind of consumer-focused neobanks have also launched business banking propositions, right? So you've got Starling with a big proposition, Revolut with its business proposition. What do you think you're doing different as a business-first specialist that's even more centric to what the customer needs than the kind of encroachment of the guys who are retail first and then moved into this?
To me, it's focus. So we receive a number of million, in this case, that we need to allocate, and we need to make sure that our product choices are the right one for our users. So the fact that we are specialized on B2B, it makes us understand better our users, and also within our teams, we all think about B2B. And that makes a huge difference when it comes to customer support, because we don't need anyone switching from, okay, I'm serving a particular now that has an issue with a mortgage, and now I'm serving a business owner that needs this card done for the employee. So it's really about focus and making our investment bets really clear for these business owners. And in a way, these kind of B2C neobanks, they also have a huge or large part of their business base which is freemium, so they don't pay for anything. Our customers, they all pay a monthly fee, and this gives certainty to them that the quality of the service that we will provide is going to be top-notch, because the ones paying are not sponsoring the ones not paying, and that provides a lot of clarity. And for a business owner, really paying €9 a month, it's peanuts. So they rather pay that monthly fee and make sure that they receive a top quality and specialized service. So that's the key differentiation in our case, and that's why we are the leading neobank in Europe for this segment, right? We are not in the UK yet, which is much more competitive, but in the 4 markets where we operate,
Brexit,
we are doing pretty good.
Brexit, up.
That's
exactly.
it.
No more passporting. Alvaro, I'd love to hear from you. So any examples, or first of all, tell me about your company, and I know you work more on the kind of consulting side, or IT side, so any examples either from you or from your clients would be relevant.
Sure. Well, in our case, we are InfoIP. InfoIP is a company created in Croatia in 2006. We have presence in Spain since 2016. In our case, we provide omnichannel platform to help to any kind of customers, in that case, financial institutions, fintechs, traditional banking, to use digital channels to offer digital services to the final user. In our case, actually we are working with many customers in different areas, but in the financial services, when we are talking about human-centric, and especially considering that the digital transformation is going too quickly, we cannot forget that behind of customer, we have humans. Probably you know the one initiative from one person that said, I'm old but not idiot. So it means that for the tradition, especially for the traditional banking, we cannot say, hey, Mr. Oldman, since now till the future, you need to use the digital banking immediately. You cannot go to the branch because we are not going to provide you any kind of services. This is the extreme. So for this reason, it's very important to make the proper segmentation about your customers. And in each, depending on the age, you need to offer different digital channels. I mean, for example, for the old people, many banks have put in place WhatsApp as the first step put of contact. Inside of the WhatsApp channel includes one chatbot. In the case that the chatbot cannot answer all the questions, move the conversation to the contact center, and the agent take the ownership of the solution of the problem and try to solve the problem immediately. No? So, for example, this is the journey for the old people, but we need to define different journeys depending on the age. So in that case, we can help to any kind of customers, in that case, fintechs and traditional banking, to use different channels per age. And the more, the good news is that in terms of how much time we need to implement this kind of channels is extremely quickly. I'm saying probably in 2 weeks we can put WhatsApp answers and conversation or the chatbot in live. So it means that especially for the fintech, it's very important the time to market. Not probably this customer is going to move to another provider. For sure.
No, I think this is something we should probably learn where we sit, right? Because we're all like, oh, tech first, something new, something different. Even though I'm now feeling as I get older, there's some things I don't understand. When I used to run a startup, I never managed to make Snapchat work. Like really, I'm already too old for Snapchat. But I think about my mother, loyal, high LTV banking customer. She was deeply pissed off when they abolished checks in the UK because she paid our cleaner every week by check, no more checkbook. She doesn't know how to use the app. She's never opened the app. And I guess when you think about no disruptive Conto, if you're brand new and you're basically just attaching those tech-first companies, great. But if you're got a massive legacy customer base, you have to be able to deal with all methods 100%. Of communication and travel. Right? Because if you just move to modern, it's not going to work. But it's a very interesting point you said about chatbots. We have a very good company in our portfolio, which is using, called Cognigy, using AI to actually analyze conversations and fully automate it without having to do it on a rules-based level. And it's dramatically changed the ability of a lot of corporates and financial institutions to communicate with customers out of hours in a sophisticated manner. And I think those kind of elements of care are going to come in a lot more going forward. So you can actually access, your financial services provider through multiple touch points at any time, day or night, because it can be automated. On a different note, something at least that's a big buzzword in VC is embedded finance. They're all raising lots of money at very high valuations with quite limited traction at the moment. But the concept is, you can take a financial product through API and embed it into a nearer touch point to the customer. So it can be in a retailer, it can be in a services company, and therefore, you don't have to go to the bank to buy your loan, your insurance, but you buy it perhaps at the point of purchase. I don't know if any of you guys, perhaps you're quite near to it, right, as banking as a service, but have you guys actually seen any of these use cases in action? And do you believe the hype? Because big fundraisers are happening. I've seen some of the decks, not all of them. It's definitely a thesis-driven investment today rather than necessarily high aggressive growth. Anyone volunteer?
I can comment a bit. I think there's a brutal change of paradigm going on in general with banking. Traditionally, banks had a lot of branches, positioned physically for your mother, for example, or my mother, or myself, me previously. But the thing is, in that case, it was, the whole user experience really based on that door of entrance that happened in that branch. And once you change that, once all the public is massively going to platform-based consumption, it can go directly to the bank, let's say digitally, or to platforms that have multi-product. It's a whole different story, right? People want to be able to compare things. People want to be able to, connect with different platforms. And what I'm trying to comment here is about the data. Okay, that people want to be able to freely offer their data without a sense that the bank is going to do something complicated with the data. I think that's the big issue that happens with banks. They have lots of people give the data to the bank that they actually need, but they're not too open to give all their data to banks. And in embedded finance players, what the market is showing for now is that people are more open to open their data, to show their data, and generally, and then from there consume specific products from different financial players, right? So it's also true that banks are changing a lot, that the brands are evolving, but and it's also true that they have this regulatory issue that is just very complex, and sometimes for them it's just very complicated to put the user in the center, right?
It's hard to innovate when you've got all the capital controls, etc.
Exactly.
It's a large bank. No, I get it. It's I think that point you made about data is really interesting, because at least what I see in my job, right, is I've seen a bunch of companies that have taken new data sources and used it to provide a more tailored and personal service. So we looked at a company called Credit Kudos that Apple bought recently, which was credit scoring is quite antiquated in lots of places, right? It's like quite systematic rules about have you paid your mortgage for X number of years, etc. And this was using open banking data. And that open banking data dramatically managed to revolutionize the richness and quality of credit score you could get with a whole new data source. Another one I looked at, also didn't win, was Marshmallow, which is a UK very successful unicorn in insurance, car insurance. And what that was doing was, again, using open banking data and behavioral data on the website to spot low-risk, high-risk customers in motor insurance. And what you found typically was that customers, and actually they started with immigrants. Immigrants, there's no track record, which is predominantly credit history for car insurance. And so, as a consequence, you were getting screwed. You turned up from abroad, you moved to the UK, and you wanted to pay for your car insurance, it was £2,000. Ridiculous, right? Even if you are a very safe driver. What this company did was use predictive analytics based off open banking and also how dodgy you see filling in your form, and dramatically reduce the premiums. And I think that's a classic example of how you can use new data sources to provide a more tailored product than the one-size-fits-all. In the UK, it was like Admiral. You're an immigrant, no credit history, screw you, £2,000. So, I don't know, have you got any examples from business banking?
Well, actually, this morning we heard about revenue-based finance, which is a new model as well to do credit scoring.
That's very new.
So it's very interesting. We don't do credit or financing directly. We operate with a payment license. But what we do actually is to try to partner up with other players in the space, the best ones, hopefully, in order to offer this to our customers. And revenue-based finance is something we are looking into, and alternative finance in general. And what we try to do ourselves is to have our systems operating in a way that we can share data easily with third parties in order to provide the best experience to our customers. And this takes time, because obviously product roadmaps are super packed, and these kind of integrations need lots of resources. But what we try is to test and learn. So we operate in a very low-touch interactions, like even a redirect, see how much traction this has, and then progressively try to build like better services. As for example, it would be paying the salaries of your employees. We have a partnership with Payfit that they do calculation of the employees. In Spain, we have so many. It's called in Spanish, but it's kind of every
payroll
space. Yeah, the payroll stuff. It's super complex to calculate. They do that very well, and actually the payout it gets automatically sent to Konto, and then the transfers go through. And to do that, it's an integration with this partner. We share data. They share data with us, and then we make this process smoothly. So the founder only needs to click once, and everything gets through. So these kind of models, I think, in the future, it's what's going to prevail. And at the end of the day, you need to look for processes that create friction to your users, and see how you can mainstream those through
But what's
data.
interesting there is it's partnership-driven, right? So it's API-based. It's like we can not be best in class for all of these products.
Yeah.
We're in the business banking, but actually people want different services around that. We're not going to be able to build it all ourselves.
Definitely.
So, we'll build API integration for revenue-based financing, we'll build revenue for payroll.
That's the idea.
Revenue-based finance is interesting. Watch the space, but I'm not sure in 5 years' time there'll be as many of me around, because you guys won't need me as much, basically, because you'll go, I could get venture capital and have 25 meetings with guys asking irritating questions, or at least once I've got some revenue, I can get to revenue-based financing and get financed quite nicely, in advance on my revenue base. So I think that's another very, very interesting area. I guess we've got very little time. Have you guys got any last thoughts?
Well, I think we are talking about embedded finance and maybe also neobanking as a top-of-mind application.
Yeah.
But other new trend that maybe could be interesting to highlight, it's in-house banking, because it's pretty similar. But large corporations would like to do their tailor-made solutions as neobanks for their employees, but additional banking services, basically to improve their financials, to improve payments and so on. And there is a new trend, because maybe if you have a first-class neobank, the idea, at the end it could be a B2B product or a B2C product. But if you create a tailor-made solutions for large companies, there is another huge opportunity, because they need, at the end, the same first-in-class banking services. That's
very fair, actually. I have a very tangible example from my portfolio. So I'm a large investor in a company called Job and Talent here in Spain. Yep. And they have tens and tens of thousands of workers that we are currently paying their payroll to. And the idea now is, okay, well, we've got these tens of thousands of workers. What products can we provide to them? It can be, either salary advance, salary wage stream. It can be, improving your credit score. It can be, there's a whole host of things you can do around that person. And I think again, it's going to come back to the kind of buy and build point. Will they be building it all themselves, or will they be looking to best-in-class providers to the APIs that can be skinned and be a seamless experience from the worker perspective that looks corporate branded, but then that's not their core. They're not going to want to do all that plumbing, and that's where you're going to end up, again, with a rise of embedded finance or banking as a service provider will provide it. And at that point, I've been told to shut up. So over to you.
That was a perfect ending. Ladies and gents, please give a big round of applause to our fabulous panel. That was absolutely perfecto. Muchísimas gracias, amigos. Muchísimas gracias. Fantastic. Okay, so we have indeed reached the grand finale of the Playground stage here today at South Summit 2022, our very special 10th anniversary edition. And as the team is busy behind me, I think it's a good time just to show some appreciation for the amazing management staff here at the Playground. Thank you so much. Great to work with you. Blanca, Marcel and the team at the back. Virginia working very hard to move everything around the stage. Chris on the sound. Can we have a big round of applause for our wonderful stage team here at the Playground stage? Thank you. Gracias, amigos. Great to be working with you. Okay, just one last reminder, please share the love. Tell your friends, family and colleagues about the great stuff happening at South Summit 2022. You need to use the hashtag South Summit 22, and that way people can find out what is happening here. You can share the love and share the buzz of South Summit. Okay, right now we are going to speak about one of the hottest areas of tech, as I'm sure you are all aware. Now, tokenization and blockchain can be applied to build a transparent and more effective value chain. We're now going to discover how tokens can be tracing and taking traceability to the next level in different industries. Our grand finale fireside chat of the day here at the Playground stage, it looks at tokenization to build a transparent and sustainable value chain. I'm thrilled to welcome to the stage two rock stars from the field. Please give a big round of applause to the CEO at Trazabel, Pablo Rodrigo Juan. Welcome to the stage, Pablo. Big round of applause, please. I know it's the end of the day. Let's try that one more time. Yeah, now you're talking. Thank you. Bienvenidos, Pablo. And please welcome to the stage the Director for the Business Innovation Office, EMEA South at SAP, Ernesto Rincon. Thank you. Okay, muchísimas gracias. That is great. Gentlemen, the stage is yours.
Hello, audience. My name is Ernesto Rincon. I'm part of the Business Innovation Office at SAP. I think many of you know already SAP. But I think apart from ERP, we are doing a lot of stuff, and I don't know if you have the opportunity to visit our booth, but we'll tell you things we are doing apart from ERP.
Hi, Ernesto. My name is Pablo, CEO at Trazable. Thanks you to all to be there. I think we are all of us tired, but well, we have a very interesting topic about tokenization. And well, as you know, Trazable is a quality management software for the food and beverage industry. We are a startup. We did a nice ICO, and maybe you are wondering why we are here in this stage with SAP, no? Because Ernesto, SAP, normally we think about SAP and we think about a huge corporate related to ERP system that is old school, no? But you are there at the South Summit presenting a very interesting project. So, Ernesto, why are you there? Are you here?
Well, in SAP, our purpose is clear. It's to help the world run better and improve people's lives. And what this does it mean? Really, to improve people's life, we are talking about to create a more resilient, transparent, and sustainable and connected networks. And in that purpose of creating worldwide sustainable networks, we are integrating different technologies like tokenization, blockchain, and advanced analytics to really help our ecosystem to achieve these goals of sustainability and be more transparent and be more resilient. And here at South Summit, we had the opportunity to launch in the region our new program, Grow by SAP, we are helping hyper-growth companies, unicorns, and all of our ecosystem to achieve those goals. So we are providing SAP tools, SAP best practices, and all our 50 years of experience to achieve those goals.
In our case, we only have 4 years of experience. But well, regarding tokenization, it doesn't matter, no, because it's something very, very new, no? And for instance, in Trazable, what we want to achieve is to help food companies, for instance, but companies to create better products. And for that, we use tokenization to allow them to share information between all the stakeholders on the supply chain, no? In order to have all this information in one unique digital record to increase the food safety, but on the other side, to help them to connect with the end customer to share this information, no? To share the history of the product, because us as customers, we are increasingly aware about the importance of this traceability. One use case very interesting for us is with Camara Agroalimentaria, which is the second biggest distributor of eggs. And now in Alcampo, you can check the history of the eggs, and it's a very interesting project. And related to the tokenization, we are using our own token, TRC token, to be able to create this ecosystem, this trustless ecosystem in which companies can share information between them and between the customers. And Ernesto, one question. SAP, how is SAP using this tokenization, or which kind of project are you working on?
What you are doing is essential to give transparency to the full supply chain. We are seeing 3 main challenges in the transparency of supply chains. First is that according to our benchmarkings and studies, we see that almost 65% of procurement executives, they are seeing lack of visibility beyond Tier 1 suppliers. Secondly, we are seeing that most of the raw materials trading, we are using, for example, bulk analysis. So this is very relevant when we are trading with coming land, for example, raw materials. So we are putting different plastics, for example, in the production of the same product. So we need to understand what percentage of the origin is put on that product. And third, we are seeing a lack of automation. So almost 50% of the companies are using spreadsheets to have their control, their traceability, their reporting, and all the things they need to do with that. We are doing in a very manual way. So we want really to help those companies with tools to improve efficiencies and transparency across the value chain.
And it's easy for you, as a huge company, to create this transparent ecosystem or value chain?
Yeah, we are creating really an open ecosystem. For example, we are using tokens to create a digital twin of the different contracts, of the different, for example, to certify the provenance of the products or the raw materials you are purchasing. We are creating a digital twin. A digital twin, as you may know, it's a digital representation of an asset together with different attributes all together. So that information, it's flowing across the value chains with the different players. And we are creating an open network with different players, taking into consideration that we are, for example, working with companies like Unilever or the main chemical companies in the world. So those companies are super multinationals that has a complex supply chains. And if those networks are not open, interoperable, this is not going to work. Sustainability and transparency is going to be a team sport, and really we need to provide tools that can be used by all the trading partners.
Yes, I fully agree with you. For us as a startup, it's complicated to show the importance of this transparent ecosystem or to exchange information, because as you say, most of the company are paper-based or they use a spreadsheet, and it's complicated to change the way they do things. But we are on this process because administration are pushing companies to digitize their process all along the supply chain. And as I said, consumers want to know more about the products. Another thing that comes to my mind is that some companies that are using ERPs, such as SAP, on the first instance, they say, oh, Trazable, I already have the traceability, and I am using SAP, for instance. But in our case, what we do is to connect companies, no? To have this full visibility from farm to fork. How do you think that SAP can collaborate with companies like Trazable?
Well, I think companies like Trazable are essential in this to be successful, and from SAP we are providing, for example, a platform for extending applications into the ERP, financial, but not only in the ERP, we can connect with human resources, with procurement tools, with logistics, other logistics networks, even travel, for example, and expense. We need to provide transparency on those expenses. So from SAP, we can really provide tools to complement the value of Trazable. We are also providing best practices in different industries. So we have created different consortiums. One of the main consortiums we have is in life science, and the other is in agribusiness. So we can provide those insights of the end-to-end business processes that Trazable can really integrate into their application. But Pablo, I think I recently read about your successful story of ICO. I wanted you to tell us more about this and how this connects with the adoption in the crypto and tokens community.
Yes, for sure. Well, for us, it was unexpected, the amount of people that participate in our ICO, which is the initial coin offering. It was on November and December. We launched our own token. So the idea of this token is to be the center of this ecosystem, this transparent ecosystem, to create these new models of exchange information between company and consumers. The idea was to use this ICO to finance the next step of Trazable. And well, we achieved that. It was a very complicated process, a lot of work during this month, but the result was amazing. And now I'm very happy, no? Because it's a very complicated situation for startups. In the United States, they are having some troubles with the funding. And here in Europe too, the VCs are like waiting now, what's happening next month. So now Trazable has enough funding to continue to the next steps. The only thing that surprised me is that we thought that only end consumers will be ready to adopt the token or to buy the tokens, but we saw that a lot of companies are already investing or buying or in this blockchain space already have TRC token. So this is something that I find very interesting, and I want to ask you if for SAP you have the same vision that companies are already implementing blockchain or token solutions, and is nowadays or actually very familiar for them.
Yeah, from technology point of view, sometimes are agnostic. I mean, we are trying to go pro, to go forward, open blockchain networks, and it will depend on. We have two scenarios. We are working in more closed blockchain networks, like the industry ones, for example, in the food industry, where we are collaborating with big companies like Unilever, Nestle. So there are more control environments where those companies are inviting to the different trading partners. And we are having also more open pilots regarding, for example, Quorum, where we are collaborating with other companies. So we really see this concept of token and blockchain really the proof for the success of visibility and transparency in the supply chains. But I think we talk also about a third dimension, that it is sustainability. That, of course, it's something very, very relevant today with all the stakeholders in your company. Can you tell us about your perspective in Trustable about sustainability in your solutions?
Yes, for sure. Well, we have two approaches. The first one is that sustainability is a topic that every industry needs to work on it. So in our case, because we reduce these paper-based workflows of this amount of paper, this is the first point in which we help companies to be more sustainable. We help them to reduce the papers and to do in a more efficient way the work they already are already doing. So we digitize the quality department. But on the other hand, because we help the food supply chain to be more transparent, companies that are more sustainable and going to be more relevant for the end consumer. So our idea is that we're going to boost these sustainable or these good companies that are doing things well through the transparency, because at the end the consumer has the power with his euros. No, you're gonna decide which kind of product he or she gonna buy. So Trazable need to be the tool that gives this information that consumers need to make good choices. No? This is our approach. Maybe in SAP, no, you have another point of view because you work in several industry and you can work on sustainability in different ways.
Yeah, I will put you an example about sustainability. As I told you before, we are piloting with Unilever and in the palm oil. And you know, connecting with sustainability, what we want is to verify that the products we are consuming from Unilever are in favor of not deforestation of palm oil trees. And you know, many of those are coming from different forests, and we need to avoid rapid deforestation. So we are certifying that they are doing so what they are claiming. So really we are certified that the products are coming from the appropriate suppliers, with the appropriate policies, fair trade, also different labor policies on labor, in terms of labor child. So many topics are being controlling. In the same way, for example, with the chemicals, we are certifying when you say, for example, a jersey, it's coming for renewable plastics. It's not only valid, say it's renewable. You have to certify that every component has come in from the way it is, they say. And it's true that different origins can be mixed in a cloth, and you need to certify every component of your end products, because this is really what it's about sustainability. It's not saying I'm sustainability. How much are you sustainable? How much are you contributing to that circular economy, for example? So this is what really about, of course, in the medium long term for the companies, but it's a strategic message. So as well, we talk about interoperability, and it's very clear. How do you see the future of interoperability and all these disruptive technologies in all this space?
Well, I think it's something that we need, because supply chains are global, so there will be a lot of operators helping to digitize or using this blockchain approach to do this digital audit, to certify the process. And this information we need to exchange this information between the different platform or the different blockchain. No? In our case, Trazable is agnostic of the blockchain technology. We can work in different blockchain, and we can connect with different technology. We use APIs, such as normal SaaS, to connect and to exchange information. And we are open by design, so we want to collaborate, no? Because we promote this transparency, so we need to be transparent and to exchange information, and for sure to exchange data with SAP or with Unilever or with other clients to have this end-to-end view of the supply chain. Something that SAP, you are doing the same at SAP?
Yeah, I think in the end it's a triple win. We say it's a win for our partners, but most importantly it's a win for SAP, but a win for our end customers. It is the most important. So we are working on that standardization of the data, working in different consortiums, working with different partners that gives a lot of value. And as I repeat at the very beginning, this is a team sport, and it's clear collaboration, standardization, open protocols, open networks is going to be the key success for this transparency, and we are I think we are all in this part, in this business of transparency. I want to really understand where I'm buying, who I'm buying, what's really happening behind the scenes. So as you can see, this could be an example of collaboration, of how we are working with our partners, and it's not everything has to be SAP. We can put logistics, we can put finance. Our partners could put this traceability tools, this quality management, really certifying that everything is happening in the correct way. So I think thank you very much all for being here, and any questions you may have. I don't know if we have a couple of minutes for raise a question.
Ladies and gents, a big round of applause, please, for our fabulous fireside chat, Ernesto and Pablo. If you have any questions, you can catch Ernesto and Pablo as they exit the room over there. They're just going to get their microphones off. Thank you again. That was wonderful. Muchísimas gracias, amigos. Great stuff. Okay, my goodness, that was the grand finale here at the Playground stage at South Summit 2022. Just a quick thank you once again to Blanca, Marcel, Virginia, Chris, and all of the crew here. And a little note about the after party. It starts at 7. There's free beer. There's DJs. It's right here in the Nave. Have some fun, have some cerveza, make some new friends. There's going to be live music as well. And then at midnight, you can all go to the Gunilla Club on Paseo de Recoletos. It is in the brochure on the website. There's free entry before 2. You get 2 drinks for €25. It's going to be way too much fun. I hope to see you all bright and early tomorrow. Have a great evening. My name's Oshin Lunny. Let's keep in touch. Muchísimas gracias por todo. Adiós, adiós. Gracias.